ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Hello, welcome to day number 2 of the ESL Pro League North American Division Season 5. My name is Elfish Guy, and joining me is a new face on our desk today, Karath. Good to have you on.
Yeah, amazing to be here. I'm very excited, really keen for these next 2 matches coming up.
Yeah, definitely. We had a really good day yesterday. Some pretty expected results, I think, coming out of both of those matches that were on this stream, and I think expected results coming out of both the matches that were on the main stream as well. But today, we're going to be having a couple of more matches coming out, so we'll have to see how we go with our predictions here. I'm thinking, you know, throughout today we might see some perhaps close results, especially in the first one. Obviously, Rush coming into this season even as kind of the underdogs going up against Misfits even. You know, we can probably expect them to have maybe a little bit of difficulty, but we'll see how many rounds they can get on the board, if they can even maybe pick up a win.
Yeah, I mean, they had a really brutalizing day yesterday up against Cloud9, I believe it was on the mainstream.
Yeah.
So they got defeated 16-9 and 16-3.
Yeah.
Look, they just have to bounce back and do their best against Misfits. A long time. I think it's been a while since Misfits has played as well. So it's going to be a good chance to see, I guess, these two teams coming up and, you know, really see who's actually going to take it towards the top of the ladder and who will stay at the bottom.
Yeah,
I think this is a good matchup.
Yeah,
between the two.
definitely. Rush and Misfits, the first match of today, but we do have another one coming up after that as well. It will be Immortals up against Luminosity, so the Brazilian showdown later on tonight, obviously over on the mainstream, Renegades and Optic. I think that's going to be a fantastic match. I'm a little bit jealous that we're missing out on that one, and then Selfless and CLG to follow that one up. So a good day of matches overall. How are we thinking this first one's going to go, though?
Look, Rush is a team of relative unknowns. It looks like they've been floating around towards, you know, near the top, and they've broken through towards the latter half of 2016, made it in towards the Premier Leagues of both ECA as well as the ESL Pro League, and now looking to make their mark. This is a lineup that has relatively been untouched for the last, I believe it's about 3 months now, 4 months, even more than that actually. And so they've actually got a good solid core working together, and that's what I always love seeing. Teams, you know, staying out, sticking it out, just putting in the hard effort, and this is what they get rewarded with. I mean, sure, no team actually comes out and, you know, instantly become top.
Of course.
They have to put in a lot of years of effort.
Yep.
So Rush, you know, is a good team to, I guess, watch and see that happen again.
Yeah, and I don't think they can be necessarily too disappointed with their performances yesterday. I mean, going up against Cloud9, the previous champions of the ESL Pro League, obviously is going to be a difficult task to start things off with. You know, they did manage to pick up 9 rounds. I think it was on Cobblestone, so I don't think that's too bad of a result at all. And hopefully they're going to have a bit of an easier time here up against Misfits. Both these teams obviously eyeing up the prize of heading in towards the finals, though, of the ESL Pro League. If you'd like to make your way over to the finals, check out proleague.com/Dallas. Obviously, that's where the finals are going to be, so should be a good time, but definitely looking to see which of these teams throughout this entire season are going to be able to actually make their way through to those finals.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, even with Misfits, I guess, as of this time, I mean, the ex-TSM roster, as I was mentioning earlier, I don't think I've seen them play in many matches recently, so it'd be great to see, you know, how they're going to fare up. We know that this is a solid lineup, so yeah.
Yeah, definitely. This is a lineup that does have a reasonable amount of potential. I don't necessarily think they're going to be top 1 NA, that sort of thing, but I think they can definitely contest for maybe the top sort of tier of NA talent. And up against Rush, you know, I think it's a good start to their season. We haven't really seen them so far in the ESL Pro League. Obviously, we've only had 1 day of competition thus far, but yeah, I think it's nice to get into it a little bit easier up against Rush than, say, jumping in straight against SK, Cloud9, Renegades, Optic, anything like that. So a good, nice little ease into the season here for Misfits.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Rush, as we mentioned earlier, got absolutely brutalized. So Misfits, this is their time, you know, first match, no real major expectations. I mean, I think everyone is expecting them to take down Rush, given obviously the difference of experience and caliber of players. But at the same time, they need to make sure, you know, they play safe, they play solid. Otherwise, lest, you know, Rush actually play really well, and are able to, raise it up.
I don't think we can necessarily count Rush out too much here. Like you said, if Misfits, are having an off day, if they're not necessarily performing the way we expect, then Rush definitely are a team that can really challenge some of these teams. They have a few strong players on their roster. So who maybe are we expecting to see here from Rush that, we'd probably think are going to have a good performance today, or at least hope to see a good performance from?
Yeah, so pretty much what I want to see. So these stats, obviously, against the Cloud9 game, I don't think these are stats we should be going off completely.
Yep.
Look, Poyo is definitely one of the strongest players on Rush,
Yep.
a strong rifler, and it's up to Virtus to stand up here. Virtus is the orb for the team, and a lot of the time towards, I guess, the end of the previous year, he really stepped it up, and that's probably a primary reason where Rush got to where they were.
Yep.
And if he suddenly falls flat, he really needs to take down the orb of Misfits. Otherwise, it's going to spell serious trouble.
Yeah, well, that AWP for Misfits, of course, is Shazam. We don't have any stats yet for Misfits. They haven't played so far this season, but we'll be getting them later on in the piece. Looking across that Misfits roster, there is a lot of I suppose, experience, especially when you're looking at Sean and Shazam in particular, I suppose, up towards the top echelon of North American CS at certain points in time. As you say, Virtus, we're looking to see him step up here, but a difficult ask, I think, against Shazam, an experienced AWPer.
Yeah, I mean, we're starting off, I believe it is, on Mirage. So that's definitely, you can definitely challenge a more experienced AWPer. It's more team play towards that mid area as opposed to, I have to go for these sick individual AWP plays. I mean, they can still happen, but a lot of the emphasis is on that mid control. So I'd like to see how, I guess, Virtus holds his own. When he's pressured out by smokes, when he's pressured out by Molotovs, how he's going to counteract, and how's Misfits going to counteract around that. And similarly, when Shazam's taking the AWP, how Rush going to counter that? Do they have the experience to know how to shut down Shazam's AWP? Do they know how to take control of that mid area against such a top-tier caliber opponent?
Yeah,
that's what it boils down towards.
It's an interesting map to start off with here, Mirage, because I think both of these teams probably are going to be feeling pretty comfortable coming into that map.
Yes. I mean, both teams are confident Mirage. I mean, this is definitely not a map that Misfits would ban. They're more than comfortable playing it. And for Rush, it's one of their more played maps. They haven't had great success, I believe. I think it's on HLTV stats. I think it's like they've won 3 maps and they've lost 3.
Yeah.
But it's definitely something they're going to be comfortable playing with. And I think their biggest loss was, I think, against like a top-tier team. So.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, for a team like this, you're not necessarily going to be seeing excellent results on most of the maps, given the fact that they're going to be going up against some very tough opposition. But obviously, if they feel a little bit more comfortable on Mirage, that's going to help them out. And the second map, Cobblestone, for tonight, I think both teams, again, are going to be feeling relatively comfortable on that one. It's a map that we've seen Rush, or at least they do tend to pick up a little bit more so than some of the other maps. And Misfits, of course, feeling pretty comfortable on almost the entire map pool, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, Misfits, I think the only map they're not comfortable playing is probably Nuke. And, well, with Inferno inside the map pool, it's going to be, intriguing to see how that's going to bring around new dynamics as well. I believe Inferno's in the new map pool, so...
Yeah, it's actually coming out in next week's ESL Pro League. Yes. So we do have Dust for this week, but then next week, obviously, Inferno, I suppose, as lots of people are liking to call it, will be on the cards. But for now, focusing in on Mirage, our first map for tonight. It is Rush and Misfits. We're going to be getting underway relatively shortly. Prediction here, you think Rush are going to be able to give this one a good crack, or should Misfits probably just clean this one up?
Pretty much Rush have to absolutely excel. They have to pretty much, 2 or 3 of the players have to be absolutely on fire and go ballistic on Misfits for them to even, I think, have a chance going forward on towards this. I think Misfits will take this easily.
Right, cool. Well, let's have a look and find out how it is going to go. Misfits starting off on the T side and have started to gain a little bit of control in towards the mid area of the map. No one from Rush even kind of spotting that area out. So they have given that one up. There is a mid-smoke for Misfits as well, which has helped them out a little bit, now making their way in towards the A-bomb side, and they've started off nicely, although it hasn't really worked out in their favor, all things considered, 2 apiece so far in terms of the kills.
Yeah, so now back actually onto a 3-on-2 as Shazam pushes in, gets 2 kills at the murder hole, and now it's all up to Blade. The kit's been lost as well. It's all the way towards that murder hole, and Shazam's just going to clean up with 3, make that 4 kills as a matter of fact. Just like that, it looked equal. I think Rush just hesitated a little bit too much there. Shazam took the opportunity and just blew them wide open.
Yeah, well, not a great start there for Rush. I kind of expected, at least if they were going to have any sort of, I suppose, chance in this sort of a matchup, they really needed to start off well with that pistol round, probably pick up all 2 of the following rounds, and then potentially even the first gun round, should things have gone that way. But they didn't, and now Rush are on the back foot immediately off the bat, so they really need to step up here. Obviously, this one just a pistol armor buy here for Rush, but, if you're going to be investing into that pistol armor, you need to at least get something out of the round, and hopefully Rush are going to be able to show us something here.
Yeah, Rush do love their 4 spies. Virtus, on the other hand, he's only sticking with the USP because it looks like that he definitely wants to pick up the AWP as... Well, Blade is going to come out, actually, alongside with Toy from CD Connector, is actually going to pick up 2 kills. So far, you know, they've actually picked up an AK-47. Poyo's got this in his hands, and nearly takes down, I believe it is Twist before Sean Garris does land a touchdown. Toy now coming in to see what he can find. Won't be able to find anything, so they should be able to retrieve the AK-47. Misfits looked a little bit hairy from them, but... At the same time, they were pincering the A site, so they knew exactly what they were doing. Even if they gave up players towards mid, they still get control of the bomb site and ultimately be allowed to play the retake. Yeah,
look, I don't think that's too bad of a result, really, for Misfits, losing a couple of guns, but it was a pretty heavy investment into that round from Rush. So this time for Misfits, they should be able to just eco, for Rush rather, they should be able to eco this one out. Misfits shouldn't really have too much of a difficulty here. The interesting thing is that we've seen Virtus, obviously full eco last round, he's full ecoing this round, so definitely starting to try and get that AWP into his hands as early as possible as Rush.
Well, Relics has been dinked out of BF, so we see Sick actually just putting some pressure on towards that short area as Shazam down mid is going to take down Poyo. The little man's been spotted. Sick is going to be able to get a kill, so Relics just going to try to stay safe, stay alive. This B site is effectively open at the moment because Sick has just cleared out checkers. There is one lurking all the way in that B apps area. Toy, I mean, if he had a P250, you'd like to think what he could do is Shazam picks up a second kill as well. Well, I think Toy, it's all over. All Misfits are doing is toying with him. I think they know where he is.
Yeah, really not much of a chance here for him to find anything in this round. He gets actually tagged through the spam there, but in the end it is Sean to pick up the kill. A very successful anti-eco for Misfits, not losing a single gun. The AWP immediately out into the hands of Virtus. So, like you said, we need to see him stepping up here. He needs to be really the one to make use of this AWP. Obviously, a lot of money being invested into him early on, and they've put the AWP into his hands early. So, hopefully he's going to be able to make it work here. Misfits, though, opting just to go for a full rifle setup. And I think that's fair enough. They don't necessarily need to mess around with an AWP if the rifles are working out at this point.
Yeah, no need to change it out. I mean, so far it's working, you know, keeping the low economy. If Virtus's, you know, AWP becomes an issue for Misfits to handle, they'll probably pull that AWP and go Shazam, go for the counter pick. For now, they'll, you know, they'll roll in as a unit, as it looks like they're stacking up close towards that B side. And this may look a little bit hairy for Toy to hold on to this. He's just darking in. He's managed to evade the smoke, but it looks like it's actually... Looks like the bomb's moving back. They've got this mid control now, which means that Misfits can take any part of the map they choose to do so.
This is a good spot, though, for Toy. He's going to catch Twist off guard, and, well, an early pick in the round here for Rush is a good start. And their best looking round so far, but it's immediately started to swing back the way of Misfits as Sick is able to find a double kill, and now it's Poyo who has to come up big. He does find the first, doesn't quite get the second. Actually, yes, he does. Sean does go down. He gets traded out in the end, though, and now it's Toy up against Shazam in a 1v1.
Yeah, big stuff coming out from Poyo. And Sick as well at the same time. You know, both the double kill on towards that A site. Firstly, Sick got those opening, and Poyo was able to hold on towards that CD connector just for a little bit longer to allow Toy to, I guess, get the kill on towards, I believe it was Shazam who was... No, someone else was trying to lurk around. So it did allow eventually Toy to get the kill, and he's throwing the Molotov towards the correct position. And he's just going to stick on it.
Yeah, well, Shazam's got no worries about that one. Easy headshot for him in the end there. Unfortunately for Misfits, they're not going to be able to find the AWP of Rush and take it through to the next round, but they do get the round win. They've got a lot of cash here in the bank. If they do want to invest into an AWP, they can certainly do that. I think things are just rolling along quite nicely so far for the Misfits.
I don't think they need to even invest in an AWP. They should be able to read that it's going to be an eco or at least a couple of pistols. So you see that one MAC-10 or SMG on Relics, which is designed to pretty much pick up money and just 4 AKs after being able to carry one over. They do, I think, still have like 4 or 3K in the bank. Toy is coming very, very close towards A ramp. It is a bit of a stack towards the A side as Twist is going to get 2 sick flicks, but Toy will be able to get that pick in the end. Gets the second one on Sean Garris as well. The bomb's been lost towards A ramp. This has suddenly become a lot more equal. Rush on the pistol buy. Toy's retrieved himself an AK-47. No armor except on Poyo, who's only got that body armor. But this is a lot tighter than it should.
Yeah, and that's going to be a nice little angle for Poyo there as well. He'll find a kill onto Sick at retrieving the AK, and now 2 AKs in the hands of Rush. This is suddenly starting to look a little bit worse for wear here for Misfits. Shazam is going to be able to pull one back, and that's actually one of the AKs dropped as well. This is a bit of a pincer maneuver from the Misfits, and it works out quite nicely for them. So, disaster averted by the Misfits.
That was a little bit... I think that was where the inexperience from Rush came in. They had the numbers advantage, and as soon as the one that got picked off, they made the correct call to try to sit close to the bomb as possible. But what they didn't consider was one of them playing anti-flash, and the person holding the AK-47, I think it was Toy, should have had his back turned for the flash potential, because he had support in Virtus, who had the USP. He was pushing up. Even if he died, at least he'd be able to get the trade and make it towards a 1-1. Now mid-control coming out from Misfits as they're going up 5-0. We see Poyo is forced towards the CD Connector position. It's going to be tagged up quite well by Shazam, And Virtus' AWP seems completely nullified. Little Man has to try to go for this peek from ladder, not going to find anything.
Yeah, and gives away his position as well. So the Misfits with quite a lot of information as to where the CTs are holding here. This should be a relatively standard push in for them. They're just going to clear out all of those angles and work their way from there. But for the moment, holding steady in towards mid. And Rush have, of course, rotated across to meet that, but it hasn't worked out too nicely for them. Again, Misfits winning all of the duels across the board. Relics probably should have gone down there to Little Man, but in the end, he gets a nice flick onto the head. And it's, again, a 5 versus 2 advantage here for Misfits. This is, well, I guess just the story continued really for Rush from yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, they're just getting absolutely brutalized because they're trying to go for these peaks, but there's no flashbang timing behind it. You can see at the moment, Toy and Blade still have their flashbangs. Where were these flashbangs being used towards mid behind the peaks? They're just going for dry peaks. Poyo just, you know, just wasting his life. Yep. He's low. Instead of, trying to hold an angle, trying to go for, like, a low percentage play, why don't you get your teammate to flash over CD connector and then peek to get the information? Yep. I mean, it may not matter because Misfits, they're playing so well at the moment. You can see that the team play coming up from Misfits, whenever you think that one of them would die, there's another person ready to trade instantly.
Yep.
And
things are just working very nicely for Misfits. Have a look at that. Shazam on 13.5k, well, money, I suppose, dollars. And they're not even really interested in investing in an AWP at all just yet. Like, the rifle's been working out, and I think it's fair enough for Misfits just to continue carrying on with that full rifle setup. They're not having any problems at the moment.
Why would they need the AWP? It's shown at the moment. Virtus is not an issue.
Yeah.
And this is really callous to say towards Rush, but Virtus at the moment is nothing but, I guess, a player on a team just spawning for information. I don't think he's got maybe 1 kill, but otherwise, in terms of anything else, his AWP, every single time he's going to window, he's not changing anything up. They're trying to play mid-standard, and this is just working perfectly in Misfits' favor. They just go, you know what? We love you guys playing standard because we know exactly what to do to counter that.
Yeah.
They need to start changing things up, whether it means stacking short, whether it means a couple of flashes more out of CD connector, whether it means getting one person close towards unders and getting flashes over mid. I just don't think they have the experience to be able to figure it out on the fly. Early pause, I believe it's called.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if
it's attack pause from Rush.
It is attack pause from Rush. It is a good call, but they need to identify how to lock down the mid. And the problem beyond that is, I'm not sure how many pauses they're allowed, but if they can't lock down that mid area, how do we know they can lock down the A area, the B area?
Yeah.
There've been no executes towards A or B yet.
It feels as though Misfits have been able to easily gain control of mid. They've just been doing that because it's working. And then if potentially for some reason Rush is able to hold out this mid presence from Misfits, they're just going to head over towards the A site, as you said, maybe with an execute, something like that. Even the B site is still an option. So even though the mid area of the map here on Mirage is obviously so crucial for the T side, there are still plenty of options available for Misfits should they not be able to gain control of mid. But at the moment, it's seeming like that's not really an issue. Hopefully here for Rush, at least, this little bit of attack pause is going to give them that time to identify what's going wrong and how they can work on it.
Well, they've got I think they've got the loss bonus working for them at the moment, so they're just going to buy a couple of pistols once again. They can afford the body armor and go into the next set fully kitted up. That means all the grenades that you want, all the expendables, as someone would call them. But once again, look at this Misfits. They know, they are confident. They are just strolling down mid like a walk through the park, and they should book a couple more people here.
Yeah, Sick has once again just found his way all the way up towards the B bomb site. Hasn't been spotted out yet. He's surely seen Virtus there, but apparently not. In the end, he took a shot for his trouble, but has no problems cleaning him up in the end. And it's now just Poyo. Oh, great shot onto Toy. And, well, now Poyo is going to be the one to actually take the kill down onto Sick. But overall, I think that's a pretty reasonable result for Misfits. Trading 3 for 1. They're going to be quite pleased with how this one has gone. And look at how much control across the map they've got. They're coming from all different angles in towards that B-bomb site. It's just Little Man now up in towards the apartments. But how much is he going to be able to get done is the major question. And the answer is really not a whole lot.
Got the dink in, but he couldn't follow up with the body shot, and unfortunately means that Twist is going to land a very, very easy kill. So this is where Rush need to make things turn around. Virtus needs to be able to move this AWP around a little bit more. Would love to see where he takes it this time around. And he needs to be supported by Poyo at this rate. They need to communicate between each other, and the player on the A site needs to be able to hold as well. So it looks like they're playing mid-aggressive, and Misfits, they've read this perfectly.
They certainly have. They certainly have. It's just one over towards the A-bomb side. I mean, there is obviously a very quick rotate for these Rush players, but if Misfits can get a smoke in towards Connector, a smoke in towards Jungle, Rush are going to be essentially denied from that bomb site, and it looks like that's exactly what has happened. Misfits starting to make their way in here. Sean, oof, so close to being hit by Virtus there, but really in the end it probably would have just been a bit of bad luck if that had have happened for Misfits, and they do have that bomb down, so excellent execute on towards the A bomb site. They don't really lose anything for it. Shazam under pressure though. Lil Man is going to be able to take down that kill, and it's a good opening for Rush, but they do need to be able to capitalize on it and take this A bomb site on the retake.
Yeah, that's a really, really hard retake for, I guess, Rush to take it as well at this time. It looks like Twist does have to back out. A little bit of pressure, too hot to handle towards that, but Toy with this huge lurk coming up gets 2 kills, and this should turn it around in towards their favor. They know Twist is most likely going to be towards Palace.
He needs to move quick.
Yeah, the bomb diffuser is going to go down. He's just looking for kills, and he won't be able to find any. Well, actually, we'll be able to find Little Man. Little Man picking up a couple of kills for himself in that round as well. Much better play by Rush.
Yep.
Able to get the picks working in their favor and just capitalizing towards a victory. And that play pretty much boiled down towards Toy. Flanking and just biding his time.
I don't think necessarily, though, that the pressure is going to be relieved here for Rush at all. They do have, well, a lot of pressure to win this round, because if they lose this one, obviously we all know that means they're going to be reset, and that's basically setting Misfits up for a very, very big first half here. Even this 7 rounds on the T side so far is looking pretty good. Little Man, though, does take down Shazam, who was going for an aggressive peek. That's the first time we've seen the AWP in the hands of Misfits straight after a loss, so interesting little dynamic there. Hasn't worked out too nicely for them so far, though, as we are seeing Rush start to win some aim duels. Well, particularly, not even just Rush, it's just Little Man.
Yeah,
really.
This is much better, though, because they're utilizing their numbers so well. Or Twist, though, towards the A ramp gets a little bit more information. Still a 2-on-3, though. So this should be in the favor of Rush. Little Man is tagged very low, so is Virtus. 2 shots away from death as well. But really, that boiled down towards that mid-pressure coming out from Rush once again. They went, okay, we gambled once, they didn't come here. Most likely, after we were able to hold off A site, they're not going to default on A again. They have to fake it out. They know this. So what we'll do is apply mid-pressure again. It's worked out magnificent for them.
Misfits now are going to have to try and retrieve that bomb. Obviously, it's not in an ideal position. Very easy to cover off by the Rush guys. And you can see how many utilities Misfits are actually using just in order to retrieve this bomb. Unbeknownst to them, obviously, no one from Rush is even covering that angle. But Misfits have taken that bomb now. And really all they have to work with in the final 38 seconds of this round is 1 smoke. So how they're going to use that, I think, is an important question now as to how the rest of this round is going to play out.
I think they want to try sneaking into the B side, because logic would dictate there's going to be one, lurking around CT connector and jungle, so that he can float over towards the A side, one on the A side and the one on the B side. So they're trying to isolate the B side player, but they don't know Toy's got this information. Virtus, there's a crucial pick. Now they know exactly what's happening, as well as Toy able to hear the B apps.
Easy kill for Toy, yeah. And he gets it. So no worries at all there for Rush. Quite a good round, I think, mostly off the back of Little Man winning those 3 aim duels at the very beginning of the round, but it is what it is, and Misfits now dropping 2 rounds to Rush. It's going to be another AWP into the hands of Shazam, and they should still have probably another buy after this one by the looks of things. So things are just looking great economically for Misfits.
They need to be careful, though. They need to keep up the pressure, because Rush haven't been losing as many guns as Misfits would hope to make them lose. So as a result, you can see exactly how much money Rush actually has. They have a decent amount. Doesn't mean that they can keep buying up forever, but at the very least, these buy rounds are starting to come out clean for them. They're only losing, 1 or 2 people. And that's going to be great for them going forward. Even if they, say, for example, do drop another round to Misfits, they can at the very least force back up. They can be confident now. And this is much better coming out from Rush. Look at where Poyo is at the moment, pushing all the way up towards Palace, gain this information. Doesn't need to push out anymore. He can just go, there's nothing Palace. I don't think it's going to be A-side hit, because I don't hear anything coming out.
He is pushing up a little bit more, though, and decides not to go around the corner. Perhaps a good idea. Twist was lurking around there, but if Poyo can get the timing right here, he will be able to find himself a free pick in the back of Twist. He could potentially become a huge player in this round for Rush. Whether or not they need it, though, is the question, because the first couple of kills go their way, but Misfits do respond in kind with 3, and now the A-bomb site is open. So, Poyo, what can he do from this position? Still unspotted. Twist not watching that angle. The bomb does go down here, but it's going to be a free kill for Poyo, and he gets a lot of work done against Sean as well. Both of these Misfits players extremely low on HP, but now it's just Poyo in a 1 versus 2.
Yeah, that's it though. Sean Garris and Sick are both so low. Smoke going on towards the bomb. It's gone a little bit fast. So this means that Sick with the AWP. Be crucial.
Poyo's got a Molotov.
Oh, Sick missing a shot. His I guess, location has been revealed, and now Sean Garris has to pick Sick.
Oh!
Oh, he's holding the line. He had to. There was nowhere he could go. Much better play coming out from Rush. That's a huge play coming out of Poyo. 3 kills to end that. And it brings him to 3-7.
Yeah, so 2 rounds in a row now. We're starting to see some sort of individual performances coming out of Rush. Last round, or previous round before that one, was Little Man. That last round was Poyo. I think starting to really you know, get rolling a little bit here for Rush. So even if they do maybe go down this half, say something like 9-6, 8-7, they're still looking okay here.
Look, as long as they can win pistol and they can utilize some nifty strategies, you still don't know where this game's going to go. So far, Misfits has started off so well, but how many times have we seen a team that starts off on Mirage so well, only to capitulate at the end of Virtus?
Shazam, I think that was through the smoke there onto Virtus.
Well, to be fair, Virtus, if he's just going to be peeking that so many times,
there's
only a matter of time before you're going to get caught out. And a lot of the hard work is now being slowly undone. Poyo, though, determined to, I guess, carry on his legacy from the previous round, is holding that line. Twist is going to cross into it, but will get the headshot on towards Poyo. Very unfortunate from the, I guess, star of Rush, and it's just quick succession from there on in. The rest of Rush going to fall over like dominoes.
They certainly are, and Rush doesn't really have the economy to rebuy into this round, so probably losing a few too many guns in the round which Poyo clutched out, although they are just going to force straight up into this one, so they don't want to let go of any more rounds than they necessarily need to. It's going to be 2 UMPs. Blade, what's he going to pick up? A FAMAS and the AWP on the hands of Virtus, but it is a glass cannon AWP, so he's really going to need to be careful with the positioning, and this is not good for the CTs. They've been spotted out with this push up mid, but it's worked out. Virtus finding a couple of kills, finding a third as well, and once again, Misfits just crumbling.
That is much better play coming out from Rush. So Misfits, I think, read this incorrectly. They thought, okay, look, we've done tons of economical damage. They should just have pistols because they want to buy up in the next one. But Rush, surprising them with the force buy. Virtus has no body armor, was able to get those kills because all the pressure was allocated back down towards mid where you had the 2 players pushing. So they traded for Mars and a UMP for all of those AKs. That is a great trade. It means that Rush can aim probably to end the half on a 6-9 scoreline. I still reckon Misfits should be able to take down one more, but
I think so. Well, they've got a buy here. They'll probably get another buy before the half is out. So I think Misfits, it's quite reasonable to expect at least one more round out of them. But Rush have started to, like I said, look a little bit better here in these in the previous few rounds. The individual performances, we've seen it now from Virtus as well. So everyone getting the ball rolling just a little bit, and perhaps a slight cause of concern here for Misfits, though they are still in quite a good position.
Poyo is not in the best position with the M4. It does have backup from Blade, but I'm not sure if any of them actually have grenades. They're lining up very close. Six just going to come out, gets 1 kill. Poyo, now in a world of hurt, decides to switch out for the AK-47. It's going to be blinded out, dancing around, trying to figure out what to do. They're trying to find where he is. He's still dancing around in the side of the smoke. They can't find where he is. He gets 1, gets 2. Can he get the 3rd? No, he can't. He runs out of ammo, but that's huge damage done from Poyo once again. Succulent players coming out.
Succulent players.
Succulent players coming out.
Righty-o then. Well, it was good. It was good. I'll give you that from Poyo. Liking how he was just dancing around in the smoke there. But in the end, Misfits have sort of got themselves out onto the EA bomb site. Rush, though, with a very, very quick rotate. They've got all the angles covered that they could ever hope for. This is going to be incredibly tough for Misfits. They don't have really many utilities, and both of the utilities that they did have now have been utilized. So, best course of action, maybe even to back out here and try and rotate over towards the B site, but they just don't have that much time to work with, and Little Man is going to find Shazam there, so that's another nail in the coffin here, and just one more needed for Rush in this round.
Yeah, at this time, Twist really can't go anywhere. He has to cross. He has to get at least 1 kill on towards a jungle player who has the AWP, and I think Virtus actually spotting towards City Connect. Toy's going to peek out. He's going to get heavily tagged, but Little Man pushing out a Palace will get the final say in this round. And it's not suddenly looking too bad for Rush, you know. Suddenly, you know, the individual players are starting to click. The teamwork, we can see that was disciplined play. Little Man peeking, trying to get information. You know, if he did fall, he always had backup towards jungle as well as CT to peek with him. So
yeah, so Misfits going to be on the eco here. Obviously, next round they're going to just buy as much into it, being that it is the last round in the half. But this one probably should be going the way of Rush if they can at least get those 6. I think, you know, it's something to work with at least on the second half. If they drop this one, though, you know, to some sort of crazy misplay or something like that, then things are going to start to look a bit bothersome for them. But it's a very nice grenade to start things off. Sick and Relic's getting dropped relatively low off that. It does look like Misfits are trying to make something work here on the B bomb site, but that Molotov is just going to shut things down. Relic's deciding he wants to brave the fire, and that was, in the end, not the correct decision. Blade as well, finding a kill there onto Twist. So slowly but steadily, Rush are starting to gain control of this round.
Yeah, I mean, Misfits are trying to take control of mid, but obviously they've lost a lot of members. Little Man, Poyo's going to be dinked out, but Sean Garris will lose the bomb and Sick, you know. Not much that you can really do with P250s. As soon as you get lit up so heavy by a grenade and then you can't take control of that B apps area, the round's gone. the whole point of that B rush is that you can overwhelm the CT defenders, get one gun off, drop onto the site, and force all the pressure on towards a short player.
Yeah.
And as soon as you can't do that, you can't take control of mid either, because all the CTs are starting to rotate over. They're going to push over their forces and just close off all opportunities for you to escape. And Virtus going to get the first pick with the AWP on towards Shazam. Getting a little bit of revenge. Sean Garris though sneaking through the smoke. Little man can't get the trade in time. So a 1-for-1.
Yeah, Little Man does need to be a bit careful here with his positioning, but it does look like he's gotten out okay. Although Sick is going to spot him out. And Misfits have kind of fallen back to that 5-rifle setup that worked so well for them early on in the piece here on the T side. So at the moment, it's actually looking pretty good for them in this particular round as well. I think they'd be quite disappointed with themselves if they allowed this one to go through to 8-7, given the start that they had. They really want to get 9 on the board, and they probably would have wanted a little bit more than 9, to be honest. But it's going to be the best that they'll be able to get. Sean, could he get caught off guard here by Toy? Looks like it might be, and he does get caught off. So back to a 3 versus 3. Still with the Misfits in towards the control of mid. They're getting over towards the A-bomb site now.
Well, Twist will be able to enter onto the A side as well. Off to Blade, they know exactly where he is, and he's going to be smoked off as well. Now, Fire going through the smoke, but nothing really found as Relics is just going to push straight through. Counting the amount of bullets, easy.
Yeah, excellent first half, though, by the Misfits, getting 9 rounds on the T side. We'll head to a quick break, but be back with the second half in just a sec.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
G'day guys and welcome back to the ESL Pro League North American Division Season 5, match day number 2. At the moment in half-time between Rush up against Misfits, and it was a pretty good first half there by the Misfits, getting 9 on the T side, though I think they probably could have got a couple more rounds there.
Yeah, I think look, it was a good half from Misfits. It was a great start, but that's also because I think Rush very, very slow to start off. And then some brilliant individual players coming out, mainly Poyo as well as Virtus, definitely stepping it up when they needed to, allow them to clutch it back a couple of rounds in their favor, probably where it shouldn't have gone.
Yep.
And as a result, at the very least, they can take 6. It's not the best CT half that you're going to get, but it's a good ground to go forward.
It's definitely something to play with, isn't it? I mean, especially if they pick up the pistol round here, then they can really have a nice basis to build this second half off. But that's going to be the first order of the day, really, for Rush, is that they do want to pick this pistol round up. I mean, it's not necessarily over if they don't win this one, but definitely their job is going to be all the more difficult. Now, though, heading into the second half, Rush moving over to that T side, starting to have a look in towards mid, though. There's a few of them over towards A, so potentially a bit of an A split here coming out for them. It's been spotted out, though, very early on in the piece by Misfits. Should be a quick rotate across for them. Poyo, though, able to find Relics, and now all of these guys from the Misfits under a bit of pressure. Shazam does go down to Blade, and we have got the Rush guys with the 1-player advantage.
Yeah, so, I mean, now Rush, they know that all the A-site players are dead. Going to be coming on towards the A site, just clearing the corners to make sure there's nothing there before getting the bomb plant down. Blade is just going to be peeking the line. Twist does manage to get a headshot eventually. Poyo jumping on top of the Foxes will drop down, take a little bit of damage. Jumping Glock. Little Man's going to come in and join the fun as well. All up to Sean Garris, who's got the kit and the smoke grenade. But still in a 1-on-3. Needs to get some crisp one-taps working in his favor to, I guess, have any hope in towards this round.
Yeah, definitely. At least he does have a kit to work with as well. So a little bit more time. He's going to smoke off the connector, but that will give away his position here. And so Rush are going to have to, or are going to be able to laser scope in towards his direction. Spotted out Little Man, not going to be able to connect too many shots in that direction though, and the time is ticking away ever so quickly here for Sean. I think this one is probably all said and done for him. He's going to be taken down from behind. Actually, no, it wasn't Blade to even get a shot in there. Little Man was the one to find the kill. Rush, though, with another round on the board. That's the important thing. Picking up the pistol should result in a couple more here.
Yeah, I mean, it depends what Misfits wanted to do. So Relics has picked up a Deagle. No one else looking to, like, they want to make a move. Okay, it looks like a couple of... Okay, it is going to be a force buy ultimately, and they're not going to pick up an AWP. So even if they do lose this one, they're not going to pick up an AWP in the first buy round. So Rush... Let's see where they're going to be rushing. Okay, it looks like they are slowing down the rush train. Just going to be going slowly towards the B site now. There's only Sean Garris there who's just spotting the line with a smoke grenade. Has a lot of work to do with the 5-7, but towards that B apps, I guess that's the correct weapon. As Sean Garris is in a world of hurt right now.
He's popped a smoke there just to try and confuse the rush guys, but hasn't worked out too nicely for him. Blade able to find that initial kill. The only real, I suppose, defense on towards that B bomb site for Misfits. And oh, that's a nice shot from Shazam. But how much work is he going to be able to get done throughout the rest of this round is an important question for Misfits. They need to find a couple more here and quickly, but the bomb's still not down for Rush, so plenty of time for Misfits to work with, but they're all sort of stuck in the shop here, all four of them, and having some difficulty getting out.
Yeah, Toy's just following the line at the moment. Shazam's just making a bit of noise. It looks like they're going to back off, probably trying to save their head armor as well as body armor. This is not a bad decision. You know, you can't really crack open that B side very easily. Let Rush get nervous, let Rush push in and try to chance their weapons. Otherwise, you know, save your investment that you made, and this can at least carry on to the next round, do more economical damage, and even put yourself in a chance of winning the next one.
They haven't done too much economic damage though this round. Rush should be able to take those AKs through to the following round, so I think Rush are going to be pretty pleased with how that one has turned out. They get the win on the board. Misfits, obviously, as you say, able to save through to this one. We'll see if Sean is going to opt to put a bit of money into this one. Probably not. He'll just want to keep that single. Maybe he might buy a P250 or something like that. But even then, it's going to be not obviously a great buy here for the Misfits. For the Misfits.
They're just going to have to gamble on their side. They have to gamble where Rush are going to go. So might as well stack a site, hope for the best.
It's got a grenade.
Just a single grenade to see if he can do any damage, but it looks like Rush just going to be splitting across the map. Only Toy making a bit of a nuisance to himself, and realizing that he had the AK-47 and he was by himself, wisely decides to just get out of there as fast as possible.
Yep, good decision from him, and Rush are going to be very quickly figuring out that the B-bomb site is unguarded. They should get the bomb down quite quickly as a result. Shazam just hiding behind the cash register. See if he can find some sort of a sneaky shot here, and he does manage to do that. Blade walking right into the trap. Unfortunate for him, but is it going to cost Rush?
No. Well, Shazam is going to unfortunately melt to death, but otherwise, I think the call at the moment is for Relics, Twist, and Sick, whether they go in or not. They need to trap Rush in at the moment. If they can keep their head armor as well as body armor, that's actually really good going into the next round. They can afford a lot more than if they die right now. So there you have it. Twist actually picks up the first kill with a CZ and just needs to wait to back off. Sean Garris is close, can pick up the gun as well. Just allow the rest of Rush to come into the guns. Sick. Well, it looks like Relics is going to spot out Toy, is going to miss that Deagle shot. So losing a lot of this body armor is going to be costly, as Sean Garris should fall as well. Will lose his life as well as the UMP. So Twist, the last man left standing. With that head armor and body armor, he can afford a lot more utility. For the rest of them, not so much.
Definitely not a bad round there for Rush at all. They managed to take all three of those AKs through. They only lost the SMGs, so back to 9-9, and Rush in a pretty good position here on their T side. What are we going to see Misfits do on the CT side? Are they going to be able to kind of stop this little bit of a win streak that Rush has got going on? Only one kit there on Shazam, but they do have a pretty reasonable buy to boot. Virtus missing the shot on the cross. It was obviously quite a difficult shot, to be fair.
What Rush need to do at the moment is just exert pressure on the map, draw the grenades out of Misfits. They know that Misfits shouldn't have that much cash. If some more Misfits members survived, you'd see a completely different round at the moment. You know, Rush would have to take it a lot more slowly and try to draw out the utility. All Rush needs to do now is just go, all right, we're going to pick a couple of lines, force Misfits to risk their lives, risk their utility, and we just go in all together and execute, because that's all they need to do. They don't need to try anything fancy.
Yeah, well, it's kind of worked out so far. I mean, Misfits, they don't have much left to their name. A few flashbangs, a Molotov, and a decoy, but apart from that, it's looking a little bit grim on that front. Rush, though, are looking quite a lot better. They've still got enough to potentially execute onto one of these sites. Lots of Molotovs, at least, that they can use to flash out some of those angles that potentially the Misfits could be hiding in. And they do have control of the mid area as well. So plenty of options available for Rush. I'm liking how this round has started for them.
Yeah, just slowly taking control as well. Rush, though, with only a single smoke grenade to work with. A site is looking... Well, they do have CT connected control, so this smoke needs to go towards CT spawn. And it looks like that Twist is playing towards that ninja box position as well, so he could possibly do some damage if Rush don't check this out. Molotov's now coming out sick, dancing in and out of jungle. It's going to back out, not going to risk his life. Twist, he's in a pretty much a one-and-done position. If you get more than one kill, it's going to be a miracle.
Oh, well, if they don't check the angle, he could be in a good spot here, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Virtus just backing out in time, but in the end not backing out fast enough because the Misfits have essentially just cleaned things up here on the A-bomb site, only losing relics, and it's a perfect, well, almost a perfect round really for Misfits. They upgrade their FAMAS into an AWP, and they only lose one gun. All of the AKs on their hands now as well, as opposed to the M4s, so I think they're going to be, well, more than happy with how that has turned out.
Rush just lost control of the map because as soon as they use all their smoke grenades towards mid, and you saw what happened, as soon as they used all the smoke grenades, all Misfits had to do was go, all right, let's slowly push for information. They had to call for the risk play. They made the correct gamble towards the A side and just pincered it in. All of a sudden, Rush members were being bombarded from two sides and they couldn't trade out effectively. So this is going to allow Misfits to go back in the lead once again, but still early days. Rush is going to come straight back at them with a buy. And this could be a fake. Look at the 3-2 split coming out. This may mean that they're going to try and fake the A side, leave one member there. Maybe, I believe, it may be Toy left there towards the A side and towards his own devices. Then they come back towards B side and hit it. They just got to sell this convincingly, otherwise none of the members will rotate across.
Yeah, well, they're going to need to probably find a kill or two if that is going to be the case. Rush do throw those smoke grenades over towards the A bomb site. The Molotov comes in to hold things off, and maybe that's going to be the undoing here for the plan of Rush. They don't... Okay, there is one rotate coming across, and they've actually lost a player, though, as Rush, so that's not too great for them. Sean still hanging around on that B bomb side. I'm not so sure this has worked out 100% for Rush at all. That's not going to help them either. Only 3 players left alive. They really need to take down Sean without losing anything, and they do manage to do that. The bomb will go down on the B site, but the retake here for the Misfits is going to be at a player advantage.
They need to get in some good positions, but Blade instantly nullified. Shazam! A double kill coming out with the AWP, and well, for Virtus, I mean, he's just on fire at the moment, and not in that way. He's just dead now.
He's just dead. Yeah,
he's just dead. He was literally on fire, not figuratively.
Yes, exactly. Another good round coming out for Misfits there. They take all bar one gun through. Their economy's starting to really build up here. And Rush probably, what can they do here? They could afford a buy, but it's not going to be a perfect buy. I think maybe we just see some
armor
armor
and Tech
pistols.
9 wouldn't be bad.
Yeah.
Body armor and Tech 9, because they can afford into the next one. They've got the bomb plants down. They've got enough cash in the bank. And with the lost money, they can definitely see what they can do. So it looks like it's just going to be a plant strategy. You can see these 5 smoke grenades. The aim here is to pretty much just throw smokes all over the A side, confuse the heck out of Misfits, and just get the bomb plant down. Round victory, they really can't win this round. With that weaponry, if they do win a round, it has to be a severe misplay coming out from Misfits.
Well, I think Misfits are in pretty good positions to actually counter this, because you can see both those players holding very, very deep into the side, and it's worked out exactly as it should have for Misfits there. Obviously, Twists and Sick were the one to look at there, and they got, well, all bar one kill, Shazam picking up the other, and great round for the Misfits, denying Rush the plant.
Yeah, this is where it's going to be very, very hard on Rush. They need to pretty much take this one, otherwise the scoreline is going to be effectively 14-9. It looks like Misfits just has a great control at the moment. Not only in terms of map control, where after the first bar round, they haven't even allowed Rush a single glimpse on towards a bomb site. They haven't lost the majority. They're winning their opening deals and by a significant amount. Now Shazam is starting to go huge, and they have left poor... I think it is Sick, actually, who can make a sick play coming out as he's coming from behind. Relics does manage to bump heads with one of his opponents, but dancing around the smoke, trying to do a Poyo, which is convincingly on the other side of the smoke as well. So still dancing around, and Relics comes out, finds one as Sick, also pushes through and gets another one. Little Man just lurking towards the B side now, as it looks like the A side is in control.
Oh, that could have gone a whole lot worse for Little Man. Actually, he finds 2 kills before being taken down by Sick. In the end, though, we're back to a 2 versus 2, and you have to feel like Rush might be just a little bit disappointed with that one. Getting killed, you know, from a guy popping out of the smoke doesn't always end that way, but that's what they have to deal with. At least they're able to get the bomb down on the A bomb site. Blade in a pretty decent position here in the CT spawn. No one going to be heading through this direction though, so he's not going to be able to do a whole lot from there, but definitely can clutch this one out, perhaps if Toy does go down.
Well, Toy's going to be under a bit of pressure from the Molotov. Has to back out. 3 HP. Hasn't spread. Shazam is going to follow up with a headshot. So Blade 1 on 2. Will be able to take down Sick. Now 1 on 1. They know Shazam knows exactly where he is. Going to flash across. Has the kit, but hasn't tapped the bomb. Great HE grenade. He's on 3 HP now. Blade. All he has to do is put 1 bullet in Shazam, but he's not hitting him.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh,
not
no.
like this.
How does that happen?
At least he gets the kill at the end of the day, but
That's that's
all he needed to do.
Disappointing.
All he needed to do was crouch, take
He
his time.
kind of drew an outline around Shazam, but didn't manage to hit any of those shots. So a little bit unfortunate there for Rush, but it's going to be another round on the board for Misfits, and now we find ourselves at 13-9. As you said, it was likely going to be 14-9, but Rush have managed to scrounge together a buy for this one, so I think maybe we might have counted our chickens before they hatched. So
They did manage to get the bomb plant down, but Toy, smoke doesn't matter to Shazam at the moment.
Nothing matters to Shazam, apparently. He's going to find himself a kill. Obviously, Twist as well, doing a very, very nice job here for the Misfits, and, well, that's another round cleaned up for our CT side. And this time, Rush are, really starting to look down the barrel of a defeat. They do have a bit of money on the board there for Blade, but the rest of their players aren't looking too wealthy, I suppose is a good word to put it. They will be able to afford an okay buy, but it won't be excellent.
Hard decision to make for them at the moment. So I think they have to force up here. Regardless of what the situation is going to be, they have to force up because even if they do lose, they'll have at least 3.4k coming in for the loss bonus, try to force it in towards a draw.
Yeah.
If they can still win. I've seen bigger surprises happening. It's not likely at the moment because all the momentum, all the experience, like the knowledge, like Rush are just being read completely like a book at the moment.
Yeah.
And their play style is being completely
And a lot of
nullified.
those sort of luck/clutch situations are going the way of Misfits as well.
Yes.
So things definitely feel like they're going the way of the Misfits, and we can tell, obviously, that they're looking like probably the better team here tonight. Things were a little bit shaky for them early on in the piece, but certainly now that we've kind of got a little bit warmed up, Misfits are definitely looking a bit better.
Yeah, I mean, they were insanely strong towards the opening part. So towards the beginning part of the half, they were insanely strong. 7-0 lead over Rush on their T side. That is every single T side Mirage dream.
Yeah.
A huge lead. But Rush did strike back and they stepped up their game. Unfortunately, just on the T side, we can see exactly why it's so difficult to win games. It's because you need to be able to execute. You need to take this mid control. And when Shazam is taking you out through smoke at mid, what do you do?
I don't know.
You can't do anything because if someone is just hitting you through the smoke, they have those protocols to nullify that mid control. You're forced into doing these risky plays like coming 3 out of Palace, 1 out of A ramp. And we've already been shown the A execute does not work.
Nope, certainly not. And here for Rush, they're going to have to try something a little bit different because only a couple of rounds from them and defeat in this one. They have started out okay. Blade able to find one, but he does get traded out. So in theory, that's kind of an advantage for Rush. They do open up the map just a little bit, maybe make it a bit easier to get into the sites, but they would have liked to find an unanswered pick.
Just slowly taking control of mid right now. Blade did manage to hold off at least one. Toy slips in towards short. He will hear the couple of shots being fired at him. No traces though, but the sound at the very least would indicate that he was towards window. So B-side is the weaker side this time around, but Twist, look at this flank coming out. Every single time, Misfits has great information. Virtus is going to fall. That's bomb lost and more time being lost by Rush to force more of their members to go retrieve it. All Twist needs to do right now is back out because he's safe.
Yep. Really nice play coming out from him, and as you mentioned, Rush are just wasting a lot of time trying to retrieve this bomb. They're just a little bit scared, although they do manage to pick up a kill over the other side of the map, or over towards short. It's still a 3 versus 3, and there's a lot of HP lost there on Toy, so Misfits, I feel like, are in a pretty good position here, though. The bomb now has been retrieved by Rush, and it looks like they're making their way over towards the A-bomb site. Toy not in a bad position, potentially, to split the site, but, well, as I say that, Rush starting to regroup by the looks of things.
Yeah, well, they have to go fast. 25 seconds left on the timer. If there's error time to sprint somewhere, it's now, and it looks like they've chosen the wrong side. This is where they need to take down 2 members now.
Yeah.
Smoke on towards the jungle, which is a bit interesting because they crossed before the smoke came across. Sick. Does manage to get one, and then Twist comes out, drops the bomb carrier. Whoa, sharp flick on towards Toy. And 15-9, match point.
3 kills on the board there for Twist in that round. They do have a full economy into this one, Misfits, and, well, Rush is going to be able to afford a buy as well, but it's obviously kind of their last chance here, really. They need to find the win, and if they don't, then it is going to be, obviously, the 16-9 victory there for Misfits in the first map.
They just had to go for aim deals, which is unfortunate because Sean Garris has also picked up AWP to try to lock down this B-Ass position. Rush just spreading across the map, but with just 3 smoke grenades, or 2 smoke grenades left, should I say, after they throw one, they really have to make this count. They need to be able to utilize the picks working in their favor for them to even have a chance of coming back into the Shazam. Get a chance maybe one more time. Does, I think, spot out the leg of Poyo, but Poyo able to dart around and survive, able to do a little bit of damage on towards Shazam.
Bit of mid-control gained, at least for Rush here, but the question is going to be how long are they able to keep it, or how long are they going to be able to stay in mid without losing any of their lives? And, well, not too long, but they are able to at least trade things back. It's 3 versus 3 after that kill from Shazam, who's now covering off the connector, having a look in towards Poyo, and if Poyo peeks this one just a little bit too much, he's going to be in danger. Luckily, Shazam missing the shot, and we sort of die down again, sort of the calm before the storm, even kind of the calm in the middle of the storm here for Rush. Just trying to figure out what they want to do now. And what they want to do is take down Shazam. Poyo with a nice shot.
Yeah, Poyo just waiting because he knows that one of the Misfits member has to peek out for information. All they have to do now is just go in together. They know the sites are split, and Poyo now coming across will win that duel against Twist. So it's all up to Sean Garris. 1 on 3 with AWP is in checkers at the moment. The bomb is heading towards the B side, so Poyo does come towards the checkers area. Maybe taking out a little bit earlier than he should have been. And they will be able to sneak across on towards the site now. Surely Sean Garris can hear this, but he can't get the kill.
No, it was always going to be a tough situation for him there. 3v1 with an AWP. Even with any kind of weapon, it was going to be a difficult situation. Now, Sean doesn't have that much money, but easy drop there for Shazam over to him. Plenty of money on the rest of the players for Misfits to buy into this one. Rush as well, for their own right, are going to get a full buy. Everything that they could have wanted into this round. So it's well, a lot of money invested into this round from both teams.
Rush not completely out of it yet. I mean, we can see at the moment, you know, they're starting to step up and starting to get these entry kills going in their favor. They're taking control of the map, just waiting. You see Poyo. He knew exactly where Shazam was going to go. He's going to go, I think Shazam's going to try and get information back towards mid, so I'm going to wait and get the kill. Let the enemy self-destruct. I'll set a line and just wait for him, because I know I can take the shot 100% of the time. So now Misfits, you know, just holding back. They don't have that much utility left. 2 Molotovs, a couple of flashbangs. This looks more like it's geared towards a retake as opposed towards a complete hold. So, and you can see Sean Garris is just lurking towards the B side. It's the anchor on the B side. Has to hold on with Relics, who so far really haven't had the opportunity to experience as much action as the rest of his team has. Otherwise, Rush now slowly coming to take mid control. They do have the AWP in the hands of Virtus. Let's see if he can utilize it well on the attacking side.
Yep. As of yet, really not much map control gained by Rush, but they are starting to have a look in towards mid. The bomb still over towards the A bomb site. So if Rush can get control of mid here, they could go for a nice B split. It's always on the cards. I mean, plenty of options once you've gained control of mid. But so far, I mean, it hasn't necessarily worked out so well for Rush. 10 rounds on the board, though, I think is reasonably impressive against Misfits. If they can find a couple more and get this one to be really close, then I think they can be pretty happy with that performance.
They rotated out at the wrong time. They're up short at the moment. Shazam, I'm not sure if they can hear this. Sean Garris picks off 1. Toy picks off 2. Just like that, picks off 3. Huge aim coming out from Toy. And this B site, even though they stacked it, has been cracked open. Rush, a late resurgence in towards, I guess, this game. It's still possible.
Definitely is still possible. It's going to be 11 on the board here. Misfits have just given this one up. They're more than happy to take their guns through to the next round. Obviously, they weren't going to be able to afford a proper buy if they had lost this one, losing all those 5 weapons. But this at least gives them a chance in the next round with a couple of guns on the field. Looks like they're keen to trade their weapons, interestingly enough. But shouldn't matter too much in the end. Rush, though, will be happy with how this one's turned out. 4 guns still alive in their hands. And a round on the board, I think, is the more important thing to take away from this one.
Yeah, and just 4 rounds away. That's potentially 2 ecos, as long as they hold on towards the eco pushes as well as the stacks. They're able to do much. As looks like Sick and Twist, you know, just having a bit of a face-off, a staring contest, but well, we're into the next round. And Misfits have a decision to make with a limited economy. I think Twist may be able to drop a couple of pistols. He's dropped a CZ just for relics. It looks like no other pistols going out. A P250 and a Deagle actually coming out for Sean Garris and Shazam respectively. Otherwise, Twist and Six with the rifles. Looks like they're going to be stacking towards the A side.
Yeah, both those rifle players over towards A is perhaps a little bit interesting, but Sean sort of solo on this B site for the moment. There is a rotate coming across. That's exactly where Rush is headed, and we do see a pretty early rotate started here. I mean, Twist was already on the rotate before Rush was even spotted there. Shazam able to find one. If he can find a second here, it'd be a great result for Misfits. It's actually Twist to find one with his rifle before going down. In the end, this is starting to look a little bit more comfortable now for Rush, as Poyo finding himself 3. And it is 3 versus 1. Zik is going to find an easy kill. Can he get the second? Not quite with the flick. And Rush put another one on the board. It was quite expensive, but a round is a round. And that's, I think, the way that Rush needs to be taking things at the moment. 1 round at a time. They're getting ever closer to that 15-15 mark.
Yeah, and Misfits, they are going to buy up right now. They are going to completely force up. And this is limited amount of utility to really hold off on a push. Rush, so far, entry kills working in their favor. Misfits just scratching their head going, what's going on towards this B site? Looks like they're going to utilize... They probably do have to stack that a lot more, as Twist actually picking up the AWP as opposed to Shazam this time around.
Alrighty, well, Twist having a look in towards the Palace area. Hasn't spotted anyone just yet, but may momentarily. Blade is hanging around. It's a very split sort of a setup here from Rush. I mean, it's not really a default, is it? Because they've kind of pushed in towards mid. They've kind of pushed a fair bit in towards Palace as well, but they're just covering off as many angles as they can. Not being too aggressive just yet.
I think Blade should know that the potential of an AWP being close should be here. He can't peek that pillar because he's dead for sure. Oh, it does draw out Twists.
Yep, good
So
shoulder pick.
That's good play coming out from Blade. Doesn't risk anything, doesn't risk his life, gets a little bit of information, forces the AWP to drop back. At the very least with this, he can call, look, Misfits are brought up in this round. We need to, we can execute accordingly.
Absolutely, and now we're going to see the first kill of the round go the way of Little Man. Able to pick up Sean, who was kind of pushing in the apartments, which is not something that he's done so far throughout this series, really. He's kind of been punished for it there as well, so I don't think we'll probably be seeing him do that too much more. Misfits, again, they're going to be fighting from behind, and it seems like at least a fair amount of the time throughout this this second half even, Rush have been able to find that first pick, and that's been really helpful for them getting towards these sites. Now it's going to be on to Sick over on that A-bomb site. Doesn't have much backup, though. The rotate coming in from mid of Shazam. Zik, as of yet, not spotted out. Oh, he's going to try and avoid the flash, and that's not worked out too nicely for him. Poyo with a very, very easy kill. Shazam able to at least trade one back, so it's still 3 versus 3. And that's a good shot through the smoke. Nice little bit of a spam. Oh, great shot from Twist. Just jumping up onto the ticket booth, and he picks himself up a kill. Just narrowly missing that one. But in the end, it is going to be the Misfits able to close out the first map here in a pretty good style. I think they let maybe too many rounds go there, but again, a win is a win. It doesn't matter how many rounds you get on the board or how many rounds you let slip. They still get the maximum points out of that.
I think ultimately what we can take out of this is that Misfits, I mean, they had a little bit of trouble adapting towards the end. I don't think it was Misfits, not taking that seriously or with respect. It was Rush stepping up and actually showing why they got in.
I definitely think that was a good performance from Rush. A lot of individual performances there. They looked quite good as a team as well. So hopefully we're going to be able to see that continue through to the second map. Hopefully they're going to give Misfits a good crack at that one. But for now, we're going to head to a quick break. Stay tuned, though, because the second map will be up in just a sec.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
It's important to be part of the Pro League because it's sort of the premier league for all the North American pro teams, and also it gives you the opportunity to make the LAN finals and play against some of EU's best as well.
You know, with the sponsor Mountain Dew, can be really good for up-and-coming players. It feels amazing to have this opportunity, and I'd never take it for granted, that's for sure.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
You are ready. Ready to win.
Fantastic flash breath, they line up. And they spray them down. He decimates Sembo Storm. Second fire, and they line up again. Cold, 3, nearly 4. He gets it in the end.
There has to be quick on plays. They have no kids, but Boris in a lovely position. Oh, Boris, that was sick. He failed to the challenge. One quick kill and the nade. All of phases. Oh!
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
G'day guys and welcome back to the ESL Pro League North American Division Season 5. It is match day number 2. My name is Elvish Guy. Joining me, Karath, and we've just seen a very, well, maybe I'm going a little bit too ham on that one. It was a decent performance, I think, from Misfits, but it wasn't very, very good.
No, they definitely need to step their game up because we saw during Rush's peaks, and I have no doubt that this is Rush peaking, is that Misfits just crumbled.
Yeah.
And it was only in the rounds where effectively, Rush misplayed a couple of things is when Misfits just capitalized on top of that.
Yeah, so
towards the end, I guess, that's what I should say.
Yeah, exactly. Things sort of were a little bit up and down there for some moments, but in the end, Misfits were able to pull off the win. Let's have a look at see how things have been going throughout today and how things are going to be going throughout the rest of today. Over on the other side, on the other stream, it looks like it's a 16-5 win to Optic over Renegades, which is disappointing for us, being Australian. But we'll see how the second one goes. We'll keep you updated with the results of that one throughout the rest of today. Obviously, 16-12 was the first map scoreline for us over here with Misfits over Rush. And now we're heading into our second map of Cobblestone.
Yeah, and I think for this one, I mean, this is where the aim for both teams need to be absolutely on point. We saw that, I think it was 3 of the members of Misfits, they were firing up. It was Twists, Sick, as well as Shazam, who were just going absolutely ham. Relics and Sean Garris had pretty much of a quiet game, and look, to be fair, they were playing the B-site role, and that's very difficult to get kills, especially when the enemy isn't going there. But at the same time, we saw a lot of the time, when Rush was actually executing towards the B-site, they were unable to get as many kills in their favor. Rush took the B-site a lot more than I think they took the A-site. So on the side of Rush, though, I mean, we saw now Virtus, he's stepping up with the AWP. He was very quiet in his own CT half. Hopefully, his latter CT half performance as well as T half performance gives him some confidence going forward in towards Cobblestone, which is, such a great AWP map. You've got so many long lines to use.
Yeah, and you can really bounce around both the bomb sites, plenty of places that you can sort of hide and keep the opponents guessing. But obviously, we saw some very good performances, I think, out of the individuals on Rush. For me, really, the only one that didn't seem spectacular was probably Blade. I think Little Man Toy, Virtus, and Poyo all had their rounds. Even a few of them had multiple rounds, which looked quite good for them. So heading into Cobblestone here, I'm not necessarily going to count them out just yet. It isn't a terrible map for Rush. It's also not a terrible map for Misfits. So should be, again, somewhat close. I expect maybe we might see a bit of a difference in scoreline. I think Misfits probably will pull this one off a little bit easier if they can kind of just work on what was going wrong there on Mirage.
Yeah, and I think all Misfits need to do for their gameplay is to just tighten the screws, All the rounds, they just go, all right, how are we going to play this? Let's tighten it up. Let's not give Rush any leeway anymore. Because we saw Rush took that small safety and just ran forward. It looks like it's just a fast drop route coming up for Rush. This is exactly what I mean because, well, Relics does pick up a double kill on Toy, though, and Poyo get the trade. So this is the exact danger. Sick now has to, pull out some pretty sick players just dancing around. He's got smoke on one side and enemies all over. Shazam making a lot of noise. Poyo trying to go for that burst fire. Good call coming from Rush to bring the bomb towards the A site instead.
Yeah, definitely a good call there. Sick was buying a lot of time, and that allowed Shazam to rotate across here, and he's actually been able to pick up Poyo, but as you mentioned, Rush have made their way over towards the A bomb site. A very, very good option for them, as it is completely unguarded for the moment. Misfits are going to have to now deal with just Toy, because Shazam hitting another headshot. And Toy, he's remained unspotted, but there you go. He has been spotted out, gets a nice headshot onto Shazam, and a second one. Sick goes down. Nice little bit of individual performance there from Toy. Rush finding the first pistol round of Cobblestone.
Good stuff from Shazam, able to take down one of the players, crossing with a nice one-tap, but even better from Toy, just holding his line. Just confidence coming out, just going, you know what? I don't care if it's a 1-on-2. I don't care if we lost the first one. I'm going to take you guys on. And that's the confidence that Rush needs to keep having to go forward. Doesn't matter if they lose rounds. They need to keep pushing and just believe what they're doing is the right thing. Yeah. Which, for the majority of the time, that was a good call coming out from them where they went, okay, we need to go towards A. But instead, they just took too long to make that call instead. When they heard Shazam, they should have instantly started sprinting. Poyo should have just given up. But instead, he stayed at Rock and tried to deal 1-on-2. And I put it a little bit more closer than Rush should have been, I guess, allowed to be. So Misfits now stacking a bit more towards the B side. Played the first man of 4 because there are 2 members there, but Virtus able to get one trade and Sick no, he doesn't really know where to
No
look
idea
at.
where to look there at all. Relics, though, in a nice spot here. Can he deny the bomb plant? Not going to be game enough to spam through the smoke there. So the bomb does go down for Rush. Poyo, in the meanwhile, able to find another kill. Little Man also finding one for himself. And it's just Twist on his own with the CZ. So probably a little bit of an unsuccessful force buy there for Misfits.
Yeah, and I think this is going to work out great for Rush. So far, this is positive. You know, they want to go back towards the fast pushes, and in Cobblestone, I want to see Rush keep doing this in their first buy round. I want to see them go fast as Virtus gets the final kill. I want to see him get the, charge in, get these picks on B site, and force Misfits to use a lot of their early utility stopping the rushes. No pun intended. It's very, very difficult to not make the puns with Rush. But that's what they need to do. Rush needs to just go in, no fear, cause Misfits to use a lot of their grenades early on for respect, and then Rush can capitalize on that opportunity and seize the bomb site.
Well, for now, it's just going to be the pistol buy for Misfits, so this one shouldn't be particularly difficult for Rush. They do pop that smoke down by the broken wall. Are they going to cross out towards platform? Looks like they're actually setting up for a bit of an execute here. Have a look at this. Bit of a stack over towards the B side as well for the Misfits. They've jumped Relics up towards the tree. Now the Rush. The push starts to come out from Rush. It is going to be Toy to find one, but this is looking okay for Misfits. It's a 3-for-2 trade in their favor.
Sick managed to pick up 2 kills as well. So all of a sudden, Sick gets another one. That is huge. P250 plays coming out from I guess, a Sick player is Polo. Poyo is just going to be taken down just like that. Rush, that's not what should have happened.
It's gifted a few weapons over to Misfits as well. Rush will be able to buy into this one. Oh, well, Blade is pretty low on money. Toy is not great, but it's looking like they're going to be able to put a buy on.
Yeah, you can afford a Tech 9 or a UMP. That's the go signal.
It's not an awful buy at all, but certainly not where you'd want to be, really. Misfits, for their own right, I've got a couple of SMGs, so there's potential here maybe for Rush to take out a couple of players quite easily. See what Virtus can do with this AWP.
Once again, yeah, as you mentioned, Virtus, let's see where he's going to take this AWP and see who's going to pick off. Now, Shazam has also picked up an AWP of his own, and it looks like he's just holding towards that mid area with Sean Garris as support. Long A has been left completely open for this round. Rush, more than happy to sit around the B site once again, make a bit of noise, see if they can capitalize on anything, because they do have one Tech 9. Would like to see Blade move that Tech 9 closer towards drop room to utilize that more effectively. Little Man cannot lose his life towards A site. He just needs to hold it. He can't go in. He doesn't have the utility to do so. He doesn't have the backup to just go dry in.
Either of these teams being particularly aggressive at the moment. Rush just holding off, or perhaps waiting to see if Virtus is going to be able to find a pick in towards the B bomb site. But as of yet, no one from Misfits peeking into him. The smoke's going to go down as well. Just another bit more of a delaying tactic here for the Misfits. And, they've wasted a fair bit of the time of Rush, but their utilities are starting to get a bit low here with the exception of Sean. So Misfits do need to be careful when this push does come out from Rush, and it inevitably will.
I want to point out at the moment, Sean Garris is now pushed in towards B halls. He has all the information in the wall. They know exactly where Rush is going. They can counter with their grenades right now and just slow them down. Sean Garris has got the lurk shut down. And that is exactly why Little Man shouldn't have left. That would have been a free pick and Rush could have been able to go anywhere. Relic's able to open up with a Max 10. Shazam getting another kill. Sean Garris now coming in from behind, getting the 4th kill. And, well, that's exactly why you can't lose map control, because Sean Garris will seize upon that timing and take it to the next level.
Definitely did. Misfits are going to find themselves a very easy, in the end, second round on the board. Sean got pretty low, but it was all right in the end. And, well, they got enough money for the rebuys that they need. Things are starting to look pretty good here for Misfits on the second half, on the second map, sorry. Obviously, they started off poorly, the pistol round not going their way, but, I mean, it is what it is, really, and they were able to respond with an eco-round win of their own. So, really putting Rush on the back foot early on in the piece, and it's just going to be a pistol buy here for Rush, so we should expect probably to see Misfits coming out here with the early advantage after round number 5, and Shazam cleaning things up there. He's already found 2, make that 3 as he drops the bomb, and it's just well, fairly easy janitorial duty, I suppose, for Sean, as he is able to clean up Toy.
Yep, just cleaning up, and... Well, I mean, in that round, it's just a bunch of pistols, but I would have liked to see, you use the pistols, go long A instead.
Yeah.
I mean,
angles.
We've seen so many times, sure, it's just a pistol round, sure, the chances are against you, but you can still utilize that time a lot better. If you want to talk over strategy, take your time, force the CTs to get unsettled. If you want to rush in somewhere, you might as well just go towards long A with those pistols, because with those closed corridors, all of a sudden your pistol, instead of trying to dueling out an AWPer at long range, you're taking out someone with one shot at close range. And Sean Garrett's going to go for a peek. Oh, nearly finds a couple, but Poyo had his back turned. Much better anti-flash being played by Rush this time around.
A lot of information there, though, for Misfits, and immediately Shazam moves his position, finds Poyo for the trade. Nice work from the Misfits there, and they've actually boosted a player up into, well, the top of the drop room, and are now starting to get information that way. Are they going to find a kill, though, as well? A lot of those players getting very, very close together.
And Relics with the MP9. I mean,
Blade
is
31.
So
yeah. So dangerous for Blade. He needs to be extremely careful. Shazam as well, holding the angle. In the end, it is going to be Relics to find the kill, but Shazam over the other side of the map as well is able to pick up Virtus. He might even get a second one here. It's Twists in the meanwhile to find Toy. And just across the map, the guys on Rush are just sort of falling apart, really, one by one, dropping like flies. In the end, they do get a couple of kills, which is kind of a consolation prize in reality. Rush, only 2 rounds on the board now. Misfits with 4.
Yeah, so far in the buy rounds, it's all been the 60 side away. You can look at the money at the moment. This is looking exactly like Mirage, just different signs this time. Misfits are hitting 10K with 2 AWPs in their lineup. That is absolutely ridiculous into the 7th round.
Yep.
To have 10K, it's just showing exactly how dominating it's been after they were able to take that force buy. It wasn't even a force buy, it was just barely pistols, and Rush walked straight in towards Sick, admittedly having a great P250 performance, but still, walking into that, it cost them deeply. Now stacking up for a B-side take. This is a lot better to see, but Sick, pushing through, gets one, completely blinded out, and this may mean that he will lose the AWP.
Oh, he's got a good shot, though, here to find a second. Oh, missing it, but Blade has no idea what's going on. He's going to be taken down, and a nice little bit of work there from Sick, finding 3 in the round. And I can see you scratching your head a little bit here. Perhaps they should have shut him down a little bit earlier.
They surely the communication would have known that there was an AWPer towards B platform, and Blade completely ran by without checking close.
Yeah.
To be fair, if an AWPer sat there, I'd be pretty angry. Because logically, most of the time, if you're the AWPer and B plat, you take the shot and you fall back towards side. Not take the shot and go closer to your opponent as an AWPer. So, really risky play coming out from Sick, and I think that really threw Blade by surprise, but I'm not sure where his audio was, because a couple of reports should have told him there's an AWPer here.
Yeah, probably. But didn't work out in the end there for Rush, and they have got to buy into this round once again. So another chance to find a round, but so far on this CT side, Misfits have really been just locking everything down.
Yeah, and there we have it. Smokes on towards the B side. There we have it. Trees also Molotov as well, so looks like 4 members out. Blade just been lurking across. Sick needs to stay alive. He's not tagged yet, as a matter of fact. Whoa, great flick on towards Toy. Virtus has to stop the plant, and he's going to take a bit more damage from one of the riflers coming out as well from Misfits. Our little man has charged to the edge of the smoke. We'll be able to take down Sick. Takes down Short Garrus as well. Blade also picking up one as well. Whoa. Little man going huge. Picks up 3 AK kills. So Rush striking back with another fast B.
Yep. A couple of missed shots there from Misfits, but overall it wasn't particularly, too bad, really. I think they just kind of got a little bit unlucky with some of the pushes through the smoke there of Rush, and they're going to be able to full buy back into this round, so not too bothered by things at this stage. They have a double AWP once again. Sick has been looking pretty good with that AWP, so I'm keen to see him with it in his hands once again. Does look like Rush going to be making their way in the direction of the B site once more. Fairly default.
Well, I mean, once again, lining up towards B plat. If it's been working once, why not do it again? And the 3rd time and the 4th time if it's working. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It looks like they are going to be lining up for the execute once again. Would like to see Misfits, I guess, get some information with this Molotov. Relic's Molotov right now is absolutely critical, but he hasn't had time to throw it. He's been completely nullified off. Toy is coming across, gets the first kill on towards Sick. Relics gets the trade, but he's completely blinded out. But the rest of Rush haven't pushed out just as of this yet. Yeah,
really good work there from Relics as well, avoiding the flash, getting the pick as well. Good to see from him, and it's going to force Rush back. They do have a player lurking around in drop. Is Twist going to check this corner? No, doesn't look like he will. Blade is going to be getting so much information, and even a pick probably from this position. He does take down Shazam, loses a lot of HP, and immediately traded out by Relic, so that probably could have been a little bit cleaner for him. In the end, Twist as well is able to find a kill onto Poyo, picks up the AK, and he's got a second chance at Little Man. Not going to get the kill in the end, but through the doors. Nope, it was actually Relics to get the kill.
Though Twist did do a lot of damage through the doors as well, and this forces Virtus onto a 1 and 3. Rush, I think they're just jumping the gun a little bit at the moment. So they were able to get the first couple of picks work in their favor. All they needed to do was just wait. I think at the moment, what's really falling apart for them is that they've shown no ability to take the A side. And it's all collapsing towards a B side, which works if your opponent cannot hold the B side.
Which is apparently not the case, really.
Which Misfits are doing right now.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
all of a sudden, like, you know, Rush going to be forced into another force buy because their economy is going to be completely dropped once again.
And this double AWP setup as well, working out really nicely for Misfits there. Relics in the last round able to pick up 4. I think 3 of them were with the AWP. So even if Sick or Shazam aren't making it work, there's someone else on the Misfits roster that's able to pick up the duties.
I think everyone so far has picked up the AWP, except for maybe Twist so far. I'd like to see him pick it up once again. But they're lining up for a B, so execute one more time. And
I don't like this, though. Sick's got a great angle in. He spotted out one of those players, avoiding the flashbang. Does hit the first shot there onto Toy. Thought he might even almost get a collateral through the body, but not the case. Still, it's enough information to allow Misfits to figure out what's going on here, though. Rush do go straight through the drop down and now making their way on towards the A-bomb site. Sean, wisely, I think, just backing off here, playing safe, waiting for his team to come across, and they're going to take this advantageous retake situation.
Yeah, don't allow Rush in towards any of that A-ramp, A-slope position, because it just gives them so much more territory to work with, as now Molotov is going to force Virtus back in towards Sean Garris' loving arms, as it looks like Sean Garris will be able to get that kill at the end. So bomb plant goes down, but Misfits, I don't think they're going to be deterred by it. Now, the question is whether or not they want to get the second AWP. It looks like Relics is sprinting his way back to pick up Shazam's AWP.
Yep.
So it looks like the answer is yes, they want to go with the double AWP setup.
It's been working.
But the problem is if Shazam is rotating towards the B side with the AWP, there may be a bit of a problem when the rifles come out once again, because you can't really hold drop room, barring lightning speed reactions and amazing flicks, and you can't rely on that all the time.
Yeah, so we'll see where he decides to set himself up here. Shazam is heading actually towards long. He's going to probably go for a peek here with the backup of Sean. Not going to spot anything out though. Rush all heading in the direction of the bomb site.
I think Six just waiting for possibly a flash to go in from one of his teammates. Shazam just going to be locking down the corner. Does Sean Garris as backup. I would have thought that they would have pushed long A with the 2 members there, but it looks like Sick still holding his line. Will decide to just back off for just a while. Otherwise, once again, B site's the name of the game. Misfits just showing no tendency to hit this A site whatsoever. And this is going to be problematic as Sean Garris, I've just got a feeling, is going to push it eventually and try to get information.
Yeah, I just feel like every time Rush pushes in this direction, Sick is going to be waiting for them with the AWP, and it just feels like that's not going to work out too nicely for them. We've seen him really hitting his shots lately, and oh, there you go once more. They do at least molly him off, but he's got a smoke to prevent his own death, and he did only manage to get the wallbang onto Toy, so it doesn't affect Rush all that much, but health advantage still to Misfits. As I say that, though, a couple of quick kills go the way of Rush, so let's never mind that.
Yeah, there we have it. So this time, at least punishing Sean Garris, and Sick was unable to cross across. So Twist, I think, should have heard Blade fall down. So Blade's been nullified. And while they are coming on towards the A side, Shazam gets one, but should be, I think, suspect that they are coming through long A. It's going to break that vent. He just needs to lock down the cross. Has spotted out Little Matt. Bomb hasn't crossed, but has overextended a little bit, and Toy's going to punish him for that.
Yeah, it felt like he probably should have just stayed up there on the balcony and held off the cross, but unfortunately he decides to jump down, gives away his position. His teammate gets drops as well, and yeah, Misfits just losing that round out to a couple of those remaining Rush players. I would probably want to see another double AWP setup coming out here from Misfits. I do really think it's working out quite nicely for them. I think that one was more of a mistake from Shazam as opposed to Rush necessarily shutting down the AWP. So I'm happy to see this double AWP setup coming out again. It just feels like Rush don't really know how to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, all in that part, Shazam takes 8 damage from, I think, a stray USB bullet. Virtus just going to be locking down that long A peak. This is much better coming out from Rush, you know, showing some threat towards the A site. Would like to see them try to take this mid-A control, force Misfits to respect the fact that they can actually go A as well, because at the moment Misfits not respecting that. They're pushed very heavily up.
Yeah.
And that's generally a sign where we go, I don't think you're good enough to take A off of me. I'm going to push this far up and try to punish you.
Oh, Little Man needs to be really careful here. He's going to choose the wrong time to peek. I think Shazam may be a bit unlucky only to well, wallbang him there. I felt like he was going to get the kill in the end, but still, it's an advantage in the favor of Misfits. And now Sean, he's watching a nice angle here. Does spot out one of those players crossing. Gets some backup from Shazam as he tries to back out. In the end, not going to be under too much pressure. Still Rush, you know, trying to gain control of the map. They've got that mid connector a little bit now, but not too much apart from that.
It looks like they're defaulting back towards B side, but this is a lot better because now they're showing presence towards the A side. They can't push as easily. They can't the CTs cannot stack the the B side. Sorry, they can't roam off the A side because we saw a lot of the times before Sean Garris was so far in towards long A and going, oh Shazam, you know, you can play that connector line, you can rotate towards B side because there's nothing here. All of a sudden, it's taken off them. It's now dirty. They don't know what's going on in there. And this will now allow Rush to have a better prospect at taking the B site. But with 20 seconds left, they have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, Relics. Oh, it's actually going to get backed up there by Sick. And, well, Sick's got another shot here to have a look at some of these T's pushing in towards his bomb site. He will spot out Virtus, only able to get the wallbang, and there's been so many wallbangs in the last few rounds here for Misfits. Shazam at least able to take down Poyo, but he's up against 3 players. The good thing, at least, the takeaway for him is that they're all low HP, but it's going to be so difficult for him just here with that AWP.
I think it's just going to save as well. The economy situation is dropping. You can't buy so many AWPs without your economy eventually draining out. I think Misfits have hit that limit, and so wisely deciding to save the AWP, so it looks like they should be defaulting back towards a 4-rifle setup, but much better play coming out from Rush. I like seeing that, you know, take that A control, you know, you still have that lurker there to create a threat, which he was able to do so. Took down Sean Garris from behind, but not only that, it just only allows 3 CTs to sit on that B site instead of 4. And that's a crucial difference going on forward. If Rush can do this the next 3 rounds, every single round they should be able to execute on towards the B side.
Yeah, so enough money here for the Misfits to buy fully into this one. They should have a good amount of grenades as well. Looks like they've set themselves up quite nicely. Rush, on the other hand, have also got a full buy. Misfits this time, though, with only just the single AWP.
Yeah, the economy couldn't afford the double AWP, and I think they have to realize it's not working at a certain point. Shazam. Oh, risky line, very risky line. He's going to cop 50 points of damage for, I guess, taking it already. He's making a lot of noise. Blade, oh, legitimately a second away from ripping off Shazam's head, but already damage done. Territory being granted over, and just another fast push on the B side. There's no resistance. Blade getting a easy pick on towards Twist. Getting a second kill. Definitely stepping up. He was very quiet in the Mirage game. Now he's starting to open up and showing what he's capable of
Definitely
as well.
looking pretty good here for Rush now. I mean, again, Misfits getting off to a really good start in the first half and sort of starting to let things slip a little bit over to Rush, who now are going to probably have 6 on the board after this one. It doesn't look like Misfits are too interested in trying to go for a retake. Rush, of course, with 5 players left alive on the field, they're going to have to, or they're going to be able to go through to the next round with 5 weapons, and their economy for their own right is going to start to build up.
Yeah, I think Rush should be able to buy for the final 2 rounds, regardless of what happens. I'm fairly sure, especially after this round. All they have to rebuy up is utility. Don't have to buy anything else, as a matter of fact. And Shazam, not sure he should be risking it. He's exposing himself towards a lot of angles, and you really need to keep the AWP available for the next round. Regardless of the economical damage, he will be able to take down Little Man, so he does his back up towards the other sides as well. Relics as well as Sean Garris ready to stop any threat coming in. But it looks like, oh, Shazam missing a shot. Poyo could have done something.
I thought he was going to get punished there for that one, but as you say, Relics backing him up, and Misfits able to take 3 guns through to the next round here, and they should be able to get another pretty good buy out of this one. Are they even going to buy into it? Looks like they're going to drop the guns over, and I think that's the correct decision. So they are going to have a serviceable buy into this one.
And at the same time, Misfits have forced up into this one, so if they do lose this, expect 5-7s pretty much inside the final round, or, you know, a couple of FAMAS as opposed to a full set of utility and M4s. But it's going to be dealt out a little bit by Shazam, but nothing really happens, and Toy tries to, I guess, sell the B fake convincingly, and it might just work. They are sneaking up towards Long A, but Little Man's lost his life. Poyo now coming through, trying to get the trade, but Sean Garris at danger, able to get 2.
Great work from him. And great work from Shazam as well, backing him up. That's going to be a pretty good round for the Misfits. They don't lose a single gun and have been able to upgrade both their FAMASs into AKs. Looking pretty good here to potentially close this one out 9-6, but it is going to be, you know, one more round, so we'll have to find out how this one's going to turn out.
I liked how Rush played that, though. Like, even though the execution wasn't successful, the planning was great. I mean, they had an idea what they wanted to do. Okay, we've been hitting B every single round. Let's go towards B site and try to put some pressure on towards the B site members and force the A site rotation over. Unfortunately, Toy died a little bit early. Blade was unable to sell, and Little Man this time is, and Blade as well, trying to come out the drop rune. This is not working out for Rush this time. They didn't have that. I guess they jumped the gun, were unable to take control of drop rune, which has really been their instrument for success. And now it's all up to Virtus. 1 of 5, and he doesn't have the AWP.
Yeah, and he doesn't really have much of a hope here. He's surrounded, and it is going to be 9-6 in the favour of Misfits after the first half. We'll head into the second half in just a sec, but we are going to go to a break, so stay tuned. We'll be back soon.
You like nuke? No? Well, here's a common warehouse smoke for you anyway. The lineups for this are nice and easy. It's fairly common AWPers should play from this spot, and this smoke should push them away and force them to relocate. Position yourself over this corner and aim slightly above the metal fixture, and then toss the smoke. Easy, now you removed one of the 45 different angles that CTs can kill you from.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
You know, I kind of wanted to know what was going to happen with that dog, but in the end, we're going to get straight back into the game here. It is going to be Misfits starting off with 9 on their T side, well, moving into their T side even on 9 rounds, and it was a pretty decent first half from them, so I think they're in a good spot here to be able to close out the second half. But interestingly enough, this is the exact same scoreline that we saw coming out from the first map. In the end, Misfits were able to pick that one up as well.
Yeah, I mean, Rush, it'll be quite interesting, you know, if Misfits take this one 16-12 as well, but I think Rush really have set themselves up in the right positions to, I guess, take out at least one map in this best of 2 so far today, or the best of 1s up against Misfits. So, as of this time, you know, Misfits trying to suss out information, trying to fake anything out, but Rush not sold into it very easily, just waiting around and seeing what they can find. They're just going to utilize the long angles, and Poyo's got the 5-7 as well. He can unleash some serious damage in drop room if they decide to go down, but it looks like they're going B plat.
Maybe a bit of an execute coming out here. They do have 2 smoke grenades, so Sean and Relics without the armor, but are they going to be able to make use of these utilities? About to find out. Misfits starting to make their push in. Shazam had already got a good position in towards drop. Twist as well, but he was taken down by Poyo. Shazam at least able to trade one back, and things are looking pretty good here now for the Misfits. They picked up 2 for 1 trade overall. Still yet to get the bomb down, and they actually have to clear out Coop as well. But moment, it's just 3 versus 3. Virtus slowing things down. He's going to be rushed down here. In the end, he gets a 1 for 1. Probably not quite enough from that position. Poyo very low on HP.
I'd like to see them trade out pistols at the moment. If they give Toy the 5-7, he could have done so much damage with it. But Poyo, I mean, at this time, has to like sell his life dearly, and he's rushing straight on towards Sick. Shazam should be able to hear Toy pushing in. Toy gets that headshot. Now it's all to Sick. He is by himself. He's tagged. They know exactly where he is, and he's trying to deal out from 2 angles. Going to go down alley. And, he is boxed in at the moment, but no, Toy jumps up. Poyo dancing with death, able to get the kill, has the kit as well. We'll be able to get the defuse. 2 HP Warrior.
Yeah, I thought that was going to go the way of Misfits actually in the end there, given how long we saw them being able to dance around there, waste the time of Rush, but able to see Poyo pick up the win in that particular round. That's actually 3 pistol rounds won by Rush in this series, so have to be feeling pretty disappointed if they don't pick up at least one of those maps. Still though, it's not over just yet. 7 and 9, they're going to be on the comeback train. They'll probably be able to bring this one back to 9-9. Having said that though, Misfits have decided to force buy into this one. Shazam even with a Khalil. So a bit of aggression, I suppose, from Misfits coming out from this one.
I think they're just confident that they know that they should be able to take down Poyo, just then. He was on 2 HP. Toy as well with a severe misplay. Maybe that a lot closer than it should have been. 6 should have been isolated, but Toy decided to jump up and didn't didn't, I guess, expect for Sick to just charge out at him again. So it looks like it's going to be BSO execute Virtus with a lot of work to do. There's not enough grenades to hold this. Little man, oh, he will get one, but he can't get the second shot. Garrus with the Tech 9 completely blinded towards the end as he's going to take a little bit of Molotov damage. We'll be able to drop down Poyo. A lot of work to do, and he's going to overcommit and overpeak on towards that. Bomb plant will go down. Little man charging through. He's going to be the hero and get 3! Just like that. All of a sudden, Relic's last man left standing. Knows where Little man is, but doesn't know where the rest of them are. And Little man going for a little bit of a cheeky jump shot there. Toy is going to clean up towards the end. The huge plays coming out from Little man.
Yeah, definitely. That was looking a bit risky there for Rush, but as you say, Little man just peeking around the smoke, jumping in and out, and he was able to pick up the round really for Rush. It was all on him, essentially. Now 8 on the board for them. They do only take 1 M4 through to the next round by the looks of things. A couple of UMPs, but it's not going to be too bad for Rush here. Misfits, of course, should be ecoing this one out.
Yeah, I mean, they managed to get the bomb plant down on their force buy. Did a little bit of damage, but not enough to really justify forcing up once again to go hard. I mean, if Rush only had 1 member alive, I would have said Misfits can chance a force buy here because they know their weaponry may be superior compared to Rush's. But as of this time, Rush's weaponry as well as economy just slightly pipping over Misfits. Won't be the same story next round. So Rush need to make sure they carry both or all 3 of their M4s forward and try not to lose as many members as possible.
Blade getting some early information there. We'll just pop down a smoke to keep himself a little bit more secure. Now he's going to have a look through Connect to see if he can spot anyone else out. As of yet, though, hasn't seen anyone. Shazam not peeking in just yet. Rush have a pretty good hold. Don't know too much information, though. They know where a couple of those Misfits players are, and they can probably draw some conclusions from that. But as of yet, haven't spotted out all of the Misfits players.
This is a really dangerous position for Blade to be in at the moment. Toy, though, ready to back him up, but if Blade gets pushed in, and he will be pushed in right now, he's drawn the attention. Toy only able to get 1 trade at the end of the day. Sean Garrett picking up a UMP for himself. Nope, looks like he won't pick it up. Looks like it's going to be Sick who picks it up. They do have that A slope as well as long A control, but still a lot of angles to play with. The Deagles have to be pretty big from all the players, and Toy, though, stepping it up with the M4, picking off Shazam. Oh, also picks off Sean through the stable wall, and all of a sudden, Sick last man left standing.
Yeah, not for much longer, though, as Toy will take him down quite easily, and that situation works out quite nicely for Rush, even though they got that... Well, I mean, it was a pretty good sort of a trade there, really. The 2-for-1, and then they were able to fall back and eventually play the long angles with those M4s. It worked out nicely. 9-9, as predicted, coming out after the pistol round win for Rush. And Misfits, again, going to be on the buy. This time, just full rifles.
They have a lot of utility to work with, though. That's generally something you don't really see coming out of a force buy on the first after you get the bomb plant down. So it looks like Misfits, because they were able to get the bomb plant twice down and then eco in the 3rd round, are able to get up this great buy. And Blade has a lot of work to do. If he can even take a kill here or slow them down anymore, it's going to be great. Poyo at the same time, though, maybe dancing a little bit too close to death. Going to take a lot of damage coming out from Sick. And Sick won't even take anything in return, just barely sneezed upon, so to say. Misfits, this should be their round. They just need to slowly move around the map, force all the A players out of long A, force them out of that mid area, and then hit either site they choose to do so.
Yeah, well, Rush using quite a lot of these utilities as well. Early on in the piece here, they've only got a couple of Molotovs left and a few flashbangs and a couple of smokes. So Misfits starting to set themselves up pretty nicely. Still 1 minute on the clock, and Rush almost out of utilities now. There's pretty much the last Molotov used. It's just flashbangs left alive for them to use. We start to see Misfits making their way out on towards platform. Twist and Sean finding a killer piece. Poyo has to come up big, and he won't. Twist finding his 2nd for the round. Misfits now with complete control of that B-bomb site.
I think at the moment, Blade as well as Toy, they just need to save. There's no way to crack open that B site with no utility unless you go absolutely ballistic, and Blade decides to challenge against conventional wisdom, and you'll be able to get the first pick rewarded on towards Relics. Toy now coming across as well. See if you can get another kill. No, Twist does manage to drop down. Toy makes a lot of noise, though, coming out through B platform, so they know exactly where they are. No one's going for the hunt as of yet. Shazam. Oh, Shazam's made noise. Blade knows exactly where he is. Blade will get another kill. Every single damage now. It won't win them the round, but it can compound up and do some serious damage later on. Misfits have lost probably 1 more gun than they should have.
Yeah,
at this rate, and not even a trade to speak of.
Potentially could lose another one here if they get too close to Blade. He's just peeking around. Sean really needs to make sure he doesn't peek up in towards the balcony, and he's okay. So Misfits put 10 on the board. They renew their lead, I suppose. And they're going to be able to buy back into this one. But, like you said, they just don't want to be buying back so many guns. It'll affect their economy just a little bit.
It just affects them for the later rounds. Because right now, after you win, I think off the bomb plant, if you get the bomb plant down, you get, you know, around, I believe it is 3.5k if the bomb explodes. So that is still less than just the cost of armor and AK. You need to get the helmet because otherwise the M4s will tear you to shreds. And that's not even including utility. Once you had, you know, a smoke grenade or a Molotov, that's even adding more to the compound cost. So Rush, they did effectively about 8k worth of damage, and poor Blade is just going to cop a bullet straight in the head.
Yeah, that Molotov perhaps just a little bit too late if he had thrown it a second or two earlier. But this is a nice setup. Toy finding actually 3, taking down Shazam, now potential for another, but he's only got 2 shots left, needs to reload. Little Man giving him a bit of backup, and, well, this is looking pretty good now for Rush. 2 versus 1, a bit of a spam through the stable from Toy. In the end, it's actually going to be Little Man to find the kill, but excellent work from Toy.
That was absolutely huge. The timing, the balls, the audacity to make that play, to get the 2 and then the 3rd. You know what? The 2 wasn't as impressive. They all turning their back for a flash play. The impressive part was getting the 3rd kill. To just calm down after getting 2 and to focus like that is amazing. And that's going to allow Rush to get into the double digits, tie it up once again, and not only that, force Misfits onto an eco. That's the most crucial part as well.
Yeah, pretty close here now between the 2 teams. 10 apiece, getting down to the pointy end of things as well. So one of these teams is going to be able to start to get a bit of an advantage heading in towards the late game. It is Rush at the moment who's looking like they should be able to do that with this full buy. I mean, Virtus obviously with an SMG, but knows that the Misfits are going to be hanging around with just those pistols, so it should be a pretty easy cleanup for him. In the end, this is not looking so great. Misfits finding a couple of kills. And at least a couple of trades coming back here for Rush. Little Man doing a good job picking up Sick there.
Oh, Shazam picks up Toy, and Little Man is very low. Sean Garrons will be able to find him, and oh, this has gone terribly wrong. All up to Blade, and I don't think he will be able to get anything. He's surrounded from all sides of enemies who is just dancing around and just playing with him, really, at the moment. Blade is still going to push in, though. Relics with a P250 kill.
That's the second anti-eco that Rush have lost as well.
That's disastrous, because that forces Rush onto their eco, and Misfits, they're just going, hey, we just got the bomb plant down. We got 3 guns.
Free buy, boys. Yeah, Rush, the best that they can hope for here is just going to be some pistol drops, probably from Toy and Little Man.
And they do
that should have been a round win. It should be 11-10 for Rush here. And, you know, they should have won another one earlier on in the piece, right at the start of the game. So imagine if they had won those 2, where we would be right now.
I think all they need to do is just put that round out of their mind. They just don't worry about it. They go, okay, what went wrong? What can we do to fix that? Because it is now an issue that's happened a couple of times. And they can still punish at the moment Misfits if they decide to overextend. But Sick decides to go for the re-challenge. Poyo just waiting around his Toy with the Desert Eagle, trying to find something. Won't be able to find anything. Is Sick, once again, still dancing around, seeing if we can find anything. Shazam's the only fatality so far. That was a MAC-10. Big loss.
Well,
Kappa.
Yeah, nice. Not on YouTube, mate. Not on YouTube.
It's not a big loss because he's SMG. He's pushing it for info.
Yeah. Anyway, Misfits starting to look a little bit better in this round now after losing Shazam. And obviously Poyo and Virtus quite low on HP here. Even Toy tagged up a little bit. This shouldn't be too difficult for Misfits to negotiate, given the advantage that they've got, especially with the weapons. Although Virtus maybe has something else to say about it. He does get traded out, but well, he himself is traded.
This is a bit of a dangerous part actually now. So all of a sudden, what wasn't a big deal because Shazam got killed is now a much bigger deal because they've lost 2 rifles. So economical damage, and you know, it's not over yet. Toy now slowly making his way up A slope. Sick might be able to counter-rotate him. Relics is just staying safe on the side. If Relics falls, I still think Misfits will be able to hold this run, but yeah.
Well, a lot of the time has gone away now, really, for that defuse. And you know, if they had picked up one, there was no kit really there available for Rush. It would have still taken them a while to find the second player. In the end, wasn't the case. Misfits able to pull together 2 rounds in a row. That one perhaps a little bit shaky, but well, I mean, it's not going to cost them too much right now. They will be able to buy back into this round.
But it may cost them in future rounds, especially when the damage starts adding up. But Rush is feeling the pain at the moment. You can see their economy is not in the greatest state. A Mag-7 on Blade, which in drop room, if he can hit these shots, will be absolutely crisp and amazing. But it's a low percentage because Misfits will be using a lot of utility towards this drop area. Actually, it looks like Blade going to be moving his shotgun in towards a danger area. That's actually not a bad place. A lot of the time, you don't see the T's actually using the utility to take danger. So he's got this information as well. He knows that Misfits are not coming towards that A site. He can just dance around. You know what, guys? Just keep stacking the B site. I've got this under lockdown. You don't have to. You just have to chill out, get your picks working. You don't have to worry about me.
Yeah, he needs to be a bit careful, though, if he's playing these long angles. Does look like he's moving a little bit closer now, so that's okay. But it does seem like, for Misfits at least, the main brunt of the push is going to be coming towards the B bomb site. They're going to be setting up for an execute here. They do have the utilities available.
I'm staring very closely at this line at the moment because Virtus, I
sure
feel like
Virtus
Virtus
well.
can hit this. I feel like it. I have the belief, but at the same time, the discipline coming out from Misfits, they just wait for this utility before they decide to challenge anything.
I like that Virtus decides not to fire through the smoke there, just moving around the smoke. It's going to allow him to get a free pick. They didn't know that he was coming, and Little Man in the meanwhile also able to find a kill. So Misfits once again just faltering a little bit in this round, still keeping things pretty close. Sick looking for the pick here on Virtus, and he will be able to get that. So there's a chance back into this round now for Misfits if perhaps Sick can find one here, but he's going to run straight into the sights of Poyo. So let's not dwell too much on that thought.
Well, I mean, Toy, he's in a favorite position. We saw him going huge before. I'm not sure if Shazam heard this. Can he get the no-scope? No, he can't. Toy faster on the trigger. Now it's all up to Relics. 1 on 3, has an M4. This is not the most optimal weapon to go in. And he's been spotted out, dinked out, close towards Vent. 5 seconds left. They're not going to wait. They're just going to kill him before time ends. And Rush striking back, able to take 3 of their primary weapons forward. Great stuff.
Waiting to see what Misfits is going to do here with their cash. Looks like they're buying into it. A couple of pistols going to be on Shazam and Sean. Twist is going to take a pistol as well. Looks like it. So it's not an ideal buy, but the Tech-9s and the Deagle potential to see maybe a bit of a quicker play here from Misfits, or if they can get the smokes down, jump around and use those to their advantage. So it does look like it's going to just be the quick rush in towards the B-bomb site. Sick will be able to catch Polyo off guard with the AK there, but let's get traded out, and this is starting to look a little bit better now for Rush. They find a couple of trades, although it is now actually a 3 versus 2 in the favor of Misfits. Relics finding another one, and all of a sudden Misfits with the advantage heading into this round. And, well, that's a good try from Blade, but not quite enough.
Yeah, all 3 of them are peeking. If Relics was not there, that could have been a lot closer. Now Rush forcing the econ. I think Misfits have this. That really boiled down towards, once again, can they hold the B site? And so far, Rush have just been shown, I guess, they can't. And they really have to talk things over at the moment in the pause. I'm assuming it's a tactical pause, but they need to talk things over at the moment. They need to go, how can we hold onto this B site? It's just falling all apart for us. Fast rushes, if you don't know how to counter a fast rush in Cobblestone, you're donezo on that B site.
Alrighty, well, yeah, it's a bit of a struggle situation now for Rush, really. They have only got a few more rounds to play with. Feels like we're going to be leaning towards a similar result to what we saw there on Mirage with Misfits, just kind of getting it done in the end. But Rush have definitely given this one a pretty good crack. I think I'm kind of impressed with how they've been going so far today.
Yeah, I'm definitely impressed as well, because you can see that individual players, in the last, I guess, 3 to 4 months have really stood up, pushed forward, made their way in towards some of the top, I guess, premier competitions in NA, the regular competitions, not majors yet. But just the wealth of individual talent shows that, this is looking good.
Yeah.
It's not just suddenly, we got this, just all these players shuffling around every single time. You got this new influx coming through, and it'll keep the old players sharp on their toes. I honestly thought Misfits had this very easy. Yeah. I thought they'd be able to take this, 16-8, 16-7, just like that. Bang, bang. We've got the experience, we've got the wealth. But wealth and experience doesn't mean anything if you're taking, I guess, your opponent complacent.
Yeah, potentially. Look, it's still potential here for Rush. This is, as I'm told, a tactical pause, or was a tactical pause for Rush as we get our way back into the game. They should, have a bit of difficulty into this round, but hopefully we're going to be seeing the fruits of that pause coming out here for Rush, and maybe a closer game than the last. I don't know, I guess it's down to Misfits here. If they can just make sure they get through this anti-eco or this anti-force buy round pretty well, then I think they should have this one done and dusted.
Yeah, Virtus just stepping a little bit too far forward, doesn't realize the Molly is going to be spreading out a little bit more and do some damage, and I don't like this play coming out from Rush. I don't like it because Misfits aren't going to put all their eggs in the same basket, so they're only going to get maybe 1 kill, 2 kills at most of the lucky, and it still does not resolve the problem towards their B side. Sure, they could be reading ahead and going, look, Misfits think we're going to stack the B side after this talk, so let's go stack A instead. But the problem is they still haven't fixed the B problem. How are they going to fix the B problem?
I don't know. I don't think they know.
Which is, I guess, this is where this is the lack of experience, where all of a sudden, you know, they go, you know what, pretty confident. They're nervous. They want to go find something because they know that they're on the back foot. They charge out, and Misfits are reading this perfectly. They go, they have to come to us. We know that we can just instantly go towards B side, and there's nothing that Rush can do.
Yeah.
So all we need to do, sit steady, let them self-destruct into us. We've got the superior range, superior weapons. Then we'll take it together. Barring severe misplay, it's going to be Misfits victory once again, or a huge play coming out from one of the players. Blade manages to get a dink, but can't get any more.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's exactly really what Misfits allowed to happen there. They just let Rush come to them. They picked up the early pick, and now heading over towards the B-bomb site. Easy as you like, getting their entries, and they've got the bomb down. There's not much of a chance for Rush here to retake this one. Poyo should be taken down by Relics, holding a bit of an off angle there as well. And just poor old little man on his own with his banana gun.
It's out for Harambe.
No, I think that was a different word.
It was. But in the sake of keeping it family friendly, I'll say it's
family
for Harambe.
show. Yeah.
It's in the sake of being a family show, but this should be Misfits' victory ultimately, and you can see they're confident of taking this map control. They're confident of just sitting back and just going, there is nothing that Rush can do. We can just come into the B site. They just want, they know the ball's in their court, and they're forcing Rush to come over there and grab it. And they're not letting go of the ball.
Yeah, and Rush has really not got much chance of picking up the ball in this round either. They just have really a very poor economy. So it's just probably going to be pistols and armor coming out again for the Misfits, of course, with a very good buy. Their economy is looking quite good, at least a lot better than Rush's.
I think even though the score is so equal in terms of, you know, everyone's getting kills, there's no real outstanding player. Everyone's performing quite well in Cobblestone. The difference here is teamwork.
Yeah.
Difference here is teamwork and experience, hands down, as you can see once again, spread across the map, a full eco coming out, only risking, I believe it was the UMP. No, it was actually Sean Garris as well as Relics coming through. Shazam will be able to get the first pick on towards Poyo, and this is looking bad for Rush already. Unless they get a pick, get an AK-47 by chance, and then take it towards the right side, which it isn't, then it's all over. Relic should die here. He's no chance that he's going to live.
Being chased. As long as he can get maybe one here, he's probably going to be feeling pretty happy. He does get the first. A lot of damage over to Little Man as well. So not too bad actually for the Misfits there. And 3 versus 2. At least Little Man here for Rush does have an AK, but it's a difficult situation for them.
Yeah, it looks like Little Man on 12 HP as well. Blade just going to be sitting underneath. They know that Misfits want to push in. And why not? Misfits, they're going to go up 15-11. There is no way Rush can take the retake. They go, let's just go in. Let's pad the stats. Let's get the kills. Even if we lose AKs, we're confident we'll just hit the B side again.
Primarily what they want to do is find this AK and try and take it out of the hands of Little Man.
Even then, like even if they do take it out, Rush's, well, there goes Blade. There's nothing we can really do against that.
Oh,
wow, the knowledge.
Yep. Good intel, or not even intel really, as you say, knowledge. Game knowledge from Shazam there. And it is going to hurt the buy a little bit here from Rush. They're not going to get as many utilities as they otherwise would have. But still, they're going to be able to get full weapons. And it's going to just have to be Rush relying now on their aim to keep them alive in this, well, it's best of one. But, you know, they've already lost the first best of one. They need to find this one if they want to get some points on the board. And it's just not looking like that's going to be the case.
I think this is looking a lot better, though. I mean, Rush, we had no expectations when they came in. As harsh as that sounds, we had no expectations. Yeah. We thought they get hammered.
I think it's fair.
What they've shown today is the capacity to fight back, and with more experience, with more knowledge, with just more game time. And this league is going to help them propel them into greater heights.
Exactly.
As, well, Little Man, he's going to go way too wide to go for a challenge. Boyo's also going to fall. Sick triple kill coming out, and that's B-side cracked open. Once again, the B-side problem was not solved.
Yep, I think this one is all said and done. Shazam team killing Sick there, saying you're doing too good. I need to pat my stats a little bit more. In the end, though, it is going to be Relics to close that one out. 16-11 on Cobblestone in favor of the Misfits. They pick it up 2-0 tonight. Really, you know, it was a decent performance from them. They got the 2 wins. They didn't take it to overtime, anything like that. So, you know, even though maybe they probably allowed Rush to get too many or more rounds than they would have liked, a win's a win.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the first start, you know, to the campaign. They just want to suss out exactly what's happening. I think it's a good start for them.
Yeah.
But as you mentioned, you know, it's a good starting block, but they need to identify what problems occurred against Rush.
Yeah.
There are a few issues that they just need to niggle, you know, just a couple of niggling issues that they just locked down. As soon as they fix them, they're going to be in contention for top tier. At the moment, like, I'm not too impressed. Maybe it's because Rush, I haven't really seen their full caliber. It's because Rush I'm considering a low tier team.
Yep.
And what I guess Misfits should have done is just completely dispatched them.
Yeah.
Should have just gone 16-8, 16-7, we're a top tier team. But at the moment, Misfits, they're just looking like a mid tier team. And it's, you know, it's, I guess, hard to tell what's going to go forward, who's going to enter the top and middle tier, but they need to make sure that they fix the problems first.
I definitely think that Rush has come out here, though, and shown us some good signs. There was obviously some mistakes there. They lost a couple of anti-ecos, which really could have been the difference there on Cobble if they had have won those, you know. So a lot of easy things maybe that they can fix heading into the later stages, into some of the more difficult matches that they may play up against the real top tier of the North American region. But you know, that's a question that we're going to have to find out later on in the piece. For now, though, we will head to a quick break. We do have one more matchup coming up tonight. It's more Immortals up against Luminosity. So stay tuned for that one. We'll be back in a sec.
You ready? Huh? April, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL One Code! Two headshots in a row. Phoenix about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse and Nico. Oh no, Phoenix! Has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW. He's looking for a look. He's gonna get a hit by headshot again. Oh my god.
It's important to be part of the Pro League because it's sort of the premier league for you know, all the North American pro teams, and also it gives you the opportunity to make the LAN finals and play against some of EU's best as well.
You know, with the sponsor Mountain Dew, can be really good for up-and-coming players. It feels amazing to have this opportunity, and I'd never take it for granted, that's for sure.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
You are ready. Ready to win.
Fantastic first breath, they line up. Apex spraying them down. He decimates Cobblestone. Second fire, and they line up again. Cold. 3, nearly 4. He gets it in the end.
There has to be quick on plays. They have no kids, but Boris in a lovely position. That was sick.
Fit to the challenge. One quick kill and the nade. All of phases.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Hello and welcome back to the ESL Pro League North American Division Season 5. It is match day number 2, and now we are heading into our second matchup here on the second stream. We did just see Misfits prevailing 2-0 over their opponent's Rush, but now heading into the next one, it is going to be Luminosity up against Immortals, the Brazilian showdown.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of changes to the Immortals the last time I saw them, but otherwise this is going to be absolutely great to see. I mean, Luminosity Gaming, this lineup's been together for a while, and they're going to be looking to make a decent crack at Immortals to prove maybe Immortals, maybe just a little bit more mortal than we thought they would be.
Perhaps, but Luminosity definitely have some big shoes to fill jumping into this organization, obviously, with the departure of the odd Luminosity over to SK now. So they are, probably not going to be living up to those expectations just yet, but definitely a win on the board here against Immortals would be quite helpful. In saying that, it's going to be a difficult task. Let's have a look, though, at how things have been going throughout today across both of the streams. Obviously, over here, we did just see those guys on the Misfits picking up their 2-0 over Rush. On the other side of the coin, it looks like Renegade's having a bit of trouble up against Optic there.
Yeah, I mean, Optic definitely, after I think getting Hiko, a pretty formidable force, still one of the top 10 teams within all of the world. Renegades so far, have shown to struggle against those top 10 teams. So not, I guess, surprising result in terms of what we just saw against Misfits and Rush. Sure, it was a victory for Misfits, but the 16-12 and 16-11 scoreline may just been a little bit too tight for them.
Yeah.
And, well, I'm looking forward to Rush in the upcoming weeks.
Yeah, definitely. I think against some of those other teams, they can have a pretty good chance. Obviously, some of the top tier teams I think they might struggle against, but some of the other teams down towards the lower end of the pack, I can definitely see Rush picking up some map wins off and potentially picking up a couple of map wins off. So anyway, enough talk about the Misfits and about Rush. Let's have a look now at our next matchup. It is, of course, Luminosity and Immortals. Luminosity, who we haven't seen so far in the ESL Pro League this season. Immortals yesterday going down to SK 0-2.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's safe to argue if SK Gaming is the best Brazilian, as it made out of Brazilian nationals, Immortals would be the second, and then Luminosity would be competing for the third.
Yeah,
this would be a fair argument for me to state. So currently at the moment, Immortals, they're a great team. Don't get me wrong. Just SK Gaming is on a different level.
Definitely. Yeah.
So
I think Immortals is quite a solid lineup.
Yeah,
I mean,
once again, like I said towards Rush, it's a solid lineup. Don't look at the stats on the page there, because that's only representative of one game. So, yeah.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think that they're a strong-looking lineup. I definitely have them coming out of this one with, obviously, probably a couple of wins, depending on how things go for Luminosity. But looking over at that Immortals lineup, who are we kind of looking towards to really step up here for them?
Look, always Henny.
Yeah.
Like, Henny as well as, I believe, is Lucas. I mean, expect those two to just feed off each other and just go absolutely huge into the match. In terms of, I guess as well, a mention towards FNX, because he's just recently joined the team as well.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see how he incorporates himself into the team dynamic and how he's going to go as well. Has he found his spot? You know, has he, you know, just exploded? Because some people, when they join a new team, maybe they get more freedom, maybe they become more restricted. So it's still early days to tell. Would like to see how it goes.
Yeah, I don't think they necessarily went too badly yesterday against SK either. It was 16-11 on Cache and 16-7 on Cobblestone. In saying that, both of those maps have generally been pretty good for Immortals. So depends on what we're going to get coming out of this this matchup tonight. It looks like it's Dust 2 and Overpass, which means we're not seeing either of those two maps here for the Immortals. But I feel like they're still probably coming into this one over Luminosity with a reasonable advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Luminosity, they're the underdogs, and I think they need to go in just like how Rush did. Go in, no fear, no hesitation. Yeah. This is Luminosity Gaming's lineup have been there for a while. They should know how to play with each other. They know exactly how to communicate, so on and so forth. They've got a coach who should be locking these things down for them. And I think they have a genuine shot at upsetting Immortals if Immortals take it too lax. If Immortals aren't feeling it today, all of a sudden, Luminosity Gaming could show, they're in serious contention for the second best Brazilian team.
Yeah, there's definitely some good good players on that lineup there for Luminosity. I'm not sure necessarily if I think I'd place them in second just yet, like you said, but Immortals, I think, really kind of have that one on lockdown, at least for the moment. I guess we'll have to see how the rest of this season goes for them, but I certainly feel like Immortals, throughout the rest of this season, probably should have the upper hand over Luminosity, really no matter what.
Absolutely. And I mean, coming into this, I guess I'll talk a little bit more about the map pool, because coming into this this matchup for the two best of ones is where the map pool is really crucial.
Yeah.
One thing I note with Luminosity Gaming, because they've been a lineup they've been playing together for so long.
Yeah.
They don't tend towards a specific map. They actually play all the maps quite equally. I think they ban according towards, or pick according to their opponent. They're more than happy to play anything. So I would say Dust 2 and Overpass, they're not going to be blowouts.
No.
They're going to be tight, contested matches. I think, not sure how Immortals will go on both maps, but definitely Luminosity Gaming going to be comfortable on both of them.
There's been some pretty reasonable results, at least for Immortals on Overpass. Dust 2, maybe not quite as much, but still I think a map that Immortals are relatively comfortable on. So like you said, I think both these teams coming into this one are going to feel pretty comfortable with both the map picks that are coming out here. So we'll have to find out how they do go. Overall, though, I'm thinking it's a 2-0 for Immortals.
Yeah, I still think 2-0, but they're going to be quite tight. Just like what you saw earlier today, it's going to be close matchups. I think it's going to be a lot of momentum swings. Maybe not as much as the previous matchup we saw between Misfits and Rush, but there should definitely be swings going in the favor of both teams, just not 7-0 swings. Maybe it's like, 3-1, one team gets 2-3 rounds, and the other team will chip in for 2 rounds, so on and so forth. They'll just trade swings at each other until the first team hits 16.
So where's kind of the opening here for Luminosity? If they have something that can go their way, maybe a player that's on form today, how are they going to be able to get into this matchup and potentially pull off a win?
I think this falls all onto Showtime, especially on Dust 2. He needs to be on point with the AWP, get those hits working. Or I believe it is Yell that also AWPs as well. So definitely needs to get that working for them. The AWP at the long angles. I think this is the final time we might see Dust 2 for this week. Maybe we'll see it tomorrow, but
yeah.
Both teams have obviously played Dust 2 towards death. I think it's just all going to boil down towards that AWP control towards mid. How are the teams going to pressure B site? And how many players the CTs are going to put in the B site? That's pretty much what it boils down towards.
Potentially. Well, we'll have to find out. Looks like we've got a bit of a wait here while we're waiting for those players to get everything sorted in the server. So I think it's time for us all to learn something. Maybe time for you to learn a smoke here, Karath. Let's have a look and see what's going on in the pro tips.
Hey Future Pros, Train is the game and we have a slick smoke to cover CT connector. This smoke is great for pushing that pesky AWPer off position, and coupled with 1 or 2 more smokes you have a great outside execute. To master this, hop up on this dumpster and nestle yourself between these 2 crates. Once done so, aim just to the right of the corner of this building and let the smoke fly. Train ain't easy, but hopefully you can find success with this top tip.
Alrighty guys, welcome to Luminosity versus Immortals. First map is Dust 2. Looks like Luminosity starting off on the CT side here. Immortals on the T, who have decided to go with a couple of utility players here. Actually, a lot of flashbangs and a lot of smokes picked up by them. So we'll have to see how that works out. Does seem like they're focusing in towards the B side, but an early push from Luminosity out towards long. They're actually making their way almost in towards T spawn here.
Yeah, I mean, they're all going 3 together. They should have a lot of information. It's Showtime. Wisely not making any noise, just waiting to see what he can find. Flashbangs do come out towards the B side. All of Immortals are going to bust out. And, well, PKL as well as Showtime going to fall, though. Immortals getting the trades working in their favor, so still a 3-on-4. Oh, Luminosity Gaming making so much noise coming through tunnels, but Destiny coming through, gets one. Yell getting traded out after he gets one as well, so it's off to SHZ. That's going to be a mouthful to pronounce. Tags down Henny very, very low, but he's also tagged down quite low himself. He does pick up the kid as well, but Bolt's more than happy to go for the exchange. We'll be able to take that duel working in his favor.
Not too easy for him there with only 18 HP left to get that 2v1 clutch, but in the end it is Immortals to pull things off, and I thought Luminosity were probably going to have the advantage in that round, given all that early information that they got, given that initial pick that I think it was Showtime got on the B side as well. But in the end, it didn't quite work out for them. Those B players just lost too quickly, and the Immortals overran the site. Luminosity wasn't able to retake it. So now we are going to see a semi-force buy really here from Luminosity with a couple of scouts and the pistol armor on a couple of those players as well. Immortals, of course, buying fully into this round.
It looks like Yelich is using that scout, maybe dueling out. I'm not sure who's carrying the boat moment. It looks like it is Henny actually holding the AK, going in towards that Death Alley. PKL now coming up quite close towards mid. But there's the single flashbang to see if, Steel. I thought Steel was just going to pull Jiggle Peak coming out of Steel, and Showtime has no chance with the Immortals coming in towards the B side. This should be apt cleanup shortly afterwards. SHZ, the last man left standing. He's just going to think, he's just going to see what he can find. But look on how low the HP is on Bolts and Steel.
Yeah, Immortals have really navigated that one well. They had a couple of low players early on in the piece, but looks like they're going to get away with this without losing a single player at all. So they're going to be quite content with how that's turned out. Luminosity, you know, maybe if they had just got a couple of extra tags across there onto Steel or onto Bolts, even onto Henny, this round could have been going a much different way. But it is what it is here now. Immortals will be starting off with 2-0, and Luminosity on the back foot immediately.
I think it was Yell effectively who... I think if Yell kept his gun out and realized they dropped down, I'm not sure what sound cues, or maybe, you know, they were communicating and something else was being, you know, the sound dropping over was being talked over.
Yeah.
But there should have been no way he couldn't have heard that mid-push.
Yeah, that's
so that's a severe misplay. And if he had the scout out, they could have done so much more damage. You would have forced the T's to slow down, take it a lot more slower. As it was, the T's, you know, instantly got the kill, busted straight out.
Yeah.
Now the stack towards the B side. Wouldn't be surprised to see this B push coming out, because Steel does have that MAC-10 in his hand. Not sure if Bolts is following him. It looks like it's going to be FNX following him. Just taking control of tunnels for now, not really pushing anywhere.
So just an eco round out of Luminosity Gaming. They will buy into the next round, but Immortals really should be starting this one off 3-0. SHZ pushing forward. Lucas quite content to pick himself up a free kill there. Very good pop flash from his teammate.
Well, Destiny does pick up the Deagle, so they should hear him out, but he's just going to back straight out. There actually was a T waiting at CT, so there's a little bit of damage done towards both sides as Bolts will pick up Yell towards Long. Now, Destiny has a lot of work to do. Currently climbing up a slope. Great shot on towards Lucas, and now more deals coming out towards mid. PKL very lucky to escape with his life, but there should be cleanup for Immortals once again, and he getting 2 kills.
Easy round in the end for them after losing that first one, but again getting quite low on HP. You have to feel like Luminosity, if they had some rifles in their hand, they'd be really in some of these rounds, and that is going to be the case now coming into the first gun round, into round 4. Yell taking away the AWP for his teammates. I think PKL was the one to buy it for him.
This may be a fast B push. No, okay, looks like it wasn't. Because Steel is holding on to the MAC-10, and even though normally, you know, you'd see 1 or 2 players maybe holding to SMG, especially against a CT buy round, because they opt to go for no head armor for more utility.
Yeah.
They were in a great position to rush that B side, and I expected that push to come out, especially on the back of the MAC-10 of Steel, but it looks like instead it's going to be pressure towards that short area. Both Lucas and Steel working it together to see what they can find. Otherwise, probably a delayed mid-hit. These two at short may try to sneak into CT spawn, and as a result, just close off that mid area before taking that B site.
Immortals still just sneaking their way around the map. There's actually a player up short. That could cause some problems over towards the A-bomb site, but the real hit is over towards B. PKL answering well, finding 2 before being traded out. Lucas and FNX finding 1 apiece, but Showtime has dropped the bomb, and it's now 3 versus 2 Immortals with a difficult position now to try and recover that bomb, and it's not getting any easier. SHZ with a lurk around up towards the top of mid. He's going to catch off Lucas. It's just Steel with only his MAC-10 to work with.
Oh, he has switched out to the AK-47, so will spot out HHZ, but he's going to be dinked out as well at the same time. So the CTs will know where he's coming from. Showtime has all the HP advantages in the world, so they should be able to take this forward. As
If he can take this kill, though, it could be potential for him to clutch out the 1v1. Not going to be the case there. It was maybe going to be a bit difficult there for Yellow with the AWP, but doesn't have to worry too much about that. Luminosity, as soon as they get the guns in their hands, looking a lot more potent here against the Immortals. And Immortals probably going to be able to buy back into this round, but you have to question, how things are going to go throughout the rest of this half. I mean, they started off well, but they don't want to let things fall too far by the wayside early on in the piece.
Yeah, especially in this round where they had to buy up a couple more guns. So HE Grenade just to block the vision. It looks like it's going to be Henny with the AWP. He's going to pick it straight up as a Molotov. So just standard long holding. Looks like they're just throwing a bunch of utility, early Molotov, early smoke grenade. But so far, Immortals haven't made a move towards the long in any round yet, except for possibly one of the anti-ecos where they had just maybe one person on the Mac 10. Otherwise, what Destiny is doing here is good, just lurking, holding on, sussing out information. Can he hear anything short? Can he hear anything mid? If he can hear things mid, he's in the perfect position. Even if he gets smoked off, he can just jump on top. He can try spraying through, doing some damage, delay with flashbangs, work in unison with his B partner. If they're coming up short, he can just rotate back and help out the A-side player. So this is a good hold coming out from Luminosity, not pushing in for information. They don't have to get nervous, just need to hold on to their utility and make sure Immortals don't get easy territory. So now Immortals stacking up for that mid take.
Yeah, it does look like Immortals are starting to pressure the mid area a bit. They've managed to put a smoke in towards CT, and I think Showtime spotted out a couple of those plays. He's put a smoke down. Does he want to push through this? It looked like he almost did. It's actually PKL to go for the push. He finds one, actually a couple of kills going the way of Luminosity. Immortals not able to trade all of them out, but FNX is in a great spot here. That's a good pick for Henny, and if FNX can pick up that player that was playing around the B side, if Showtime, it could be a big pick for Immortals. Still not going to happen. Showtime looking a little bit too good there, and now in a 1 versus 3, Henny is probably going to be in a bit of a difficult spot here.
Yeah, this Henny, if he can get this kill at the very least, it'd be pretty nice, and he does manage to find that kill on towards Showtime. Bomb lost outside, though. There is an AWP train in his position. He has to be sharp with that, but Yell not going to be drawn out, just holding his nerves. Knows that he can contest the AWP from a safe distance. And Luminosity Gaming picking up the second round, forcing Immortals now into a potential force buy. A good start on the CT side, but they need to make sure their economy does not dip below, I guess, this amount.
Yeah.
This is a seriously bad number to be if you're at Luminosity Gaming. Even though you win the rounds, you're not winning the economical battle, and Immortals on the T side and Dust 2 will drive you into the ground if you keep losing guns.
Well, at the moment, they're not really driving much into the ground. They have lost the last couple of rounds in a row in fairly convincing fashion. It hasn't really looked like they've been in a position to win either of those rounds after, the initial flurry of frags that went the way of Luminosity. And now, obviously, Luminosity with a massive advantage into this round. Yell is going to have to find the initial pick, and he's lined up very nicely for it. Just pops the head off Henny. He's going to drop back there. The Molotov will help him out, but he's got a chance for a second, though. Not for much longer. Lucas, to find that kill, is traded out straight away by SHZ. FNX taking some damage from the Molotov, and things looking pretty good across the board here for Luminosity. The rotates coming in quite quickly. The bomb probably going to go down here for Immortals at least, so they haven't invested too much into this round, and they have got a decent amount out of it, given that they do get that defuse, but still, it's a round on the board for Luminosity.
Do I have a lot of cash to work with, and I'd like to see Destiny pick up maybe, I think they might have had 2 SMGs, because it looks like Destiny hasn't picked up anything else. He's opting to just keep the UMP. The AWP has been retrieved. So this is the round where pretty much Immortals will make their strike. Henny will pick up the AWP once again, but a lot of utility on both sides. It's going to be pretty much down towards either a fast initial engagement. Looks like none of the Ts have the spawn for it, so Henny potentially boosted. No, it looks like it is just going to be going straight through Death Alley. Steel charging straight through, no fear. As Henny just locking down the line so far. Immortals more than happy just to play safe, just wait out, see if we can find any cheeky CTs pushing through. But Luminosity Gaming so far, in their buy rounds, having playing passive, they're not giving up any easy opportunities.
Yeah, and Immortals really need to bite back here. They have lost the last 3 in a row, and Luminosity have made it look pretty comfortable as well. So, I mean, it certainly feels to me like at least Luminosity have got the advantage for now on Dust. And, coming into this, we obviously expected Immortals probably to be the stronger looking team. It's not quite showing at the moment. They did get 3 rounds, obviously, but it was off the back of the pistol. And you have to say the 3 rounds that Immortal have picked up have been more impactful than those that Immortals did.
Yeah, so just then Henny just trying to go for the hero solo play. Very risky play. If it did work out, he would have pushed the numbers advantage, but unfortunately Showtime, after securing the B site, came back towards mid and was able to get the kill before any of his compatriots were in danger. So, now, even though the scores are tied up, I would say that the momentum has swung back in towards Luminosity Gaming's favor. You can see at the moment, even though Destiny's got the UMP, sitting towards Bins means that anyone dropping down is going to catch a very nasty surprise. Even if they come up through short, you know, he can jump up. Now push it towards, coming out towards long. SHZ has a lot of work to do coming up. 2 Ts right now pressuring him, and Lucas, crisp headshot.
Yeah, really needed to get a little bit more damage out of that at the very worst. Would have liked at least 1 kill, but not able to get too much, to be honest. And now it's up to Yell. He's spotting that angle with the AWP and hasn't managed to land the shot. Gets a second chance and doesn't make that one miss. A nice shot onto Steel. He's got a 3rd chance, and he will drop that player very low through the wall. Now just 1 player left alive here for Immortals. Yell not quite going to land that shot, but FNX is in a difficult position here. Does dispatch of Yell, but now he's got 2 more players left to deal with and only 8 seconds to work with. In the end, he does go down to PKL. And again, another pretty good looking round for Luminosity. Some missed shots there and some missed opportunities from a couple of them, but all in all, I think they got the job done pretty well.
That was good stuff coming out from Yell. He was under a lot of pressure from that short area because he didn't know how much were actually there. And because Destiny only had a UMP, it's not the best weapon to hold that angle as looks like one of them has picked up an MP9. Not sure which member of Luminosity Gaming has. It's Showtime picking up the MP9 to see if he can add to his cash stack.
Fair enough.
Immortals stacking up outside of long A. They should be able to bust this open, but can they get out is the real question, because Destiny as well as SHZ are going to be there.
Pop flash or a team flash coming out there from Steel. Well, it's not worked out too nicely there for Luminosity. Destiny just with a nice, easy spray down. And I mean, he even got flashed out by the flash from Immortals, but they weren't able to get anything done because of it. Luminosity, again, looking pretty good here. This anti-eco looking like it should be cleaned up without really any more losses than Showtime, which, to be fair, was just the SMG. So they're not going to be too bothered by that at all. And there you go, Destiny taking that one with a 5K for the round. Nice and, well, nice
the
and happy
ace.
with that.
That's going to be clip of the week.
Oh, EK round ace.
Eco round ace. It looks good, right? They all line up.
Tarek's 5K ace against the Eco yesterday was a little better.
Yes. That was actually pretty sick. I watched it. I'm like, that is some pretty crisp plays. And I mean, that was well played by Destiny, though. A lot of the time, if you're being pressured, if you flash out, as soon as you make a single misstep and you lose your gun, you actually put so much pressure on the rest of the map. So even though it was an eco, it's still well done to actually hold off a position that is...
Definitely.
You can see so many times, you know, they do bust out with Tech 9s and pistols and are able to take the position.
So again, another buy coming out here for Immortals. It's a pretty full buy. I mean, apart from the utilities on Henny there, but I think they're going to be quite happy with this. And yeah, they need to find something here. They've lost 5 in a row now. Luminosity really starting to get on a bit of a roll. Yell firing that shot a little too early once the flash came out, but he's going to get out of there okay. So he's got a second shot, potentially even a couple more if things go his way. Immortals once again starting to push their way up short. They do have a play around towards long as well. Yet to actually push in, but this could be a decent A split though. It looks like we're going to be seeing Bolts rejoin his teammates.
Well, so far, I mean, Luminosity Gaming, they're doing well. They're holding their nerve. They know they don't need to take this short position right now. They know Immortals have a lot of time to move and maneuver around. And you can see right now, Steel could be going for a huge lurk play, but no, Destiny has spotted this out. The rest of them charging out through Catwalk. FNX will take down Yell. He couldn't put up any resistance. There is no one at long. So SHZ, a lot of work for him to do as well as he's coming across. But the bomb plant will go down towards just behind that quad box for short. And, oh, he needs to hit those.
Yeah, that was a nice a little bit of a play from him, getting that Molotov in and really forcing the bomb planter out of position, but wasn't able to connect the shots, wasn't able to capitalize on that advantage. And Luminosity immediately starting to fall back here to save those weapons. Immortals have found themselves around finally. But Luminosity still able to take those guns through the next round. Should have a pretty good buy into the next one, so I don't think the pressure really has eased at all on the T side.
I mean, so far, it looks like Short's working out quite well for them. And it's because Yell, as soon as he drops down, there's no easy way for him to get back onto the A side. Because as soon as the T actually pressures, he's caught in the open. He knows he doesn't have supporters. FNX putting a lot of early pressure on towards back of sight. Destiny, though, just holding his nerve. Doesn't want to be traded out. And all the CTs will get away with their lives, not risking any silly peaks. And I like seeing that because they had a goal in mind, which is to save up their guns.
Yeah. I like that from Luminosity as well, playing the long game. I mean, in theory, they probably could have gone for a retake there. It would have been a tough one, but certainly not an unwinnable one. But obviously, we saw them just back out there, take those guns into this round, and their economy looking a whole lot better than it potentially would have. Just eases a little bit of pressure on them, and now in this round, they're going to have to deal with, once again, the onslaught from Immortals. But if they can reset the economy here of that T side, then they can set themselves up with another couple of nice rounds and start to build a nice platform heading into the late stages of this first half.
Yeah, PKL so far has been playing this B side well. After obviously the first buy round hold where he got the 2 kills, which was instrumental in holding towards the B side. As you know, done his job. He hasn't really given up the B side easily, just holding on, not giving any opportunities, which is so hard sometimes as the B anchor, is that all of a sudden if the T's rush you, you're in serious trouble. So, well, Steel is going to try to go for a chance close range shot, but the smoke has faded out. There was no anti-flash being played, so Destiny's going to get punished. Steel, double kill entry.
Yeah, really nice stuff there from Immortals. Good teamwork, good flash for Steel, and he obviously landed the shots as well. So, nice opening into this round here. They've only got 3 players left to dispatch, and it looks like potentially they might be heading up for a B split here, couple through mid, couple through the upper tunnels. And if that is the case, it would be probably a pretty good decision because PKL all on his lonesome, now down to 8 HP. Should be a pretty easy cleanup here. The grenade might get it done, not quite. Still Immortals trying to find that kill, but it really shouldn't be too long coming.
Oh, he has managed to sneak out, has spotted out once. He'll take down Steel, so surely there should be a trade going out by Bolts, but Bolts looks like he's locked down, but no longer though. We'll be able to get one kill on towards SHZ and be able to just juke it out of there. Score should be tied after this. The only question is whether or not Luminosity can save their guns, and I would say at the moment is that PKL's a dead man for sure, and Yell should be able to save the orb.
Yeah, PKL thus far, though, has played it pretty well. Maybe he can actually get across here, though. There is a bit of a hole in that smoke. Not even a hole, it's just the side of the smoke. Bolt's missing the shot, though. And PKL is going to have another chance to try and survive here. It's going to be incredibly tough. Needs the backup of Yell. Actually finds a second kill for himself. Yell is going to get the other one. And it does seem to me like PKL should be able to take this gun through to the next round.
Not if FNX applies the correct pressure towards Long, and Yell had to be aware of the potential. Both of them have to peek out. They were isolated.
Such a shame for Luminosity. They're not going to be able to take any guns through, but at least they have the economy to pull through in this one anyway, so it will be a pretty good buy for them regardless. Obviously would have liked to have saved a bit of extra cash, but it's not going to be the case. And now 5 apiece. Immortals have done a pretty good job of bouncing back in this one. They'll have a full buy into this one, and you know, if they can clean this one up pretty easily, their economy will start to get rolling quite nicely on that T side.
Yeah, so Luminosity gaming now is starting to change a couple of things up. You know, SHZ going fast with the UMP, and FNX was challenged in the corner, but the scope was not out. And as a result, everyone's going to escape unharmed. SHZ will actually fall. Steel just pushing straight up towards long A with his compatriots. And, well, Yell is in a world of hurt at the moment as Bolts also picks up the find on towards Destiny as well. So, Showtime, though, answering. 3 on 3.
3 on 3 indeed. The A site not really secure just yet here for Immortals. So they should be getting the bomb down sooner or later. Yell, can he try and deny it? Not quite. I don't think PKL on the rotate around from behind. Bolts, I think, might have hurt him. Yell does go down in the meanwhile, and it is going to be Bolts to close that one out with 4 kills in that round. Nice individual play from him. Immortals now take back the lead.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, the miniature momentum swings, and this is where the danger comes in now for Luminosity. Now their economy is starting to plummet. They're losing control of territory because they have to opt to go for, okay, we need to sacrifice here for control of short. We can see how Luminosity are thinking. They're going, okay, Immortals are taking their success through that mid and short area. We need to at least get 1, maybe 2 picks with our AWP as Showtime gets absolutely destroyed through the metal walls. I'm about to say wooden walls, but he would have been dead if it was wooden walls. And otherwise, Immortals going ahead in this half, they're only going to build up their economy from here. They're just going to put the hurt more and more in as they just more than happy to challenge out. Look at FNX, so confident, charging straight forward. 2 kills. Can he get the 3rd? No, he cannot.
Just
Yell will at least find
away.
one.
Didn't quite get it all done, but still, as you say, pretty good performance from him. A nice entry in towards mid as well from Steel. Again, backed up by his teammate with a flash. SHZ able to find a kill onto Lucas. Does allow Yell to actually pick up an AK as well. So round's not over just yet.
They should save the AK.
Yeah, over on towards the B side, the bomb plan. Okay, that's right. They should definitely save this AK through to the next round.
Oh, they've got 2 of them as well, but they're not really synced up with each other. They can't really cover each other's backs, so as we just wait for all of this for the T's, I'm just waiting for Steel to hunt. Steel so far has shown himself to be very, very confident in charging through. And he may just be... No, it looks like he's going to play it safe this time around. I would like Steel charging in. He's been so confident charging in towards mid, gaining this territory control, and just, you know, asserting his dominance over Luminosity. And what a turnaround, I guess, so far from Luminosity and Immortals. I mean, we saw Luminosity able to hold on to their own quite well on towards that B side and mid area. As soon as that short, as well as long A side to crack, Immortals are striking there. and just constantly reapplying the pressure. So with those 2 saved AKs, we can see more utility coming out. We can probably see that there's going to be a better short as well as long A control.
Yep.
And that's what Luminosity need to do.
That's what one thing that Luminosity have done pretty well so far this this first half. They've been able to save a lot of guns through the next round. Their economy, you know, it hasn't really been shattered all that much. It's feeling okay across the board. PKL, that's a little unlucky, I suppose, being taken down by Steel there with his gun out, or without his gun out. Yellow able to pull one back. Showtime also finding one, though. He's going to get flanked around from behind. Yell backing him up. Nice stuff. And it is looking like the B-hold is going to be pretty strong here from Showtime. He just needed that backup from Yell in mid. In the end, he does go down, but I think they've held on long enough for the rotates to come across. This is probably unwinnable almost now for Luminosity. Look at how much HP they're on.
Yeah, they're so low. We'll be able to get the bomb plant down. Henny trying to go for a peek is, look, one of them has to play aggressive right now. And that's what Luminosity are waiting for. They're waiting for one of the players of Immortals to try to push in. They're just making it nervous. This AWP can only be trained on one of the 3 angles as they're coming in. As Destiny spraying through the smoke. Henny actually finds a pick on towards HAZ. This has really been ill-communicated because suddenly down on 1-on-1. At the very least, Yell knows where Lucas is. But Lucas, out of nowhere, 20 HP, another headshot. That has gone terribly wrong for Luminosity. That was a must-win situation.
What a nice 2v3 from Immortals, playing the angles correctly and getting a bit lucky, I suppose, in the sense that the peaking times, Henny was able to do great work. Or was it Lucas, I think, with the AWP, actually? Regardless, whoever had the AWP did a great job of holding on to those first 2 picks and allowed his teammate to close things out in the end. Nice little wallbang on the cross from Showtime.
This is what I was talking about earlier in terms of Lucas as well as Henny. I mean, they were the 2 that were the last alive, and you can see that the sync between them, they just played together, and it doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
The twin effect.
Yeah, I suppose. FNX, though, with a couple of kills entering on towards the B-bomb site. It does open up the site. Unfortunately, for Immortals, Lucas gets dropped in mid with the bomb, kind of out in no man's land, and that's pretty much that for the Immortals. Luminosity able to pick up the round, and we're back to 6-8. Potential to see a 7-8 coming out here. Wouldn't be surprising if that were to be the case. It is Dust, after all.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good half from Luminosity. A lot of the time we generally don't see the T side losing it as much. We see the CT side getting hammered because they can't get their economy up. So Luminosity have done well to the stage to get 6-8.
Yep.
If they can get 7-8, that's going to be a great starting foundation for their own T half. Whereas for Immortals, I mean, they saw that they got the tag and they decided to jump the gun and go towards the B side, but they couldn't get the cross going effectively. Still, charging in, probably just by himself, just one too many times, does get punished for it, and that's where it all went wrong afterwards, as well as not being able to have that mid control as well.
So, important round really for both of these teams. It's really the round that kind of gives us the difference. If Immortals win it, you know, they've had a pretty good T half. If Luminosity win it, they've had a pretty good CT half. So things still hanging in the balance. I mean, obviously, regardless of who wins this one, we're still set up for a pretty good second half of the map. This time, Immortals making their way out at short. I don't think they've been really using that wall of smokes all that much, this half, but haven't actually used it just yet. Like, they've used it, obviously, but haven't utilized the fact that the vision is obscured. So trying to maybe sell a fake, cause a rotation, anything like that.
Mid is effectively open at this moment, and I think Immortals and Luminosity both know this fact. So there's a smoke towards mid as Still, once again, will sneak his way past, but there's a CT right behind him. Destiny will be able to get the kill. He needs to be aware of that fact. Yell much better this time around. Gets the first AWP pick at the car corner. Gets the second. Nice little flick coming out there as he jumps across to see if he can find more information. Henny trying to push across his FNX. Will take down Destiny, but the flashbang comes at the perfect time as Yell on a triple. Can't get the 4th. All up to FNX now. 2 kills so far. Trying to cross into the site. SHZ will shut him down.
That's going to be that after the first half. Immortals leading 8, but Luminosity do have 7 on the board. So pretty close. Should be a good second half. We'll be head to a break, but we'll be back with half number 2 in 1 sec. Alrighty, and back straight into the second half. A good break. Well, a good short break. I like that. And we'll see how this one turns out. Immortals now on the CT side, obviously leading with 8 rounds on the board. But it's definitely within the grasp of Luminosity still as well.
Yeah, Luminosity, they do have these 2 smoke grenades. Not sure what they're lining up for. Okay, it looks like there's the first Xbox smoke, so possibly a short push. Lucas has a lot of work to do to hold this one off. And it looks like he is peeking around the corner. He is actually smoked off right now. I don't know if they can actually spot him, but they're lining up for him. He gets one, but he can't get second. Ducks behind the smoke. He tries to get a second headshot, but he will be able to evac the point as he's got a teammate waiting with him. And Lucas gets another one. This has gone terribly wrong for Luminosity Gaming. This has been perfectly red because Immortals are just smashing straight through them right now. Showtime trying to do his best. We'll be able to get one pick with a P250, but FNX able to get the trade.
Well, the thing's not looking too great for Luminosity on this pistol round. Immortals do pull it off there. PKL going down to steal at the end of that. But good start to the second half here for Immortals, and they've won both the pistols as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So now they're just looking to pile them the hurt. Very early pause being called, but otherwise Immortals, a lot of SMGs so far. Not
I think
sure
it's just a quick pause.
Yeah.
We should be back relatively shortly. But yeah, like you said, it's a tough situation now really for the Luminosity guys. They lose both the pistols. If Immortals don't close it out from here, I think you have to ask a few questions about that. But hopefully, for them at least, they should be able to do that.
Yeah, I mean, what we saw earlier, I believe it was that I think Immortals actually won one of the anti-ecos, or they were on the eco and they took it.
Yeah.
And they forced, or was it Luminosity that actually won one of the ecos?
I can't remember.
No, actually, Immortals just took the 3-0.
I think, yeah, I think you're going a bit crazy, mate. The heat getting to you.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to this heat wave. Well, Immortals just pushing in very early, trying to get control. Trying to apply the heat, so to speak, on towards Luminosity as they need to get a bit of a wiggle on. They are moving up towards mid, which is
A wiggle on,
completely open. A wiggle on.
Fair enough. Wiggly, wiggly.
Are you okay? Maybe the heat's affecting you as well.
Maybe it is. Maybe it is. All right, well, let's have a look in and see what Luminosity is doing here. They've made their way up short. Going to have to run into FNX, who does have a grenade primed and ready. The Molotov being switched out, and I think he spotted out a few of those players. It's a decent Molotov. Doesn't get a huge amount done. That grenade, though, should. And, well, great hold there from FNX and Lucas. They have lost FNX, but in the end, they've traded 3 for 1 overall. And that's pretty much what you want to see coming out from Immortals. Looks like they should be able to make their way through this round, only losing that single gun. And, well, they're pretty happy with that.
You can see FNX's panic when he saw the first T-head. He's like, "Oh, I'm just gonna throw it over there and bounce it off the wall."
Yeah.
It worked out well. HE Grenade did a lot of damage as well as his teammates were in the position to trade. So, a bit fortunate because I don't think he was expecting them just to dry walk out.
Yeah.
I think he was expecting a couple of flashbangs, maybe a little bit more noise. But at the same time, you've got to be aware of, I guess, that position. The opportunity was there for the taking for Luminosity. They did take it. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for them this time around. And now just with blocks, hoping to do some damage.
Yeah, Lucas spotting out this angle, and he's going to have a pretty good time here, just cleaning everything up. Oh, runs out of bullets, and he does get punished for it. A little unfortunate for him there in the end, having Destiny down on 4 HP, but it does give FNX some time for some stat panning, avoiding the flash nicely. Goes for the repeak. Also a bit of backup there from Henny. So a very good round, really, for Immortals. They only lost the single gun. It should be retrieved. I think it was the M4. Oh, no,
they couldn't find it.
They didn't find it.
It's a bit of a loss. I mean,
it's not a huge deal.
Oh, it's 3.1k. That's still quite a lot.
Yeah. They've
That's
got enough
it, though.
money to buy anyway.
True. And I think Kenny would have just picked up the AWP anyway, so the UMP does drop down. It would just been nice to have another extra M4.
Of course.
Yell, unable to react in time. The HE does go off a little bit late. It looks like it's just a fast, long A push. Actually, Lucas managed to duck in towards Pit. This could be absolutely critical. Showtime very, very close. At the edge of the smoke, I don't think FNX has spotted him. Now he has. FNX getting 1 kill. As that Molotov does go a little bit orient towards Pit. And Lucas has a lot of work to do. Has spotted now Destiny as he gets 1. But now he's in a world of hurt. Henny trying to come across just to alleviate some of the pressure. But Luminosity wisely backing off.
Yeah, it looked like a pretty dangerous setup there for Immortals, but in the end, Luminosity get out with only losing a single player, so I think they can be counting their lucky stars for that one. And now Immortals are going to go for a bit of a push-up here towards the upper tunnels, now in towards, making their way towards lower tunnels at least.
Getting this critical information. This allows Henny to be aware of the fact that they could be coming up short, and this position coming out from Steel at the moment means that he knows that they're not mid, as HAZ has been spotted out towards short. Will take a bullet for his troubles, but this means that they can't come towards B. Look where Bolts is right now. Oh, he gets punished for that, though. He was trying to flank towards bedroom. They are just going to go straight towards B now. They know mid's going to be weak as Yell pushing across. Steel's made a lot of noise. They have to know he's outside B, surely.
Steel has a good spot here to find at least one kill, and he has done that. It's typically a one-and-done position, but he's going to get away with it. Yell missing the shot, and now he's going to go for a third against PKL. So what am I saying? In the end, he finds 3 kills, and now Destiny, the only player left alive for Luminosity, with, well, the world on his shoulders and only 3 HP to work with. Not a great spot for him.
Yeah, he's just going to save the AK-47. That was a perfect play coming out from Luminosity. The only problem was Yell not getting the trade. And that is something as an AWPer, you've got all the information in the world.
Yeah.
You know exactly where he is. He is trapped like a rat. And he was allowed to escape alive.
Yeah, and pick up 3 kills in the meanwhile. So, not too great for Luminosity there now. Immortals really starting to stream ahead a little bit now in this second half. We have started to see things work out pretty nicely for them. You can see the economy really building up now. I mean, apart from FNX, the rest of them have a bit of cash in the bank, particularly Steel and Lucas. And on the side of Luminosity, things are obviously a bit worse for wear.
Well, they're going towards hard B. No stop by looks of it right now. So there's the first Molotov. So maybe not so hard as we initially thought. So just taking control of tunnels, just waiting to see what they can find. Maybe just wait out the first initial bunch of CT grenades before charging in. They do have a smoke and flashbang to work with on PKL as well as Tech 9. There's a smoke grenade, so Bolts will be able to spot this out. FNX will get the first kill on towards Yell, trying to push through mid. But otherwise, they've actually stalled for a moment. They've thrown the smoke grenade and not gone anywhere.
Oh, well. Ooh. Couple of smoke grenades coming in there for Immortals, so a little bit of miscommunication, but it shouldn't bother them too much. Obviously just going up against the pistols, 1 AK. They've done a fair amount of damage across to those Ts that are pushing as well.
I think once Bolts, as soon as the smokes dissipate, he'll realize that there's blood splatters all over the walls, and he'll realize how much damage he's actually done. So Showtime peeking across. Oh. Wow, Showtime with the AK to get this entry on towards B side. Still a lot of work for him to do. Hold this off. Showtime first man out. Oh. Still, that is going to be devastating as FNX gets a touchdown. But otherwise, this is actually a real chance for the Luminosity to actually take this now. FNX is already low, and he's dead.
Oh, they've used this AK so well. It's the single AK, but it's found all 3 kills of this round so far for Luminosity. And really, that's not how this run should have turned out for Immortals. They do have 2 players left alive here, but I just don't think they're quite going to have a good time going for the retake, unless they maybe get a grenade or something into Destiny, who's on 8 HP, but they don't really have any to work with, so they are going to go for the peak. Henny with the AWP. One coming in.
What? What a huge flick coming out of Henny. Oh.
Well, there you go. Yeah, fair enough. All right, mate. That's all I got to say about that.
Flick, no scope through the wall.
As you do, as you do. Maybe he was watching Tarek yesterday.
Yep. And definitely B-site inspired by Tarek. That was an insane flick. I would love a replay, but unfortunately we're not going to get that. That's all we're going to get. But the obs was on that, and we had the pleasure of seeing Henny absolutely rip someone apart. And that is devastating for Luminosity. They were in the right post plan as well.
Yeah.
And then Henny just went, I'm just going to do Henny things. Was that Henny and Lucas once again on the retake?
I
think it was.
Yeah, I know it was definitely Henny. I didn't know the other. Didn't catch
it would be Lucas because he's got the AK. So it's going to get punished for that time.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, but, I mean, Immortals kind of stealing around there away from Luminosity. 13 on the board now. There's still potential for them to win this round, even though they do have that player deficit. Steel's not in a bad position, actually. If he can work around this smoke, he can potentially find something. Lucas is going to hear Showtime. Oh, is he? No, he was kind of scared, I think, behind by his teammate. In the end, though, it works out quite nicely for Immortals. They get a 2-for-0. FNX in a spot here to maybe find a couple. They lined up for him, but he wasn't able to land the shots. Lucas, in the end, does find the kill with the grenade and another one with his AK, and it's all down to PKL against Lucas in that 1-versus-1. Both of them with AKs to work with, both of them with a couple of kills already in this round, trying to find the win for their team.
Yeah, so it looks like it's just going to be smoked towards the CT. PKL, he has all the territory and time to work with, so he has to react just accordingly. So he's just going to try and fake out Lucas with a mid to B smoke as he is going towards long. So Lucas hasn't read this correctly. He's just going to gamble towards the wrong side. PKL, still with 40 seconds left, will be able to get on towards the side eventually. So still a one-on-one. We still have a bit of time, but just a little bit of downtime as we wait. We know what's going to happen.
Yeah. So how was your breakfast today?
It was great, actually. It was very spicy.
You have?
It was a spicy breakfast. Not as spicy as these plays, but still relatively spicy.
All right.
The bomb plant does go down.
So the bomb does go down. There we go. Now the
lull has finished. The interlude.
Yep. The intermission even. We're back with the game, and all PKL getting a good peek there onto Lucas. He does lose a bit of his HP, but both these players now getting very low on HP, and Lucas, I mean, he kind of has no option but to come from this position. Didn't have much time to rotate across. In the end, PKL playing it quite nicely, and does clutch out the 1v1 for Luminosity, and should be a pretty decent buy into this round from both teams, by the looks of things.
Yeah, I think Henny this time around will play that short arrow, maybe just a little bit more passively.
Yeah.
He did push, I think, a little bit too aggressively, so... And he got punished very, very hard for it by Yell, who has also picked up an AWP of his own. And so far, I think Yell's been doing quite well. Otherwise, once again, no control coming in towards bedroom, which means that Henny may be tempted to push in. It would be a risky play, but it looks like he decides to back off. So they're just trying to take control of mid this time around. They don't have as much utility to hold on to. The Immortals need to be cautious and wary of this fact. And Luminosity should be aware that their economy is not great either.
Yeah.
So they know that they can fake it out and execute later on. They just need to have the patience.
Well, we'll find out whether or not they are going to have that. Destiny pushing forward here towards mid. Not going too aggressively just yet. FNX holding a close angle. Not something that we've seen too much from Immortals so far on their CT side, so it could potentially catch Luminosity off guard. As of yet, they're not too keen to push in anywhere, but they are starting to make some presence known up towards short. Getting that Molotov in next to the stairs. Molotov in response from the CTs, just to slow things down. 50 seconds still left on the clock. Plenty of time for Luminosity. Getting some information still across the map as to where those CTs are holding.
Well, I mean, they are going to be starting to slowly execute towards short. Lucas, that's some sharp entry, but he can only get one, and the second one have been absolutely critical, as now that long A territory is gone as well. Henny with a lot of work to do, and he doesn't have his brother here this time to help him out. He has to rely on FNX, which is, you know, not the worst in terms of backup. But 25 seconds left on the time up. Luminosity actually needs to make a move now. They have to go towards this A site. Showtime making his way out towards B. They need to try and at least get a couple of kills. Otherwise, there we have it. Showtime gets one. And Bolts, no, it looks like Yell will take down Henny. Oh. FNX will fall as well, so
Bolts
Luminosity will take this.
Yeah, and I think Luminosity starting to make a late map resurgence, perhaps. Maybe don't want to call it too early. It's only going to be the second round in a row, but Immortals have let a couple slip.
Well, Bolts needs to try to take this M4 to the next round. I think Immortals do need to eco for their next one. So Luminosity should be able to make it double digits, barring a severe misplay. But I think the problems that plague Luminosity on their CT side is now also hammering Immortals as well. Not landing their shots, you know, they're playing over-aggressive when they don't need to. And it's just zoning them out as Destiny will find the final kill. Bolts peeking out a little bit too much, does get spotted out and gets shut down.
Alrighty, well, it should just be the pistol play here for Immortals. Maybe some P250s, but apart from that, nothing too major. So Luminosity, again, with another round that they should be able to pull off here against Immortals, barring some sort of, you know, something going wrong.
Yeah, so just a couple of deagles of P250s. Otherwise, Luminosity Gaming, just playing that anti-eco, wisely just spread out across the map, just going to be slowly gaining control. They've got Molotovs to work with. Good decision, making sure they use their Molotovs to chase out any cheeky counter-terrorists. Otherwise, just going to be a stack. That boosted Lucas up here, though.
Yeah, Luminosity is getting some information in towards mid there as well, courtesy, I think it is, of Destiny, who was just peeking in through the mid doors there.
Slow control?
Yeah, they're playing quite slowly. Like, they're just trying to figure out where those CTs are. They don't want to run into a stack or anything like that. And, well, slowly but surely making their way up on towards the A-bomb site now.
Yeah, and this is the correct way to play it. That's actually a really good... that's a really good grenade on towards Destiny. Could potentially cause some more damage towards the end. Steel does get tagged out a little bit. Push towards tunnels. He, I think, was just getting a little bit too jumpy. Get some information, but Luminosity Gaming, not sure what they particularly want to do, as Destiny is just going to backpedal and just spray away, hoping he can find something. It is going to be a B-side execute. Oh, the cheeky position coming up from Steel. He gets one dink, but unfortunately that's not a P2K. That's only a P2K, should I say. Not anything else. Anything else, it might have been a kill, as Destiny has been spotted out. And can he get the kill? No, he can't, unfortunately. So the rest of the CT is going to be looking to pick up a couple of guns if they can. Long-range duel happening between Lucas and Destiny. I don't think this is going to work in the favor of the P250.
No, you would think not. Yell finding one, Showtime fighting another, and it is just Lucas left alive for Immortals. But this round has pretty much gone the way we would have expected. There is potential maybe for Lucas to find a kill or two here, but in the end he will be taken down by Destiny. And 10 on the board now for Luminosity. Immortals, oh...
I'd say that's eco one more time.
Yeah, pistol armor probably best.
it's just too low. At this time, you know, they still have rounds in their favor. Even though they're bleeding out, it's starting to get to the part where they, you know, they're going to become a little bit more nervous.
Yeah.
But it's starting to bleed out a little bit, and they realize this. They need the AWP, potentially a double AWP setup. Not sure who would pick up the second AWP on their team. But they realize they have to take control of the map with these AWPs. They need to hold on towards your short somehow, because short's really been the problem as, well, Bolts is just going to have to give up that B site immediately. Destiny's been quite on fire with the AK-47, and still nothing he can do.
Yeah, I don't think there's really much that Immortals can do in general here. If they were to try and go for a retake, it would certainly not work out too well for them. They are just going to push through that smoke there, and Destiny does shut down FNX. Also finding Steel, potential for a third here. He takes down Henny. And it is now just the single player of Lucas left alive. I mean, maybe even worth saving into the next round. The defuse kit, the smoke, sorry, and the deagle. I mean, it's highly unlikely he's going to get anything out of this one.
Yeah, they are starting to pressure, though.
Or if you can get a headshot onto PKL, get an AK. Oh, here we go. Maybe he can save this AK.
They're going to chase hard, though.
Oh,
you can
sure,
see this at the moment. There's a hard chase. Yell. Oh, you can't lose your AWP like that. That is really, really dangerous, because I'm not sure why there's one flanking. Lucas has done a ton of damage. Now being chased, nearly hits the flick as well. And, well, oh, okay, this is where the backyard person comes in handy. Should be able to kill him now. Surely, showtime.
Oof. Are they going to get the AWP?
Yeah, they'll be able
just
to get it.
Time.
But that's a lot of damage done, and that's not something you particularly want, because he just fed effectively Lucas about maybe $650.
Yeah, too much dollars, whatever it is. Anyway, Immortals will be able to buy into this round, and this is where we need to really start to see them pull things back. They need to get a handle on this bit of a streak that Luminosity has got going. They lose this one, you know, back on the eco probably. We'll be back to 13-13.
I like this is coming out of Luminosity right now. They're not scared to try to drive it in towards Immortals. Look at that. Yell gets a first pick towards B-side. Bolts has crumbled. Really, Yell picking his AWPing game up. I mean, I've only criticized him pretty much one shot. Everything else, you know, you see Yell getting these crucial picks on the B-side. Henny does get the trade on towards Showtime, is trying to come down. And Lucas will also pick up PKL, trying to lurk towards Long. So this is still a 3 and 4. The CTs do have to take the time to rotate across, but the pressure is now back on towards Luminosity. They've done well to get into the site, but their lurk players have not done enough damage. Only delayed maybe the progression a little bit, as Yell now under so much pressure coming in from lower dark. He has to go huge.
There's not too much time left to work with here, though, for Immortals. They need to get a wriggle on. Lucas does take down Yell, but there's a trade back for Luminosity, and here how quickly that bomb is ticking. Immortals need to get in here. Lucas has been able to take down another one. SHG finding only a single kill, and that's not quite going to be enough.
Lucas had the kit.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. If FNX had a kit, he would have had it. Unfortunately, it wasn't to be. They, at the very least, do take an AK as well as an AWP out of this round. But Luminosity, they have a lot of money. They have the confidence.
And Immortals not that much money either.
Yeah, they have to force up. I think Bolts are just debating whether he should buy a pistol, whether he should buy it in a UMP. It looks like he's just going to buy a pistol. So they're all saving up to make sure they can buy the next one. Lucas, the only one with no money. It looks like it actually is going to be a mid-contest potentially. They realize that they give up a lot of mid-territory, so looks like there is going to be no mid-contest this time around. The AWP is just in the hands of Henny, just waiting at mid. Yell, not happy to, I guess, go in and contest right now as all the rest of Luminosity Gaming have this control of Long.
Yep.
This is something I think Immortals never did on the T side, which is to completely bust out a Long in a complete buy round. And the problem with this, for Immortals coming up, is the lack of short control. They have no control of mid, no control of this short area, which means that they have to go only one way through. And that's going to be absolutely lethal if Henny can get a couple of AWP shots through the smoke.
Yeah, someone is going to have to come up big here for Immortals. One of these two A players, either Lucas or FNX. But Luminosity just slowly creeping up the long area. Of course, Immortals have a fairly decent idea that they are there, and the rotate's starting to come across from mid, but Destiny is going to get right in. Has a good angle onto Lucas. Does take one before getting traded out, but overall, a 2-for-1 for Luminosity. That's a very, very nice entry towards the bomb site. Henny actually does manage to find a kill with the Molotov onto SHZ, so denying the bomb plant for long enough to get those rotates across. But this retake is going to be incredibly tough. Only pistols and AWPs to work with.
Oh, Bolts might be boosted up. That's a great shot coming out. So great teamwork and knowledge of the angles. And this is not the greatest position to play for Luminosity. As wow, Yell hitting that beautiful shot in towards Henny. He does have a teammate now coming up through short, and Yell just trying to bait out a shot right now from any member. Oh, steal!
Well, that's not how you bait out a shot.
Not falling for it. Molotov does buy a bit of time, but they know exactly where he is. Going to take some damage.
There's an angle that they can sit the bomb
Oh my goodness, taking a lot of damage, and well, Bolts will be able to take that.
That looked a little bit messy from Immortals, but they get the job done in the end.
That is a round that Luminosity should not have lost. That they had the angles, but I think the player playing on the side did not realize that you can boost up. And as soon as I saw Immortals getting there, they could have boosted up. And the problem was their lurk buyout was just too far out to do anything.
Yeah.
He needs to either be closer towards short. He needs to risk his life a little bit more. Sure, it's risky, but he needs to risk it as that is a great tag by Yell on towards Henny.
And he's not going to be too keen on that one. Luminosity with an early, small advantage, albeit, you know, an advantage in this round. But Immortals just winning the previous one. They are getting very, very close to the number 16.
Yeah, we're just waiting outside of bedroom right now. Now the pressure's back onto his Luminosity. Yep. Even though they've won I believe the last 4 or 5 rounds, they know that they're about 2 rounds away from defeat. And that's the problem is now you can see Luminosity, they've stalled.
Yeah.
They're just stuck in the map trying to gain control as opposed to pushing out, being confident. And this is going to be ultimately a deciding factor because as soon as Immortals get set up in their positions, I think it's going to be very hard to pull them out of their entrenched positions. Yeah. It's going to be quite difficult, barring a really good execute. And we've seen Luminosity, they've been able to execute, but there's been a couple of problems in the executes which allowed Immortals to seize on top of them. So, well, it looks like it's going to be A-side split. Up to both Lucas as well as FNX to hold this off. FNX just going to be playing gooses. Lucas just ducking in and out of pit so far. 35 seconds left. This Molotov, if it comes out at the right time, can delay them for so long.
Yeah, not a bad option though from Luminosity. You see only a couple of players over towards the A side of the map. There's a big stack over towards B with 3 of the Immortals players in that direction. That though will help Lucas finding SHZ before being traded out, at least able to get the 1-for-1. And buying some information and some time for his teammates to rotate across. Unfortunately, though, FNX on the bomb site there for Immortals does go down, and it looks like Luminosity are going to run away with this one. They just need to get the bomb down, and I think they will just get time to do that as well. So, 3 versus 2 now. Henny and Bolts, the ones to try and pull off this retake.
I would like to see Immortals just make a call at the moment and just save. There is, barring a severe misplay coming out from Luminosity, and I think right now...
Okay.
Okay, Destiny. Okay, if he didn't get that kill, he needs to be punished for that. As Immortals throwing their lives on the line, nearly got rewarded for it, but they're forced into pretty much a force buy right now, or an eco.
I think you eco this one, right? And go from 14-14.
Have to, but even then, it's still not a favorable position to be in. If they could take the AWP as well as a rifle into the next round.
Yeah.
It could have been a serviceable buy, but as it is, you know, 2 HE grenades just for the stack. Smoke grenade on the cross is Yell trying to get the flick going. It's not going to work. His PKL's going to... Oh, Henny gets one.
And he's done a lot of damage to SHZ there as well. He just needs to clean it up with the P250. Not quite going to be able to do that. He's going to force him back, though. Immortals not in an awful position, but still haven't retrieved that gun. Henny having a peek in towards bedroom. He's really trying desperately to get this gun.
He needs it. I mean, he wants to grab it. He should be able to grab it as well. As a flashbang. Yeah, that's great teamwork coming out from Luminosity. They know at these situations, you're already down a man. You've given up an AK and one of your members tagged. It is very easy just to get to stagnate and just go, okay, what do we do now? It's good to see that Destiny, I believe it was probably Showtime or one of the other members of Luminosity go, okay, look. We need to go in and take initiative. We need to start clearing out these lines and force Immortals to come into us. Immortals are not going to come into us on a 5-on-4. They're just going to play their lines. So a lot of work still to do. 50 seconds left. Slowly creeping up on towards the A side. Henny, 30 HP. A lot of work to do as well. If a Molotov hits him for a couple of seconds, he's a dead man for sure. It's a B stack, which means that Luminosity has gambled correctly. They've just got to flush this last person out.
Oh, well.
That's a very easy way of doing it. Just burn him to death.
Exactly. And this is the A bomb site pretty much all opened up now for Luminosity. Should be 14 on the board for them after this. There's not a great position here for Immortals to try and pull off a retake. I think best case scenario is that they get some guns, take them through to the next round and go from there, if they can even do that. But first they have to find some kills, find some guns.
No, they should be able to. There is one UMP out there, and Destiny is hunting. Very, very keen to see if he can get a couple of kills. Destiny finds one on towards Lucas. Tagged down very, very low. Still is aware of this fact and just biding his time. He is crashed. Oh, wow, what a flick on towards SHZ. He might be able to get the pick on towards Destiny. Ooh. No, he cannot. Bolts, last man left standing, trying to find any opportunities he can. Not going to go. Oh, he will be able to get the edge of the wallbang, so we'll be able to retrieve himself AK-47. Or maybe, yeah, he will be able to.
Yep. Okay, he's just got it. So that's pretty good. Now we're back to 14-14 with a buy into this round from Immortals. Maybe some degree of a lack of utility, but taking that AK through has helped them out.
And the problem right now is Luminosity's economy is not really the best either if they do lose this one. It's going to look a little bit hairy for them. Same for Immortals, though, as it looks like they are putting all their eggs in a pretty risky basket, which is to say they're going towards the B-side. Bolts, he's not going to... He can't challenge this, surely. He's been taken up by Yell multiple times. He's going to play it safe this time around. He's going to smoke it up. He's not going to jump up.
Yep, good stuff there for Luminosity.
Oh, fast pressure towards B-side, though, as well. Bolts holding his own, getting two.
Oh.
Can't get the third, though.
Good shot from Yell, though.
Showtime lurking picks up two as well. So, oh, if FNX can push through right now, Yell, that's smart plays.
It is, but his teammate is going to go down, and now we find ourselves in a 1v1. This 1v1 could potentially win the map, and Yell is sitting in the fire. He's burnt alive. FNX cleaning it up with the USP, and Immortals finding the round win. Luminosity coming into this one. Okay, they've got 8k on Yell, so there's enough for at least a drop. Not going to be a full buy, though.
I think the most disappointing part about that one was that Yell, I think, made the correct play, but he didn't land the P250 shots.
Yeah.
And it would be a completely different scenario, and he knows it. In such a high-pressure situation, you've got to make each of those shots count. He had plenty of time. And unfortunately, he couldn't make those shots land, and that's what ultimately cost him at the end of the day.
Well, potential for an overtime here as well. Of course, if we do hit 15-15, we do go to MR310K. And, well, there's a good chance, I think, that we're going to hit that, to be honest, because Luminosity have looked pretty good throughout this entire series. And even though Immortals have got that one round, it's... Well, there's not much between the two teams, is there?
Luminosity are very, very hungry for this victory. And Immortals, they just let too many rounds bleed through, and now they're aware of the fact that they have let these many rounds bleed through, and they're just trying to do all they can to staunch the bleeding. 2 UMPs. This is not the optimal stuff to go against a team lineup, but it's going to work out. 2 of them don't have head armor, and Yell does not even have body armor or helmet at all. So, looks like it's going to stack up for a B-side execute once again. Immortals have no information on what's going on. Luminosity have done well just to, I guess, draw them into a false sense of security, not giving a single, not even a single sliver of information.
Yeah. 42 seconds left on the clock. It does seem like Luminosity relatively committed over towards the B side of the map for now. We might see a couple come in through mid, but we are going to see as well some coming out through the upper tunnel. It really comes down to this for Luminosity. If they can pull this one through to overtime, there's still a chance they might be able to pull off the win.
Well, here's a tunnel execute coming through now. 4 of them coming out through tunnels and still in the wrong position as Destiny gets the first kill. Destiny going to be traded out. They're just dancing around the UMP. SHZ with the Deagle making things work out. Now the CT is on the hard job of the retake. FNX just spraying through the smoke to see if we can find any Ts lurking there, but it's not going to be. PKL has just backed out completely, holds at tunnels. So Immortals, they need to go in together. There's no point saving.
Oh, this one here. Oh, that's a crucial kill, PKL. If he had gone down to FNX, that possibly could have been enough for Immortals to come back into this one. But I think a 4v2 retake, now a 4v1 retake is maybe a little bit far-fetched. Luminosity look like they're going to be able to pull this one through to the overtime, unless Henny can come up with something absolutely amazing. And he's just running out of time. He doesn't have a kit here as well. And it is going to be showtime to clutch things out there. So it's 15-15 after the regular time. Let's head to a quick break, but we'll be back after that with the overtime.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL One Code! 2 net shots in a row. FNX about to bring it back now. All on Eco. Trying to see if they can get the defuse and Eco. Oh no, FNX! Has to keep Brutus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW. He's looking for a look. He's gonna get a hit by headshot again. Oh my god.
Alrighty, guys, and welcome back to the ESL Pro League. At the moment, we're sort of coming down a little bit between that 15-15 between Immortals and Luminosity, of course. But still, we've got overtime going, or almost going here in Dust 2. I think it's, as we said, a relatively close matchup. Hard to say who's going to be able to come out of this one with the advantage.
Yeah, I mean, it was looking great for, I believe it was Immortals on the CT side coming in. You know, got the pistol round. They were up 13-7 at one point, and then it fell apart because Luminosity decided to step it up, came in fast and furious. And for one moment, you thought that Immortals had the edge because Luminosity slowed things down.
Yeah.
But a couple of crucial plays turned it around. You know, you have a lot of what ifs. You know, what if one person, you know, what if, I believe it was, I can't remember exactly who it was from Immortals, who charged through onto the Molotov. No, it was actually someone from Luminosity who pushed through that window. If he got the kill, it might have been Luminosity's game. It's a lot of what ifs.
Look, there's a lot of question marks. A lot of things that could have gone one way, could have gone another way. In the end, they went the way they did, and we found ourselves in a overtime situation. And like I said, it's really hard to say who's going to come out of this one with the win because there hasn't been that much separating the teams. I mean, Immortals, you have to say, probably were the ones that should have closed that one out in regular time, and they do, well, find themselves in an overtime now. Unfortunately for them, starting things off not quite so well with Bolts taking a shot on the cross. It's a double AWP setup for Immortals on that CT side. Quickly out into mid, though, is Luminosity.
Yeah, and still is spotting that information. They're actually going straight in towards CT. SHZ is going to be tagged up quite nicely by Henny, but Destiny and Showtime. Here we have it. Lucas, though, spraying down, gunning them down. And he pulls out his gun, a grenade at the wrong time. So A-Site's been given up 2-on-3. First round of the MR3 overtime, as PKL is just going to be lurking towards that mid area. Might be a good idea to save the goal. Bolts is quite low, and in MR3 overtime, even though 10k sounds like a lot, as a CT, if you lose the second one, you're effectively down to nothing as Yell. What a beautiful shot.
And that is going to be that. Luminosity picking up the first round of overtime. An important, or not a expensive one is the word I'm looking for there for Immortals, given that they do decide to go for the double AWP setup. So immediately we see, you know, a bit of a lack of that economy here for Immortals with only a UMP on Bolts.
I don't think I've ever seen an execute like that in a while, where you actually go through CT spawn into A site as a T. That is something that I personally have never spotted in an Oceanic Counter-Strike, and it's just amazing to see how Luminosity did it, is that they just pinced it off the short position. Instead, you play aggressive short, you actually get boxed out, and the long player with the AWP cannot watch the two lines.
Nope.
It's quite a smart execute. Love to see Luminosity pull it off again. Would like to see how Immortals counteract towards that as well.
Well, it certainly worked out in the first round of overtime there for Luminosity. And they find themselves in a pretty good position here as well. Didn't take the double AWP setup through from last round. They were hanging on to it at the end of the round, but have opted to go just with the 4 rifles and the single AWP into this second round of OT. And again, they're heading over towards the A-bomb site, this time with a bit of a different setup. One player over towards, or potentially going to be heading in through long. Maybe the split from a late entry in towards bedroom, potentially. But no, it looks like Showtime's... He's kind of second-guessed himself, making his way over towards short by the looks of things now. Perhaps just holding off, waiting for those rotators as the rest of his teammates start to try and push their way in towards the A-bomb site. Lucas does get one before going down, and it's actually a 2-for-2 trade overall. Luminosity have secured control of the A-bomb site, though there is still a player in short that they may have to deal with.
Yeah, Showtime is just trying to lock it down, but he doesn't realize the Steel's actually managed to get all the way in towards pit. So 2 coming up through CT. Destiny's in the perfect position, and so far Destiny really a man to mention. Getting so many kills so far. I'm not sure what Steel's trying to do from this position. There's not really much that he can do, but we'll be able to pick up Showtime, so they know that one's there. Destiny picks up one. Can he pick up the second? He might be able to. He does get the second headshot going through, and Yell with the AWP shuts down the long push. Luminosity down from 13-7, making this resurgence.
And Immortals, well, have a look at their money. It's not great at all. This should be a 3-0 in the first half of OT for Luminosity.
Yep, here come the autocannons. Watch out for any CTs that's crossing. Here comes the danger time. PKL, as well as HS said, going to be spamming through the right-hand side. The CTs wisely avoiding it so far. They've managed to mitigate the danger. But this just means that they're going straight into B side.
Yeah, and that's allowed Showtime plenty of time just to get in towards B straight away. No cross really available there for Immortals in time, and it's just opened up the B site for Luminosity. There's no point in Immortals not going for this retake, but you have to question what they're going to even be able to do with these pistols.
Well, Steel's able to get one pick. He's actually charged straight through the smoke. Very risky play. It's not going to pay off. Showtime is just locking down the site so far. 3 kills. And, well, Henny's managed to retrieve himself from autocannon, but I don't think he can do much with it. No.
Yeah, he certainly can't. He does go down in the end there. So, Luminosity with a pretty good first half there, 18-5. And Immortals, now the pressure is really on here because they can't afford to let one round slip.
Yeah, this is... That has to hurt. Knowing that you fought such a tightly, I guess, tightly wound DD2, potentially one of the final DD2 games that we're going to see before the remake.
Yeah.
Makes me feel nostalgic for some reason. But
of course.
Luminosity, this just shows, like, I guess the potential where Luminosity can come back and just do so much damage.
Yeah, definitely. And I think maybe I was kind of underrating Luminosity a little bit coming into this one. Like I said, I thought, you know, Immortals were going to come in with the advantage, probably be able to pull this one off, you know, without super easy, but like relative ease. They would be able to close it maybe 16-10, something like that.
Yeah,
but,
like what we saw earlier today.
But in the end, I mean, Luminosity have come out here and really showed up. And now Immortals on the back foot. First map could definitely be going the way of Luminosity. And I mean, last time these two teams faced, they did go 1-1, so it wouldn't be particularly surprising to see a 1-1 coming out here once again. I guess the pressure, though, is on the shoulders of Immortals. One, if they lose this, to potentially win the second map. And, well, at the moment, they're actually just trying to win this map, so...
And all the confidence would be in Luminosity. Like, they just go, you know what? We came in strong. We played like this. We played confident. And it worked out like this for us. So let's go into the next map. Let's play confident. Let's absolutely destroy them, which is quite interesting because I believe we're going on towards Overpass. Because that is such a map control design, I guess. It really shows and utilizes the teamwork as opposed towards, I guess, the more aim-heavy. Destiny has had an amazing game in this one. He's absolutely demolished all his opposition so far. Same for Lucas as well. Lucas is also just competing alongside Destiny to see who can get more kills. I wouldn't be surprised if Destiny hits the 40-kill mark.
We'll have to see. I think Yell as well is kind of stepping up quite nicely for his team on Luminosity. With that AWP, we have seen him winning quite a few trades against his opposing AWPer in Henny. But across the board, we're back into this one now. Luminosity on the CT side, needing only one more round to win the first map.
Yeah, and I would say Immortals right now, they're going to take the short control once again, that mid control, and then see if they can fake back towards B. They need to take that mid control, otherwise it's all over. And it looks like Yell just going to be locking down the line with the AWP, so he does have support. No one really watching short. This is the concern, is now Yell is going to back off and watch short. I believe it's Destiny and CC just listening for information. Otherwise, Immortals, this is their final chance.
Yeah, they need to make it work.
They need to win this one, otherwise they lose, I believe, one of their first opening matches.
Yeah, this is Immortals' second game, so second match. Yes. They played SK yesterday, so essentially the third map that they've played in the ESL Pro League. It is Luminosity's first, so they would be starting off with a win if they do pick up this round. And Immortals starting to make their way in towards the A-bomb site, up through short. No kills yet. Actually, there's one. Destiny picking up Steel. It's a good start there for Luminosity. Traded immediately back, though, by Lucas, trying to keep his team in the game. Looks like A has been relinquished by Luminosity, and they're going to go for the retake. Bomb planted for short by Immortals.
That's a good decision. I mean, it's a 4-on-4. You've got the AWP for the long angles. You've still got a couple of Molotovs as well. Let your B players rotate through. Let them try to take it. Looks like they're going to rotate through CT. This is also a good decision. Molotovs towards short. Kill all the, I guess all the invaders onside the site. Get Molotovs on towards short, and you'll win the game easily. So there we have it. Cross going through. The trade's going in the favor of Immortals eventually, and Yell last on the standing.
Yeah, it looked so good there. I mean, you were almost about to say Luminosity, I could tell, but then Immortals find themselves a couple of quick kills, and, well, they're still in this one for the moment. But again, Luminosity only need one of these rounds, and this is probably the one that they're going to have to pull it off in, because if they lose this, their economy is shot, and we'll be heading into probably OT number 2. For now, though, Luminosity still have a full buy, so we'll see what they can do here in the second round of the second half of OT.
Like to see if Henny is going to peek this line. No, PKL is just going to play safe, and PKL so far has been quite a good rock on this B side. He doesn't really give many opportunities up, so that means that Henny really has to go looking for them as opposed to being granted them. Otherwise, for Immortals, once again, just spreading out, taking map control, which is really what I like to see coming out from Immortals. They love taking this map control, then utilizing that short arrow really well. and then capitalizing on top of that. So Luminosity, they just have to hold on and utilize the AWP of Yell to counteract this pretty much. We saw that Yell, once he was smoked off, there's not much you can really do to stop the cross. Made the correct decision to fall back, not really risk that play. No point being the hero when you can play alongside with your team, and unfortunately it just didn't work out for him that time around.
See what Luminosity can do over towards this B bomb site. It's been pretty difficult sometimes for Immortals to crack. Showtime in particular has looked quite comfortable. But now Immortals are starting to make their way. There's also a player out in mid. If he gets picked off here, that could be crucial for Luminosity in the end, though. And he will open up the first frag. PKL does go down. Destiny able to trade one back onto Steel, but the B bomb site now open for Immortals. And again, it's a fairly similar situation to the last round, albeit we're over on the B side instead of the A side. Luminosity again needing to retake 4 versus 4.
Yeah, and they don't have many grenades to do so. Single flashbang, and look at that, they're just backing out. They're all backing out, and they know that.
Yeah, I think that's the correct decision. B side notorious for how difficult it is at times to retake it, and Luminosity, if they had have tried to go for that retake, if it had have ended disastrously, they would be definitely in a poor economic situation heading into the next round. But this way, if they can save these 4 weapons, they've still got another crack at this. So, correct move from the CTs here.
Yeah, I mean, they only, once again, going on towards not only B side is notoriously hard to crack, they had no grenades to utilize anyway. So a single flashbang is just not good enough. They didn't have the position. Too many dirty territory. They couldn't get the rotations across in time. And as a result, they went, you know what, it's just better trying to save for the next one. We can buy a lot of utility in this one. It's going to make our chances improve. PKL has to suffer a little bit. He, unfortunately, you know, playing the same line, did get punished for it now. Lucas, seeing what he can find with the autocannon himself. It looks like he will tag PKL. Poor PKL is going to be the person who's going to take quite a lot of damage. But
Showtime as well, getting tagged up a little bit.
yeah, this is pretty much the ghost signal towards the B site. But Immortals might know this. They might go, look, Luminosity will stack the B site. Let's go A instead. We know they're tagged towards B, but A may just be the better choice this time around.
It does seem like they have a little bit more presence over that side of the map, but obviously they can quickly rotate if they do desire that. At the moment, Luminosity not pushing too aggressively. They do have a bit of presence in long, though, as well as up short. So some forward angles, at least, for Luminosity. Immortals, as of yet, haven't secured too much map control. Yell, this shot could be so crucial.
Oh, he spotted out the leg, but it's been drawn out. Molotov might not be in time because that means it's still charging through, and we've seen him so many times, no fear. And Destiny asked to do the bulk of the work. We may be going towards double overtime. It looks like it's definitely going to be this T-sided map because both teams have just asserted dominance so far and not let go of it. Would like to see Luminosity Gaming do a B-side push right now. They need to get some information surely in the hands of someone, but they're just too low to do so. Rarely any grenades. Destiny has nothing to work with but an M4. Smokes and Molotovs now coming up on towards the site. As looks like SHZ has a lot of work to do. It's going to be pressured, and so is Destiny. Molotovs towards him. It looks like he'll survive through there, but SHZ, high flashbang, nothing to work behind it.
Yeah, this is crucial now for Luminosity. They need to hit some shots. Bolts, though, does take down SHZ. They know where that player by Goose is. Destiny goes down, and I think this is going to be double OT. We've just got one player left alive here for Luminosity, and there it is, 18-18 after the first overtime. We'll head to a very, very quick break, but again, we'll be back with the second overtime in just a sec.
It's important to be part of the Pro League because it's sort of the premier league for you know, all the North American pro teams, and also it gives you the opportunity to make the LAN finals and play against some of EU's best as well.
You know, with the sponsor Mountain Dew, can be really good for up-and-coming players. It feels amazing to have this opportunity, and I'd never take it for granted, that's for sure.
And back into the second round of overtime. Luminosity and Immortals matched at 18 apiece. Still looking for the magic round that's going to break their way through to the win in the first map here. We do still have another map coming up after this one as well, so it's certainly shaping up to be a nice matchup.
Yeah, and this time around, Luminosity Gaming is going to pick up the double AWP. And really just changing tactics so far from both teams. No team has been able to hold on to their own CT side. Not even a single round in overtime so far. So definitely food for thought. Looks like Luminosity, they've had a little bit more time to think about it. So they're going to try some more different things. You can see PKL is going to be boosted up on towards that CT box. Short, it's going to be a lot more pressure towards, I guess, PKL to hold this mid area, because as soon as he's smoked off, if he lets anyone through, Showtime is in a world of hurt. Smokes now towards long A, as a matter of fact. SHZ going to be holding on towards. Going to Molotov it early. He is going to be mollied off his position. Going to take a bit of damage and just fall straight into pit instead. So pressure now towards mid as well. They're trying to sneak past PKL. SHZ, though, not having any of that nonsense, gets one, and PKL spraying through, gets one. That's a great reaction trade coming out from Bolt and Showtime. He's a dead man. He can't miss those shots like that.
Yeah, needs to hit this one. Doesn't quite manage to connect it. Bolt has another chance at this. In the end, it is actually Showtime to come up superior in that duel. FNX, in the meanwhile, taking down Destiny. It's 2 versus 2, and this one's so close. Luminosity really going to be hoping they can clutch this one out, because it seems CT rounds are so hard to find. SHZ getting, I think, hit through the wall there by Henny. It's so close. 25 seconds left on the clock. Now it's really down to SHZ. He needs to find at least one kill here.
Oh, he might be able to find the correct timing as well. Nope. Henny knows exactly where to look. Just shreds the head off SHZ. And Showtime, a lot of work to do. 15 HP. Does have Kid and Smoke, and it looks like he's going to go through long A instead. I don't think he's got this. Immortals, once again, well played from a 2-on-2 situation. Showtime, probably living a little bit longer than he should have. Showtime should have died a lot earlier. They just double stacked on towards that A ramp. There is no way he hit both of them, barring a miracle, and Henny's going to shut him down.
Yeah, so we'll see another rebuy coming out here for Luminosity. Obviously starting this OT with 10k, enough cash to buy for 2 rounds, but if they lose this one, then they are in a spot of bother. Immortals, on the other hand, are looking pretty good here in the economy department. Both teams with a pretty good buy, though. Important round once again coming out here for Luminosity. We've said how difficult it is to find those rounds on CT, and if they do lose this one, they'll probably, in theory, lose the next one, which would mean Immortals would only need to pick up one more. But again, a nice start here for Luminosity. Destiny this time to open things up.
But Yale just holding his nerve, watching the line. Will get a very easy pick on towards Bolts. Now, they may transition towards a B-side take. Showtime, he's been doing this a lot. You know, just jumping across, playing for information. Just smokes off close and just gets close on towards the players. Henny, though, gets a pick on towards Yale. This may mean they go towards the A-side instead, though. Showtime. Oh, SHZ was almost about to take down FNX, but Showtime at the same time holding on to the B-side. Henny getting that pick on towards Destiny, trying to push through T spawn. Now up to Henny, and normally I'd say 1 of 3 is pretty difficult, but Henny makes it look so easy sometimes as he's now crawling up towards B-side. Is he checking? No, he hasn't checked B doors. Showtime will get the kill.
Well,
that's a critical CT round.
That's the CT round that Luminosity needed. It's going to afford them at least enough to buy into this round as well. So Immortals, their struggle continues. If Luminosity can pick up this second round here in CT, I think it's fairly safe to say they should be able to close it out on the T side. However, if Immortals are able to pick up the T, then, you know, I think we're still hanging in the balance almost.
Absolutely, as it looks like. No shenanigans coming out from Immortals this time. No autocannons. PKL going to be boosted up towards CT box once again, and Showtime is just going to be instantly taken out. This could be the go signal for the B-side. PKL has no grenades whatsoever. He does cross, and I think Bolt should be able to spot this as well. As they come on towards the B-side, it's a lot of work for them to do. Both the CTs as well as the teasers. Still, once again, Balls of Steel just charging straight out by himself.
Yeah, the trouble though for Luminosity here again is that they've given up control of that B-bomb site, and giving up control of the B-bomb site means you have to retake the B-bomb site, and that's never a fun time. Yell did get one, but he kind of got forced forward by that Molotov. Henny will take him down. We're back to a 4v3. Disadvantage player situation here for Luminosity. There's a player watching the cross in upper tunnels there. Bolts to pick up that kill onto Destiny, and I think this is probably just going to be 2 rounds in the first half of OT for Immortals.
Well, it looks like, oh, Lucas, that is sharp as SHZ was trying to jump down and all up towards PKL, but there's nothing he can do. No grades, no nothing. Immortals do jump ahead towards 2019, but still too early to tell.
Yeah, really hard to say. I mean, Immortals need 2 rounds here on their CT side. Luminosity need 3 on their T side. But it's, again, like, it's so hard to say which of these 2 teams has the advantage. I'm not even going to bother making a prediction because the fact that we're so closely matched between these 2 teams, it kind of throws predictions out the window almost.
And to think Luminosity Gaming, a lot of people wouldn't have pipped them to, I guess, take it against Immortals. Definitely stepping it up and showing what they've got. This is good Counter-Strike.
It is, it is. They need to come out with the win, though. They did such a good job of bringing it back in regular time. Obviously, they were at quite a reasonable deficit, and now moving into the second half of overtime, they have a very real possibility of actually picking this one up. We've seen T rounds probably a little bit easier to get than CT rounds, at least in the overtimes so far between these 2 teams. Luminosity need 3 of them, which is exactly what they were able to do last overtime. weren't able to pick up a CT round though. So, yeah. Trying times for both these teams. A lot of pressure on both of them.
Yeah, and you can see at the moment, everything has slowed down to a crawl. Every team knows as soon as you give the enemy opportunity, they'll capitalize on. I love Bolt's position here. As long as he doesn't peek, he just needs to stay here. He has a teammate back him up. He has Steel. He has FNX just watching towards that mid play. Henny, he has been absolutely ballistic with the AWP so far. So has Yell. This has been a great AWP versus AWP matchup.
Yep.
And it's been scintillating to watch. Let's see how Yell will do this time against Henny, who's now watching the car line. Smoke's now coming across towards that short area. But where are they going to execute towards? This is a real question. They can still go back towards B side because that's what they're tending towards. They've got the bomb towards B tunnels. And Bolt, he is in the critical position to make things work here.
Definitely. If they can flash him out and take him down, Luminosity should be able to take over this B bomb site. But if they allow him to just hang around, dance around this smoke, then Luminosity will be in a spot of bother. Showtime looks like he's checking the angle. The flash is good, and in the end, Bolts does go down. It's now on to Steel to find at least a couple of kills here, and he does find both. He actually gets a third as well, and he's looking for a fourth here. We will get that too. Oh my word, amazing defense on that B-bomb site by Steel, and that is probably the round wrapped up here for Immortals. Now they just need one more in this OT.
That is the big change. Steel, that was absolutely huge. Just holding on to that B site and just not allowing any of them through.
Yeah. Destiny on the 40 bomb there, though, after all of these rounds. Yell sitting on 30, Lucas on 37, so a lot of big scores coming out after this one, but at the moment, it's looking like Immortals have the advantage. They're one round away from clutching out this overtime.
Yeah, and the T's, I mean, they're throwing a lot of numbers towards that B side. Going to be trying to fake out towards A. Steel, obviously the man of the round just then. Just going to be spotting for information close towards Carl, listening to see if he can hear anything tunnels, otherwise resuming his spotting activities. Going to be taking a quick look at Lucas to make sure he's okay. Good teamwork, camaraderie there, even through... Well, everything slowed down to a crawl once again.
Yeah, Luminosity looking very nervous at the moment. They know that they can't afford to mess this one up.
I like FNX's position right now.
Yeah.
Looks over the smoke.
It's not a position that we've seen them holding either for pretty much every CT side that they've had so far. He has dropped down though, so, you know, obviously a little bit more standard, I suppose, from him. Immortals with a minute left on the clock. They have to get some map control here. They have to catch someone off guard.
It's going to be difficult. Lucas does have the orb. It looks like Henny's actually picked up the M4 instead of the AWP. It looks like it may be a mid to B take once again. FNX. He's utilizing his grenade shot, but they have no information to go off. Still, he's just sitting in the middle of the smoke at B tunnels.
Yep, as you do.
Yeah, standard line.
Apparently.
Standard line. There comes the smoke. And oh my goodness. No one's looking in the correct area. And FNX, he is going to charge out. He's going to get another one. He can't get the third. But this is the ghost signal towards the B site. And with Steel so close, Showtime doesn't check. This is GG all over, I believe, soon. SHZ has to pull something out of a magic hat. 14 seconds left. Has to sprint to collect the bomb.
He doesn't even have a smoke here. Maybe if he had had a smoke, he could have smoked off the upper tunnel. But I think this is all said and done. They know exactly where he is. The flashbang's being thrown in towards the side. He doesn't have time to plan. And that is going to be that after double overtime. Immortals coming up with the win. 22 rounds on the board. What a mammoth effort from them.
It was such... You know when I said it was a momentum base, where I said we'd see the small momentums? I didn't expect it to go all the way here.
No.
I would expect, 16-13, not 22-19. And that's really just testimony towards, I guess, not only Immortals being able to clutch it out towards the end, but as well just Luminosity. I mean, no one expected that from them.
No.
And that was just clean play. I mean, sure, Destiny hitting a 40 bomb definitely had a contributing part to it, but all of them played well at a certain extent. So not really any parts I can pick up, or not any flaws I can really pick apart. I mean, small ones, but, not really to say... I can't really say Luminosity played bad.
Yeah,
they played well.
Definitely
Immortals just played better.
Yeah. Anyway, I think we're going to have to head to a quick break. That has been a long one. We do still have one more match coming up here between Immortals and Luminosity. So stay tuned for that one. It will be on Overpass. We'll be back after the break.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
It's important to be part of the Pro League because it's sort of the premier league for all the North American pro teams, and also it gives you the opportunity to make the LAN finals and play against some of EU's best as well.
You know, with the sponsor Mountain Dew, can be really good for up-and-coming players. It feels amazing to have this opportunity, and I'd never take it for granted, that's for sure.
You're it!
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
You are ready. Ready to win.
Fantastic first breath, they line up. Apex spraying them down. He decimates Cobblestone. Second fire, and they line up again. Cold. 3, nearly 4. He gets it in the end.
There has to be quick from phase. They have no kids, but Boris in a lovely position. Oh! That was sick.
Stand to the challenge. One quick kill and the nade. All of phases.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Hey Future Pros, we have a flash for you that should aid in pushing through the monster tunnel on Overpass. This flash should leave your teammates unaffected while the CTs should be blind as heck. To do this flash, line yourself up over the tip of this bottle. Aim over the wall slightly and to the right and then throw the flash. That's it. This should make the Rush B Don't Stop strat work way more in your favor.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
G'day guys, welcome back to the ESL Pro League North America Division Season 5. I have somewhat unfortunate news. We're going to have a bit of a 10-minute break here. Looks like we do have one of the teams or a couple of teams wanting to change the servers around, so we are just going to try and give them a bit of time to facilitate that. So don't go anywhere, stay tuned. We'll be back in about 10 minutes with the second map between Immortals and Luminosity.
to learn to swim. Every time you look around, pain is the only what you find. You're still dreaming head up high, trying to leave him all behind. Your black eyes betray you empty. Your tears can't heal you empty. But even the years go by, you're still smiling. I hear you empty.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Hello and welcome back to the ESL Pro League North America Division Season 5. Match day number 2. We've had a little bit of a break, but that's been good. I think it's given us time to calm down, probably given the teams a little bit of time to calm down after that double OT that went the way of Immortals. Now, looking at our second map, it is, of course, up against Luminosity, and the map is going to be Overpass. And, you know, we sort of said coming into this one, both these teams, you know, sort of evenly matched, but we gave the edge to Immortals. Didn't think it was going to be going to double overtime, certainly.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was going to be, once again, reiterating, it was going to be like, you know, around 16-12. Didn't expect it to be 22-19. So, definitely a long haul, but well-deserved victory towards Immortals. Luminosity Gaming, though, obviously, as well. It's unfortunate, but I think it's just a taste of things to come. I think everyone should look at this and go, instead of, no, you know, why didn't Luminosity Gaming win? They should look at it, how well they did in the rounds
to get to that point.
To get to that point. So.
Yeah, but have a look at this. Immortals on the T side of Overpass, in with a very, very quick push towards the B site. Looks like it's kind of just caught Luminosity off guard. They've gained complete control of the bomb site, and, well, it seems like they have no idea where Luminosity are for themselves because they've just left short completely open. The bomb has been dropped there by Henny. Showtime picking up that kill, and now things get a little bit more difficult for Immortals. They need to get that bomb down. Looks like they have just managed to do that. And now they need to defend against the onslaught. It's almost like they've swapped places. The T's playing CT and the CT's playing T. But at the way it's looking, it's going the way of Immortals. They do have the player advantage, and now certainly they have the player advantage. PKL doing a good job there, picking up a couple of kills that round. But across the board, Luminosity all really chiming in, with the exception of Destiny, who just kind of died. But still, the round on the board for Luminosity to start things off.
I was gonna say, I think Immortals took to get listen to the pro tips, because that was just a fast B rush, no stop. They made it in, and I thought they were gonna push all the way through CT towards A, which should have been a very unique strategy.
It would have.
But they lost the bomb, and I think that's what made them stop and go back.
Yeah.
I think if they didn't lose the bomb, they may have been tempted to push all the way towards A, because they would have pincered off so many counter-terrorists trying to rotate through like that.
Bit of an interesting strategy there, and I mean, a little unfortunate perhaps that Immortals didn't spot anyone out on short, otherwise they probably would have been able to pull off that round. It felt like they got into the B site quite well. They got it secured, but just weren't able to really get the bomb down in time in particular, and then obviously things went the way of Luminosity after that, but we'll see whether or not Immortals can return back to their winning form. As they do take down the first kill of this round, it's again Destiny getting picked up by Luminosity. The Immortals losing a little bit of HP in doing so, but they're not, they still haven't really been able to secure anything. I mean, a UMP is great, sure, but they would have preferred an M4. Even I'd say a Scout has a little bit more pick potential than a UMP, but at least it's something to work with for Immortals as they make their way in towards the A-bomb site.
Yeah, and Yell is in suddenly a lot more danger now. Does manage to get a tag. I think another tag going off, and this is up to Showtime. It's his time, and he's going to get one, gets two. The tag's up, so he's more than happy, but still gets the trade with the Tech 9, and now still pushing in towards Bang. Can he get the second? I don't think no, he will be taken out by SHZ. And the bomb plant is not favorable for them, because that's the last player at Toilets. Lucas and FNX just falling like that. Yell's going to go for the defuse because he's got the kit. And they try to reclaim the M4s. There's M4s reclaimed, so not too bad, but Immortals have gotten 2 bomb plants down. Yeah, that's going to be a lot of cash for them to work with.
Yeah, definitely going to be able to put a lot of utilities in their back pockets. They'll, of course, also be able to afford the AKs going into this round. So let's have a look and see what they do have available to them. Yep, pretty much everything that they could have wanted, maybe with the exception, I guess, of an AWP, but that is what it is. Not round 3. Got to expect that kind of thing. Yell still sticking around with just the Scout here for the CTs. Aside from that, though, they have upgraded their weapons to rifles.
I like to see what he can do with the Scout. I mean, still a lethal weapon in its own right, and Yell has shown with the AWP, he is deadly accurate. If you can transfer that on towards a Scout, rip off a couple of easy heads. All of a sudden, a couple of AKs drop, and, well, he can still play the distance game. It's going to fire a single shot. Bolts, though, will get the first kill as the CTs push towards B long. And, well, they're going to pay the price. Showtime, though, does manage to get control of that short water as well as B long. But Immortals just redirect their attention straight towards Toilets instead, as well as unders. No one can open that door, so Showtime's going to get out alive. Destiny in a world of trouble right now. Has to go absolutely huge. And, well, he's not in the best position to do so. Flashbang does come through. No one's there. He decides to wisely back off.
Yeah. Not too bad play from him. I almost kind of like that position. It felt like he was able to get a pick there, but decides to back out. He's really keen for another peek, though. This time, he might be able to find someone. He's hearing... No, he's not really hearing anything, is he? Perhaps heard that guy jumping up in balloon, but in the end, Lucas does take him down. Nicely placed headshot. Nice opening for Immortals in this first gun round. Yeah,
Immortals, with 38 seconds left, they know that they can still just chew up the time. They know that CTs don't have much utility. They know that they had a couple of Scouts and UMP. So this is a bit of a more throwaway round for Luminosity. They would have won it, but not upgrading the Scout, definitely going to be, I guess, costly towards their bolts. Just trying to sell out. Does get a kill, and that's going to be costly. Because
yeah, he shouldn't have got the kill in that crossfire.
Yeah, and it gives information as well. So it means Immortals going to get the bomb plant down, going to win the first round on the T side. If Luminosity can take these guns forward, it's going to be great for them. But if they don't, it's going to be back to square one. I don't think they have enough cash to actually buy into the next one. So if they lose even a single M4, it means that they're going to go on Eco. If they take the next 2 M4s over, they're probably forced buy into it.
Showtime's in a dangerous position here, just jumping up on that little bit of a, what is it, I guess lumber. In the end, though, it does pick up the kill onto Lucas, so surviving through with this gun for now. They are being wrapped around upon by one of those Immortals players. It is for FNX. He does take down one before being traded out. I think not too bad of a trade. Pretty worthwhile for Immortals, considering they will be able to buy back into the next round. The AK more important for Luminosity than perhaps it was for Immortals.
Yeah, so with that lost M4, it means that they have a pretty difficult decision. What are they going to do to support this AK-47? Looks like PKL is just going to opt to stay with it. Probably just charge in altogether. See if they can get the pistols working. Maybe use the rifle to anchor a sight. There's the 2 Deagles and 2 P250s out, so they should be able to buy up to the next one. That's how much damage that they can do towards the Immortals economy. That's the aim of the game right now for the CTs, or the realistic aim. It's very difficult to I mean, the aim obviously is to always win the round. It's going to be very difficult with these weapons. If they can get the right picks working, like the one on FNX right now.
Oh, that's it.
This is actually critical, because it means that even though they divert all the attentions back towards A site, they've gotten a rifle, they can get out of there and just secure both sites with the extra AK-47. And I'd like to see Yell give the AK over. That's great teamwork.
Yep, good stuff here from Luminosity. Now 2 AKs to work with. Definitely some real potential to get another couple of picks if things go their way. Immortals, for their own right, have decided just to slow things down. They don't want to let another pick go by, and they're just slowly starting to try and figure out what's going on for the CT side, checking all of the angles that they can. They have retrieved the bomb, and it does look like it's headed over towards long, so leads me to believe it's probably in towards the A-bomb site, although there's a bit of a 3-stack over there for Luminosity, including none of the guns.
Well, the key here is where the Molotovs go. It looks like they're all stacking the B side. I'm not sure if this is the wisest decision. With Yell's flashbang, surely they need to start rotating back up towards the A side, because there's no one on the A side except for Showtime. He's got a Desert Eagle. I'm not sure what they heard, but they wouldn't have seen anything. So there's the execute on towards the A site. Showtime in a world of hurt. Ducks behind Truck, and this is pretty much the only position that he can really go. Lucas, very easy kill for him, as now it's reset to a 4-on-4, and really a lot of position being given up. Boost coming out.
Oh, and absolutely shut down there by Steel. He probably should have got that kill PKL, but in the end he does go down, and disappointing round in the end there for Luminosity after it started off so well. They could have found something in it, but in the end Immortals able to secure their way through this one without losing another gun. At the very least though for Luminosity, that means they do take an extra gun through to the next round. And of course the previous one that they had already saved.
Yeah, taking 2 AKs, not the worst, I guess, objective at the end of the day. If they can get this kill on towards Henny as well, who's trying to push forward, that would be at icing on the cake. So Destiny is going to make his mark into this round. Otherwise, I don't think any other teams would be able to get the kills, as the bomb will explode. They're just not in the right position, too far away. 2-all so far, Luminosity. I mean, they gambled in that one. It didn't really pay off, but here comes the ult for Yell. Really needs to make this work now. Would like to see some early mid-pressure just to force early utility out of Immortals on the T side.
Yep.
At the same time, just still looking to see how Immortal will take this map control in their buy round. So taking it slow so far, which is good, but I'd like to see them, I guess, just slowly push through toilets, just force Luminosity back, don't give them any information, and then take control of either side.
Well, Yell was pretty impressive on Dust 2 with that AWP. Obviously this time Henny not going to be contesting him with an AWP, just the full rifle setup for Immortals as they try to figure out how they want to go about this this T-side round. Yell holding. He's over towards long. Okay, so no one from Immortals really challenging him just yet. But if they do head up towards the A-bomb site, they will definitely have to deal with him, even towards the B site. If they do get control of that, he's going to come in from that window and see what he can do.
Well, they may be stacking up, but it looks like back towards A toilets. FNX just clearing out. They know toilets is very dirty, so you can see FNX just splaying the line. He doesn't really want to peek it so far as the smoke grenade does bloom just the right time for FNX. As a matter of fact, is he will be able to get the first entry. This means Yell needs to back off pronto. PKL will also fall. This A site's been cracked. They know exactly where Yell is. He's been Molotov off, but that's the correct decision. Charging through. Oh, barely misses.
Close. So close with the no-scope there. He was almost the hero for Luminosity, but now Immortals do somewhat have a control around this round. Just 40 seconds left on the clock with the player advantage here, and they've still got some presence over towards A, which is really keeping the Luminosity Gaming players up there, and consequently Immortals should be able to get a pretty easy plant on the B-bomb side here. Henny just checking the angle in towards short, but he recognizes there's no one there. Might have spotted that player up in window, but have a look at this from Bolts, pushing forward very, very aggressively. I don't think Luminosity are going to be expecting this one coming.
Yeah, and should be able to catch one off guard. Henny actually being dueled out at the moment. He's going to Molotov all up to Bolt to hold this in. Oh, his position's now no Showtime. Ducked back towards CT floor, but it's going to jump back on towards a bomb. Absolutely crucial HE grenade. It's going to do a chunk of damage. Oh. And here's a Molotov follow-up, but he's... Oh, he has no kit.
Ammo kit. Yeah, he was he was a dead man. If he had had a kit there maybe and stuck onto it, might have been able to survive long enough to get the defuse, but in the end, very, very nice play there for the Immortals.
Well played by Bolts.
Yeah, really well. And 3 on the board, 3 on the trot as well. Luminosity now back onto the eco round. They'll need to fight back in the next round.
Still early days. Sorry to cut you off, Elfish, but
fine.
still early days. Immortals, though, making it look very dangerous. Because even though it's only been, 5 rounds, we're not even 30 just over 33.3 repeater percent through this entire half.
Yeah.
On the CT side, the economy is absolutely staggered. And every single round that Immortals can win and take more guns forward, it just means that they can just build up the bank even more. Steel just, with a flashbang, still gets a kill. This is just a complete eco-slaw coming out at the moment. Steel is just continuing the good form he's had on Dust 2. Henny has been a little bit quiet, picks up his first kill there. But this is where it's starting to get problematic for Luminosity, because Yell is really the only member who's actually standing up in these buy rounds, but that's only after they lose a member. They need to figure out how to get away for Yell to get the first pick and force Immortals onto the back foot. It's been always the opposite way so far. Immortals are the driving force behind it, and Luminosity are trying to figure out a way to counteract. They need to start figuring out how to be, I guess,
More
to get the
proactive,
first
I
pick.
suppose.
More proactive.
Yeah, I mean, again, Yell is heading over towards the long area of the map. He's not going to find much over there, to be honest. Immortals all making their way sort of more towards the B site. Interesting that Steel goes that aggressive, considering that he had the bomb in his
He
possession as
dropped
well.
it behind.
Oh, did he? Okay, I didn't notice that. Yeah, okay. I thought it just fell down there after he died, which would have been a little bit, maybe not so great, but in the end, still not great considering he does get picked off there. It's a player advantage for Luminosity. A little bit of damage going over to SHZ, but really, it's not that much to write home about just yet for Immortals.
I think he just keeps it on the guard as well. I mean, still, you can see what it was trying to do is what a boost coming out from Bolts. That's sharp. And, well, Showtime, it's not his time this round, unfortunately, as Luminosity are forced to start rotating players over. Henny might be able to get this pick on towards Yell. Yell is watching towards long A as Henny is slowly crawling up, and it looks like, Yell will get that pick. So this is going to be the go signal for them to come on towards the B side. SHZ is still holding close towards the pillars or towards the column. He is going to be spotted out, though.
I thought FNX might have spotted PKL there, but just not quite. At least if he did, he didn't fire off a shot. In the end, the smoke is going to go down in the default bomb plant. And the bomb is going to go down for Immortals. Still 3 versus 2 to hold this one off, and that's not going to be so great. A 1-for-1 trade now puts Lucas in a 1 versus 2. Make that a 1v1, though, as he finds the kill onto PKL. He's just going to back out here wisely, and that AWP of Yell is going to have to go up against the AK now of Lucas.
Important to note, Lucas has, I don't think Yell actually has armor, so a single bullet is going to aim punch him all the way up. Does he have the kit? He does have the kit. He's sticking it. Oh, he's faked him out. He just gets the defuse. And all of that tension really just dissolves almost instantly. Lucas really needs to peek that. He was assuming that, that Yell would actually go hunting for him. And Yell decides, you know what, I'm going to chance it. Just going to stay on it. And Luminosity rewarded with a round. An ever crucial round. Immortals, though, can purchase up in towards this one, and they're going to try and reapply the hurt.
Exactly. And that could be a crucial round as the rest of the half plays out. We'll have to find out how Luminosity is going to go about this one. If they can pull this one off, start to really put that extra pressure on Immortals, then we can kind of go back to that round and be like, that was the one maybe where Luminosity started to come back into this one. If Immortals had have won that, it's 5-2 in their favor, and really they're looking a whole lot stronger than they are at 4-3. But it's a good start into this one, though. Yell going down early on in the piece. We sort of have been highlighting him. We've been saying he needs to be the one to find the picks, and it's just not happening at the moment. Immortals are the ones that are finding the picks as they make their way through the monster tunnel, again out on towards the B bomb site. The bomb at least dropped here by Luminosity, but they do have a player disadvantage, and we still see the rotation from Destiny coming across.
Yeah, all they have to do at the moment is play slow and safe. Immortals, though, there is a member all the way. I believe it is FNX that's lurking. Destiny, he can get the bomb planted just like that. The trade doesn't come through. Oh, still, you've got to hit those, man. As FNX suddenly scratches his head and goes, wait, guys, what's happened? I thought you guys were still alive. Bomb now dropped on the site. 50 seconds left to work with. If FNX can get into these one-on-one angles and just try to isolate the two CTs, it could work out quite well in his favor. As Destiny barely missing, I guess, the top of FNX's head as he's going to be darting all the way the long way round. See if he can isolate one of them. He will be able to isolate PKL. Also spots out Destiny at the same time. Destiny not dead, though. And FNX can't get these spray transfers working in his favor. Now 40 life points. He is against 2 low health CTs. PKL comes towards heaven. And FNX doesn't spot that.
It was close there for FNX. He could have potentially been able to pull off the clutch, but in the end, it goes the way of Luminosity, and that's important. They get 2 rounds in a row. They're not reset here. Immortals still have enough money to buy into this one. They've got a couple of people over 7,500, so be able to drop for their teammates. Luminosity, for their own right, are going to be running out with just SMG on SHZ, but the rest of them looking okay. No AWP this time, though, on Yell.
Yeah, but the important part is at the very least, they're getting these round victories and at the very least not dropping in towards the eco state, even though they lost the first pick. Even though they lost control of that B side, that clutch play coming out from Destiny once again, allowed the bomb to be dropped and forced it all of a sudden from a 3-on-2 towards a 1-on-2. And that really falls down towards Steel. He needed to get the trade. Yeah. He was watching a different line. That's okay. But you need to make the trade. If you can't make that trade, then it is very, very poor play coming out. So a bit of luck going in the favor of Luminosity, but a bit of, I guess that's how the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, certainly is at the moment here. Immortals really still just struggling to find another round on that T side. They've looked pretty good, to be honest, on some of those T rounds, but have faltered in the last couple. And now, again, with a good buy into this one, it's another opportunity for them. The setup for Luminosity is looking pretty good. They got a player in towards Bathrooms, Destiny. He's been having a pretty good game. You know, started off slowly, didn't get too many on the early couple of rounds, but certainly once the gun rounds have come to the fore, he has been stepping up for Luminosity.
And Destiny now playing close towards the Bathrooms. Has managed to cross it. Oh, he wants to play aggressive. He's going aggressive. Takes down one and ducks back out. Safe and sound. Yell does manage to fall at the same time in Toilets, and Lucas is going to rip 2 heads off in a bunch of consecutive seconds. PKL, though, getting the trade. Now spotted out towards Truck. Lucas on fire. 3 kills. And that's the A side cracked open. But with the early calls, it means the rotation is going to be fast.
Rotation is indeed pretty quick, but the smokes are just keeping the Luminosity guys at bay. They do actually decide they want to push through it, and this is going to be Henny in a bit of trouble. He does go down to SHZ, but the post plants are very good here for Immortals. The bomb in a very good position for them, and Bolts. If he goes down even here, you know, there's still backup from Lucas. In the end, he does actually win the aim duel against Showtime. And now it's SHZ pushing forward. Oh, that could have been dangerous, but in the end, Bolts gets the trade, and it is 5 on the board now for Immortals, starting to shape up like a pretty nice T-side for them.
Yeah, but this is the part where both sides are reset. You know, the Luminosity, their economy is absolutely wrecked, so they need to force up right now. Unless they want to get the AWP, they need to force up armor and pistols. For Immortals, they need to be aware of this danger and just hold on to as many weapons as possible. It's such a low eco game on Overpass because you see the rounds being exchanged heavily. There's no real momentum in favor going in either team. It means you've got to carry whatever, I guess, weapons and guns towards the next round successfully, build up your economy so you can keep applying the hurt onto the CTs. Absolutely critical on Overpass.
Yeah, well, that's the situation at the moment for Immortals, although they have just dropped one of those players, or they have lost one of those players. It's FNX getting taken down by Destiny. Fortunate for them. They do want to take, as you say, as many guns through to the next round as possible, if they can even get through to the next round at the moment, because they have lost that initial player. They've dropped an AK over to Yell, and that's how the snowball begins on a sort of an anti-eco here.
Lucas just clearing out the lines, is bringing the bomb back, but Destiny should be able to hear this, so that means that he can rotate all the other members accordingly. Oh, looks like they're faking back. They're making a lot of noise making this fake back. They potentially could have sold it a lot better, but he'll hear them crossing back on towards A side. This is because, look where Henny is at the moment. He's made his way in towards Bank and towards CT, so he should be able to lock down at least 2.
Oh.
He needs to lock down 2. 100% here. He's letting them slip past. He knows that one more has gone back up, and, well, he's re-challenging for the deal. Oh my goodness, completely blind. He flicks. Huge plays coming out from Henny. Can he also pick up PKL as well? Destiny does manage to find one himself. PKL with the Desert Eagle, missing a couple of shots. This has been reset to a 3-on-2, as Henny has done the majority of the work. Completely ripped apart the side. Gets the 4 kills on the ace. Now hunting down Destiny. What a play coming out.
He might even get him here because Destiny's looking at the angle and a great headshot to close out that ace. 5 in that round. Great stuff. And now Immortals really starting to put that pressure on Luminosity. As you said, Luminosity going to be back on an eco here. And Immortals with a full rifle buy once more.
Absolutely explosive play. He was on 1 kill before this, which was on an anti-eco hold. With that, once again, it was an anti-eco, but at such a perilous moment, held his nerve to just time it, to see that flashbang and walk into it.
Definitely caught them off guard.
Absolutely critical play as well, and Showtime would have been scratching head most likely. PKL is already going to be tagged quite low. I think going to be spammed through that short wall by Bolts. And, well, that's not a good start towards Luminosity's second eco. That said, though, PKL has the last laugh and takes down Bolts and gets an AK-47 for his troubles.
Does he? Does he, though?
I think they'll eventually go and reclaim it.
Surely they should. They should at least attempt it. FNX is watching down the angle, though.
Should be towards short water, I think, where the AK or at least one of the guns fell. And FNX decides wisely not to charge forward. Unders is a very perilous position to charge in right now. FNX loves playing it solo, so needs to be wary of this fact. PKL looking for more kills. He is finding the right line, though. They're all there. Let's see how he makes his P250 work out, and he gets... No, he can't
Yeah, he
get
gets
the
checked.
one.
I almost thought Steel wasn't going to check that angle. In the end, he does. FNX as well, pushing down unders at the same time as his teammates are pushing in towards the A-bomb site. Makes it work. Picks up a couple of kills, and it's just SHZ left alive now with the Deagle. And nothing but a dream.
Oh, he does make a bit of noise, and FNX, oh, he will be able to take down FNX, and well, he'll be able to retrieve a gun
There's
as
the
well.
gun.
Yeah, there is the AK-47. Don't know why it took so long. I mean, short pipe is, once again, a dangerous position for a CT to be in because the AKs can rip you apart. Not much distance you can escape to. But at the same time, you know, you're on an eco, you might as well play the risk. And that's great economical damage coming out of SHZ.
Yep.
If you can carry the AK-47, it's just icing on the cake, you know?
Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to do that. He does get taken out. But still 7 on the board there for Immortals. Their economy is still good enough to buy into this one, but it's really not ramping up as much as you would hope for a team that's got this many rounds on the board in a row.
Absolutely. I mean, this is where the danger comes in, I guess, for Immortals a little bit now. They shouldn't be too scared. 7-4 at the moment on Overpass. Great T-half score. We know it's a CT-sided map. Immortals going to be patting themselves on the back. But they want to close this out this half with as many rounds as possible. And, well, the right way of doing it is trying to convert all those guns forward. As look at this, a bit of an A-side push coming out. Luminosity Gaming changing it up.
What's it going to cost them, though? Henny is just hanging around, lurking around in playground. Obviously hasn't made too much noise just yet, but nor has Destiny. So neither knows that their opponent is lurking so close. Henny might have the angle here, and he does. Destiny goes down. Just peeking at that one a little bit too slowly, gifting a kill over to Immortals. Again, it's looking like Immortals should be able to... Well, they've already got underway quite nicely into this round, and whether or not they're going to be able to convert it and consolidate it into a round win is what remains to be seen.
Well, this is the problem. Like, Luminosity Gaming now need to come through. They need to make a play, and you can see right now they are slowly pushing short together on bolts. Needs to capitalize. You know, spots out another one, gets a kill. That's perfectly fine. This means they can go towards A site. Yell, that is a sharp AWP shot, but still, the issue doesn't change. A 3-on-2, Immortals will take control of the A site. They know there's no resistance. They can probably guess, you know, there might be one here, but unlikely. And the 8th round should fall, unless Yell pulls out something miraculous, but Lucas decides, no, you can't do anything. Yell tagged down very low now.
Yeah, he certainly is, but it's only a 2 versus 1. I mean, he's got 2 HP to work with, but
no
couple of shots could be it. As you say, though, no kit. I'm not sure if one of them maybe was dropped up towards the A-bomb site, but given the fact that it looks like he's playing this one quite safely, I'd suspect not. And he wants to take the L through to the next round anyway. It would have been a very risky retake. So Immortals are going to put 8 on the board, and that's, well, a really good start to their first half.
This is where I think Luminosity just need to force up in the next one. They have to. They know that they're bleeding over right now, and they know it's being very costly. Yell should be able to get this pick. So Lucas does die, but he's too close to the bomb.
That's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate.
2 HP. Yeah, Luminosity 100% need to force up into this one. If not maybe a 4-buy, but armor and pistol at the very least. Maybe a couple of HE grenades. Get that stack going. And try to get a couple of cheeky guns off Immortals. They know FNX loves playing unders. You know, stack a couple unders. So you can get a good AK-47, push short together, get the control off bolts, get a gun, and then quickly sprint back up towards A site and play a 3-2 split.
Well, they have just decided to go for the pistols with the exception of Destiny, who has invested in the body armor. No head armor, of course, going up against full AKs. Not much point. But Luminosity is going to have to hold off this offensive on the B-bomb side. Showtime able to get 1 before he's taken down, but overall a 2-for-1 trade. Now make that 2-for-2, and a great shot coming out there from Yell as well. Lucas goes down. It is now a 2 versus 1 though, as his teammates fall around him. Yell with a chance potentially to clutch this one out for his teammates. He does know that the bomb is, well, mostly in his control. Immortals are going to be coming for it though.
Yeah, but this is the problem where he's putting himself towards barrels. He is effectively forced to either watch CT. There is watching boost at the moment. He is not suspecting that any of them could come from CT, and as time dwindles away, you know, those thoughts are going to start niggling at you.
Yeah.
Is he coming through CT? Is he coming through floor? You know, they're going to be coming in together, so how are they going to be doing this? And, well, he's been spotted out now, crossing towards water. Oh, my goodness, that is a messy spray drop, but it makes, I guess it works out in the end for him. And, whoa, so close, but Bolts at the end, holding his nerve, holding his composure, will be able to take it.
Not quite on point there, but it was almost there. Luminosity again, just dropping another round. There's been a few clutch situations so far that have gone the way of Immortals, and that's something that we said about Dust as well, but Luminosity were able to pull it through to the overtime, not quite able to pull it through to the win, but you know, maybe if they can step things up here towards the second half, they might have a chance of getting some more points on the board, but in reality, this is not looking too great for them. Immortals with 9 on the board on the T half. Not to mention, it's, well, Really been a nice start, I got to say, for Immortals in the second map.
I mean, this is a dominating start. If Luminosity can come back in their T-half, it would be either some very defective play coming out of Immortals or some great T-side executes, and I'm not sure if that would be possible. At the moment, looks like the CT's playing very aggressive close towards toilets. Yell decides to back off, and still is going to jump across, maybe spot for information. Yell is aware of the potential of them sneaking through, and Destiny trying to go for the counter sneak. It's a bit of a sneaky beaky play around toilets at the moment, a bit of a ring around the Rosie. Yell, whoa, be able to hit that shot, still goes down. And, you know, he's still got Destiny's backup, so Destiny more than happy to push forward. Look how close he is right now. This is the start that Luminosity need to take and just roll forward.
Yeah, but are they going to allow a couple of kills to go the way of FNX? He's very close to some of these CTs. Destiny perhaps hearing him out, but in the end it looks like FNX is going to be able to get out of there alive. It's very spread out though for Immortals at the moment. They do have the bomb over towards the B site, but even a player up in towards long, it's Henny, who's been lurking around there actually a couple of times so far this half. That's found a reasonable success, I suppose, but not too much.
This is good utility use coming out from Luminosity after getting the first pick, you know, just waiting. And this forces Immortals effectively. They have to choose whether to bust, what to bust open. And Henny making a bit of noise on towards the A side. But Bolt's great reaction. Showtime, though. Can't get the second trade working in his favor. PKL on the side, though. Staying alive. Ducks down into water. But there's barely any time. Lucas has to get this kill, just immediately go for the plant. Henny, he's shut down this heaven position, though.
Got that plant down in time. The bomb will be planted there nicely, but he does get taken down from short. Yell coming in that direction. Now Henny in a 2 versus 1. This again, another clutch situation. If it goes again in the way of Immortals, that's just going to be another crushing blow for Luminosity, but the stack's heavily weighted in the favor of Luminosity this time. They have the 2-player advantage. Good flashbangs coming in, but no one peeking Henny just yet. They're going to go for that double peek. Yell having a look in that direction. They lined up for him, but in the end, he doesn't quite get the 2-man spray down, and Yell will be able to take the shot. 3 kills in that round for him, and he'll get the bomb defuse here as well. So that's 5 on the board for Luminosity. If they can pull this one through to 6, it might just be enough in terms of, you know, something to play with in the second half, but
It's
really
still be difficult,
it's going to be incredibly tough.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult, but still, it's better than, you know, 5 if you lose pistol. All of a sudden, your opponent may be very much looking at a 13-5 scoreline, especially if they hold on towards their anti-ecos. That's it. So, you know, pistol round still too far away to call at the moment. Immortals, they have to force something this one. You see Lucas with a Deagle, Steel with a UMP, barely any utility. It's going to have to be a faster take and a bit more under control. But Yell, he's absolutely on fire right now.
He is. He's really doing the work at the moment for Luminosity. Needs some people to step up around him. If he can continue this form in towards the T-half, then there's a chance for Luminosity. It's slim, again. Immortals are looking pretty good here on Overpass, but definitely some takeaways, at least for Luminosity, even from the last game. So throughout today, I think they're going to be, you know, not feeling too awful. Would have obviously wanted to close that one out before the overtime hit. Or, no, they were the ones to pull it through to the overtime. But regardless, let's focus in on the action. Destiny, let's take one down. A rare miss from Yell. He's going to drop a smoke in towards long, but he will be punished for pushing through there. Steel just watching for him and takes him down. It's 3 versus 3, but Immortals with control over the A-bomb site and the bomb being planted. Luminosity will need to pull off a retake.
Well, and Bolts just instantly collapses. They know where Steel is as well. PKL will get that kill all up to FNX. 1 on 3. He's just playing the edge of the smoke so far. He will get one, and he's going to be spotted out. Dropping a grenade right in front. Oh, great positioning coming out. PKL now suddenly a 1-on-1, has to push, and he lands a shot. Oh,
yeah.
Good plays coming out from both sides.
Definitely felt like FNX was going to be able to pick that one up, but in the end, not quite enough. A good headshot from PKL does shut him down, and that's 6 on the board for Luminosity after the first half, but Immortals, the ones that are looking like they're going to pull this one off. Though, let's find out in the second half after the break.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
but I don't know if athlete is the right word.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back. It's Immortals and Luminosity now heading into the second half. Immortals currently leading 9-6 and moving over to the favoured CT side. A bit of a job to do really here for Luminosity in the second half, but we'll find out whether or not they are up to the task.
I think they are. I mean, maybe not as close as Dust 2 would be, but definitely Luminosity Gaming. They'll probably show us a couple of neat tricks and strategies. It looks like they're just going straight towards the B side as well, so going towards short water as Lucas is going to be trying to spot the back of B. Might have spotted out the foot of one of them as they are coming in towards a B site. Now, Lucas actually gets one completely blind. Still also able to get one. Gets two. Great flicks coming out. Can't get the third as of yet, but tags PKL down quite low. And PKL is now stuck on the site. So is Showtime at Unders.
Yeah, they're looking good here for Immortals in this pistol round. And it was an important pistol round as well for Luminosity if they were to come back into this map. But Immortals cleaning it up quite easily in the end. 4 players left alive. And now 10 rounds on the board for Immortals. They're going to buy into this one. Question is, do Luminosity decide to force into it? Yes, they do. They didn't get the bomb down. So it's going to be Tech 9 and Armor. And they'll see what they can do here.
Well, we'll find out if it's going to be the Tech 9 or the Rec 9. It's just Tech 9 so infamous, I guess, on the B side of the map because, or even in the toilets, anywhere you can get close, it can completely destroy counter-terrorists. And it looks like they are going straight towards the B side. As
push from Steel is a little risky, but there was a Molotov there to hold off the T's. So this is a good pick.
Beautiful
really
flashbang.
Nice. Great team play there, and Steel able to clean up 2. Also dropping the bomb. The Molotov, would have liked to have seen him throw it a little bit further in towards the pipe, actually, just to deny the bomb. But in the end, still not a bad start there for Immortals at all. And Henny just going to come in as well from Underpass and just clean things up too.
At the moment, it's just easy work currently coming out for Immortals. That looks like, you know, a time flashbang. And this is the danger now because the Luminosity, they never made plays like that on their CT half. And it just makes me feel like Immortals are much more structured on their CT half. You can see that play coming out maybe in some of the buy rounds. In the pistol round, how are you going to counteract as Luminosity? You've got to give up that short water control otherwise.
Yeah.
You've got to play really far back. And the tendency for Immortals just to gain territory so far is looking pretty good. Very aggressive, in-your-face kind of style. And Luminosity going to have to go on a full eco, except for Yell, who's going to have a P250. Going to try and get at least the bomb plant down, but still, once again, difficult stuff for them to do.
I was a bit worried about Immortals last round, actually, because they had the triple SMG. They only had it for Mars and then an M4, really. And all of those Luminosity guys pretty much had armor. But in the end, things worked out quite nicely for Immortals. This time, though, having a bit more trouble. Yell does find one. Henny, though, able to trade a couple back, and Bolt's also finding one for himself. So, overall, this is looking like it's going to be the 3 rounds secured off the back of that pistol. So, it will be 12-6 after this one. Luminosity with an even greater mountain climb now.
Yeah, going to be going the long way. It looks like Yell's going to be the person faking it, whereas PKL, just with the Glock as well as a flashbang, going to be trying to get the bomb plant down, hiding near Nightclub. Having a bit of a solo man party as Yell's just on his way to a distraction mission, and he's been spotted out. If you can get a kill here, be nothing short of a miracle still. Just going to be trying to engage upon Yell. And wow, Yell with a dink and kill forces all of Immortals off the site. And well, the game's up now. Because PKL is going to be on the B site. Should be able to get the bomb plant down. Oh, nope. Oh, ducks out of ABC.
Yeah, I mean, as long as Immortals can take the rifles through, I think they'd be pretty happy with that, even if they did lose the UMP. But really, I mean, they're going to be taking that UMP through to this round as well. I'd suspect even Immortals probably can get away with taking that from us and the UMP into this round as well. We'll see whether or not they do decide to pick up an AWP for Henny. Doesn't really feel like they need it, but on the CT side, we know that it can be quite strong.
Look, with a well-timed push, the FAMAS and UMP suddenly becomes so much more potent. You know, have a teammate flashing, 2 CCs pushing in, push the aggression on towards the Ts, get a couple of quick AK or a couple of kills, steal a couple of AK-47s, and then all of a sudden, that makes sense, you know? You put the UMP in close ranges. And this actually worked out quite well. Destiny's opted to go with no head armor for extra utility, and Yell, no head armor, obviously, with that AWP. No utility whatsoever except for a single smoke grenade. Luminosity have to play very, very safe right now. Immortals, they're in control. They know it. They got to put their guns in good use. As Lucas, once again, just holding that short pipeline, holding that short water area is going to give them so much information, allow them to stay closer towards toilets.
Yeah, a lot of control over the map here for Immortals. You know, they've got, as you say, those guys pushed up a little bit in toilets. They had that guy pushed up in water. So plenty of information available for Immortals due to the lack of information. They know where Luminosity is not, therefore they can draw conclusions as to where they are. Luminosity for their own right, setting up pretty default here, just deciding that they don't necessarily want to push in yet. And, well, not giving away anything.
Well, just very, very slow round so far coming out from Luminosity. And it is the first buy round, so they just want to use as many of the CT utility as they can. Henny is going to be flashed out, but he's peeking wide, and he gets Yell just like that. Oh. First pick coming into favor. Tries to go for a chance shot through the smoke. Also spots that Showtime, but misses the shot. Tech9 out. Showtime picks up one, but Henny at least gets the trade. Destiny jumping through. Henny wants to go for the no-scope. Oh, it goes for the quick scope instead. We'll be able to back out and PKL. Was that through the wall?
Yep, looks like it was. PKL finding the second kill there onto Steel as well, but this might just be cleaned up, and it is Lucas finding a couple of kills. It was risky for a moment there for Immortals, but in the end, the rotation's coming across just in time. Now 13 on the board, only a couple of, or a few rounds away from cleaning up this map. Luminosity, once again, back on the eco. This will be 14, more than likely, after this round.
PKL returning a bit of the favor on towards Henny for that wallbang.
Yeah.
That was even more ridiculous. You know, he goes, oh, you wallbanged me. I'll wallbang you in the head.
Yep.
Ridiculous shot coming out, but regardless, Luminosity Gaming couldn't hold on. There was some sharp shooting once again coming from Lucas, which is what we've come to expect today, really. And Immortals just coming ever so closer towards cleaning up this map a lot more comprehensively than Dust 2. See Henny once again with the AWP. He's got that control with him in terms of FNX, so Showtime, you know, trying to sneak through, see if he can find anything. Might not be able to as Destiny coming through. Whoa! Destiny escapes with barely his life as Showtime does manage to pick one off. So Henny is going to back off. Going to play this a little bit more safely. Now a 2-2 split. This is a lot more equal. As Luminosity have 3 members to try to, I guess, attempt an assault on a bomb site.
Yeah, 3 members is not that great. They do at least have an M4 on Showtime, so potentially he can do something with this one. Steel maybe watching just the wrong angle, but in the end he does rotate his position and picks up the couple of kills that he needs to. Bolts on the other hand, able to find himself one, and 14 as we expected, coming out now for Immortals, and this is sort of the last chance really for Luminosity buying into this one. If they let this one go to 15, it's going to be struggle streak from there.
Well, I mean, once again, it's just boiling down towards this aggressive hold coming out from Immortals. How do you counteract this? They get this short water control, which means that it's so much more difficult to try to get in towards B site, as well as the retain toilets control, because by that logic, if you have one more player towards short, it means that the players on Immortals can kind of shut down the unders area a lot better. And look at this push coming out from, I believe it's FNX. He just loves pushing, sitting behind this rock right now. Flashbang does not come through, so that means that FNX, having a field day right now, does get traded out, but an early pick means that
And a lot of information off that as well. He spotted out a couple of those members from Luminosity. So I think Luminosity going to have to just back out here, go back to the drawing board and figure out what they want to do, because that initial strat has been given away by that early push from FNX. Would have probably liked to have seen FNX get another kill there, but he did his job, I suppose, getting that one kill, getting the information for Immortals. And, well, now it's just back to the patience game, really, for Immortals.
At the same time, though, I mean, Luminosity, they can just bide time and wait. They know that as soon as they get the kill, then the information is being conveyed across. Look where Lucas is. This could be huge. Oh! Just pulls a little bit too early, and Henny pushing forward, missing, uncharacteristically missing a shot. It's going to back out in towards toilets. What a tight line to watch. If he can hit this shot, it'd be an absolute miracle. And he does spot 1, 2 cross, and he
needs to be careful, needs to rotate his aim.
Whoa, what a flick, but not enough.
Not quite enough indeed. PKL will take him down. Thought he was being a bit risky there, playing that far forward, but now we'll have to see what the rest of these A players can do for Immortals. Well, this remaining A player, really, Steel. We do see the rotation coming across from Bolt. Steel not able to delay any longer, and now a 3 versus 1. The bomb going down here for Luminosity just in time. And I think this one should be just about wrapped up, unless Bolts can pull something amazing off, and he will not be able to do that. PKL does take him down, so through to another round at least for Luminosity. It's going to be looking like a buy for Immortals. Yeah, they have enough money to drop for everyone, so they'll be happy with how this is going to turn out. Luminosity, on the other hand, of course, with all the money that they need.
So need to be cautious, though, because if they can get maybe 2 more rounds, you know, maybe draw it back into overtime. If they don't get 2 more rounds without losing enough or keeping enough guns inside the inventory, then that's where it becomes problematic. So it's like a couple of flashbangs. Just control of party once again. FNX. Oh, the first time didn't work. First time, you know, got 1 kill. He goes, you know what, I'm going to try this thing again. It worked for me the first time. Let's see if I can do a little bit better. Trying to push his personal best. As once again, he's just got the timing down pat. Going to be peeking across. There's a lot of members there. And he gets none of them. He tags them up. Destiny at 11, PKL 32. And this seems like a bit of a replay of pretty much the previous round. Just this time around, Luminosity do have that extra member on the team.
Yep, both of them, well, a couple of them, sorry, quite lit up here though. So potential for Immortals if they can get a couple of tags over to Destiny, over to PKL. They could very quickly swing this one back into their favor. Luminosity pushing their way forward through long, having a look in towards bathrooms. Henny, what can he do here with the AWP in this position? Just moving his angle over. The smoke does come in. So Henny suspects perhaps that there's going to be someone coming on through bathrooms or similar direction.
I think he's got backup anyway, so I think Bolts is there with the A4 just waiting at the APC, so as soon as they execute, they're just gambling on the fact Luminosity won't just suddenly bust onto the site. Wow! Bolts getting 1 through the smoke, and he's still playing at the edge of the smoke, but he's going to be spotted out by at just the very edge. SHZ gets that kill as they come progressively onto the site. Showtime picks up another one on towards Bolts. More spray coming through. Lucas just buying his time, see if he can swindle his way on towards the site, get a couple of cheeky kills. Oh, he's mistimed it, unfortunately. Can't get those kills working, and still last man left standing. Well, we've seen big stuff coming out from him, but can he do it again is a real question.
1v4. Are they going to line up for him? They're getting close. In the end, no, is the answer. Yell is going to pick up the kill there. So 8 on the board now for Luminosity, starting to make a bit of a resurgence. And it should be Immortals back on just an eco here, or even pistols at worst. Luminosity in a good spot.
Yeah, so just buying a couple of pistols. They still have rounds to play with, but Luminosity going to be confident going into the next one and the next one afterwards. And we may see just a rehash of Dust too. I felt like we've been here before, but nevertheless, Immortals just need to make sure they throw away. I think FNX really needs to reel himself in. You know, maybe if he wants to play aggressive, get Henny behind, boost him up, and get him to, you know, back him up. Because at the moment, FNX trying to go for the hero clutch plays, and sure you can do that, you know, when you're 14-6, 14-7 up, but at some stage, you know, you've got to play safe, you've got to play smart with your teammates and just close it out.
Alrighty. See what Immortals can do here. On that CT side, they have stacked the B side. Have some pistols to work with, but it's obviously a tough ask. Those Molotovs going to probably wreak havoc if Luminosity even do decide to go towards that B-bomb site.
Looks like they're coming out towards A so far.
Eagle, what can he do? Long range. 1 shot's all he needs. 1 shot's, well, 2 shots is what he gets. Doesn't manage to connect either of them.
He's in big trouble now. There's no way he can get out, so he pretty much has to sell his life in this position. You can see right now, flashbangs coming out. They're not really pushing him though. They're giving Henny a lot of respect in this Toilets position, and well, they will be coming towards the long A Toilets entrance. Henny will hear the flash and won't be able to get the kill. Gets 1 tag down, but can't get the second shot landing. in his favor. So now Luminosity, he's still thinking about what to do. 30 seconds left, but the bomb's going towards, I would gamble, the wrong bomb site. If the bomb is lost, this could spell big trouble. There's no time to rotate across. It's going to be a party on the B side, guys. Let's see how it's going to end up.
Yeah, Lucas just watching the angle in towards Monster. Bolts with the grenade in that direction. PKL does take down FNX. Lucas as well going to be taken down by PKL, but still finding one. Not quite enough, though, for the guys on Immortal. They all fall at the end of that one. And, well, they're going to be back in the buy train. At least they should be in this round. Henny, maybe not quite enough to really invest into this round too heavily, but he'll be able to still pick up. Oh, is he going to take the AWP? Nope, he's going to get dropped.
He picks up an M4. It looks like FNX picks up the AWP.
Yeah, so FNX has got no armor. Henny only with the body armor. That's why he was able to afford the M4. But interesting that Henny doesn't take the AWP in this situation.
Probably a specific call. I mean, FNX really wants to drive in this long A control. Luminosity decide this time not to go towards long A, but to take unders instead. And this time, this is much better play coming out from Immortals. If you try to play aggressive towards that long A area, have an AWP or 2 riflers there, and just play off each other. So once again, Lucas has managed to make his way towards short water. As there's a lot of noise being made unders. The call surely has to be made. You can see at the moment, Bolts, as well as Lucas, can just play B side by themselves. And this allows Steel to rotate back on towards the A side and just watch the toilets areas. Slowly but steadily, they are coming up towards toilets. Oh, FNX falls down, and he gets punished for it.
Yeah, doesn't quite check the angle correctly, and Luminosity, as you say, punishing Immortals right now. They've picked up a few in a row. This one should potentially be another one on the board. They've got a 2-player advantage, and from this sort of an advantage, you would be hoping that they'll be able to pull off the round. Looks like they're heading in towards the B bomb site as well. Oh, Lucas does take down Destiny, and Steel equalizing the players. It's back to 3 versus 3 as SHZ falls. Oh, Yell so close to being able to pull off that kill, but in the end, not quite. And now Lucas in a crucial position here on the B bomb site. How long can he stall for? Looks like long enough for his teammate to get in position.
But the whole crucial part about that was that, oh, it looks like they're sneaking back on towards A side. There is a member there. It looks like it's going to be Steel, who's just holding on towards the A side at the truck line. They are coming back on towards the A side. So Steel, if he can get this kill, it's going to be absolutely critical. Smoke on towards the bomb site, so it's going to give away the intention. Rotation's now coming across, but no one's checking the line until it may be too late. Oh, he gets the dink, but can't get the kill. Bomb plant will go down. No grenades to use on the CT side. A single flashbang for T's to use, but Luke is going to charge straight forward anyway. No fear. They're coming straight forward. They want a one-on-one direct fight. They're going to get it. Showtime falls. Smoke still covering the bomb plant, and Yell is the man to make this AWP work. Gets one on towards Lucas. PKL just going to hide. Bolts picking up an AK-47, just going to sprint for his life. He decides not to risk it.
So difficult in that 2v2 there for Immortals because they didn't have any utilities. They couldn't flush out those remaining 2 Luminosity players. They couldn't smoke off the angle for the AWP. There wasn't really much that they could do. Obviously, trying to challenge the AWP in a situation like that is very rarely going to work, especially when you're up against an AWP of Yell's caliber. And now 10 on the board for Luminosity. They're bringing it back. It's 14-10. Immortals, they don't want to let this one go through to another overtime.
But it's difficult, and you can see right now they're struggling. I would say at the moment, you know, after this round, call attack pause, talk about what's going on. You see a Mag 7 being brought up. They're not investing too heavily behind the AK-47 last time I just saw the screen. They just need to get towards these close positions, get a couple of kills working in their favor. And in the buy round, I think it's just best to let go of long A and just hold towards toilets instead. We've seen that when they hold that toilets area, it's been successful. Whenever they held the long A area, it's not been so successful.
Yeah, definitely. Tough situation still for Immortals, given the weapons that they do have. Have to keep an eye on FNX. Obviously here, just in the underpass, having a look with that Mag 7 out at close range. The other one to watch, of course, is Bolts with the AK. Immortals have kind of pushed up a little bit. They've kind of given up a bit of control in towards water, which they had been taking, a little bit of control over towards Monster, which they had also been taking earlier on their CT side, but now giving Luminosity quite a lot of respect. Obviously, they know that they only have the pistols, so they do need to kind of hold some off angles, get a bit lucky maybe, pick up some early frags. Seems like the push is towards long now for Luminosity.
Well, Lucas is going to be in a world of pressure right now. The flashbang should come shortly forward to allow SHZ to clear out that position. So, well, I think Lucas is going to be completely blind. It's going to be a miracle if he can get the kill, and he won't be able to.
Very close. Very close, but not quite. SHZ does take him down, and it's player advantage for Luminosity. That's what they would have wanted. They want to just slowly but surely pick off these remaining Immortals players. Henny Does not get flashed by that one. Actually drops the bomb, so a bit of information there. He's going to push around the corner and will be taken down by PKL. So a nice trade for Luminosity at least. Only losing one player so far. They're going to have to deal with Bolts though with the AK, and they deal with him well. Showtime cleaning him up with a nice headshot.
Yeah, the last two members, they do have armor, and still, let's see if we can get the kill.
So close.
We'll be able to get it. But they all know where he is now, so his area is under complete lockdown. He's trying to draw a couple of shots. Does manage to get the dink across to the CZ, so it's off to FNX to see what he can find with the Mag 7. Won't be able to get the defuse in time. Once again, barring that Luminosity misplay this severely, as he's just looking to see if he can add towards his bank account. Otherwise, I don't think he'll be able to find anything. SHS actually making a little bit of noise. Might fall fatal towards this Mag 7. There you have it. Free AK-47 as well, but Yell
not
just
for long.
Sprinting across and gets the trade.
Yep, easy trade there for him. Another round on the board for Luminosity. Immortals will be able to afford to buy into this round. Especially considering now they have an AWP in the hands of Henny. Is that going to change things up? We saw quite a few rounds that it didn't really work out for them, but that was when Henny was sort of holding towards long. FNX had the AWP in towards long as well, so looks like you're correct in your analysis of that. Looks like they're just trying to hold in towards bathrooms. Actually, are pushing quite aggressively in towards underpass as well with a double stack.
I think they're boosted. I think they're watching short pipe with that AWP.
I think they're watching water with the boost. So a different CT setup here for Immortals. It's going to be a tough nut for Luminosity to crack. They're not going to be ready for it, and it seems like it's going the way of Immortals to start things off. Bolts fighting 2, Steel also finding 1, and player advantage well and truly with the CTs now.
Yeah, Luminosity getting a little bit confident and decide that they need to try to push in, and wow, FNX just using that smoke like a fake flashbang. Works perfectly, gets a kill on towards PKL, and now opt to Yell to hold on to this, and that smoke has hit him, so they know exactly where he is. You can hear that, they're trying to spray bullets all over his body, and Yell just going to be dodging through. He has a smoke and Molotov to work with, but the most crucial weapon to work with, obviously that AWP, needs to go absolutely huge and ballistic. Looks like he's going on the straightforward path. He's going straight in towards B long. He has no fear whatsoever. He knows that his team is riding on him, and FNX, great shot, but the trade is there.
Of course the trade is there. It's Immortals. They get 15 on the board now. The economy is still a little bit shoddy for the CTs, but they will be able to afford to buy into this one, of course. Luminosity, on the other hand, 11k there on PKL. They've got no worries at all, but well, I guess that's only in the sense of no worries in terms of the economy. They do have definite worries now because this is their last chance. They've got no more rounds left to hang on to. They find themselves in a very similar situation as to what they were on Dust 2. They did manage to pull it through to the overtime on Dust, but this time it's looking perhaps a little bit more grim for them.
Yeah, look at this force spike coming out from FNX. Once again, has to default to the Mag 7 towards the unders position. Once again, strong weapon as Bolts does take a little bit of damage for his troubles. Only 25 points. Not sure if that was an HU grenade or a bullet coming out from PKL's AK-47, but regardless, you know, it's going to be a little bit sore. No band-aids to patch him up until the next round. Otherwise, Luminosity looking to take control of this party area. The bomb all the way towards B is being thrown towards Nightclub. Just grenades just delaying this push ever further. Time is ticking away.
Still a reasonable amount of time left on the clock, just over 1 minute for Luminosity, but my main concern is that they haven't really gained control of anywhere on the map. They don't have any presence over towards B. We do see the bomb starting to head in that direction, but really they're just sitting in sort of standard T positions, default positions, and with 50 seconds left on the clock, they've got so much area of the map that they need to clear out. At least they've managed to force Henny back, so they do have a little bit more room to maneuver now around the bathrooms, but if they head in towards underpass here, FNX is waiting, and the Mag 7 is... Oh! It turns around! Not quite able to get the third one. I didn't even know Destiny was coming up behind him, but FNX knew. In the end, a 2-for-1 trade. They're going to be happy with that. Immortals now with the player advantage, and all they have to do is hold on towards this B bomb site.
Yeah, still not going to be risking the overpeak. He knows he's got support. He knows he's got teammates on his side. He's got time. The time is not on the T-side. Showtime. Not sure why he's trying to push forward. Very, very silly move. And I think this is all over for Luminosity, barring once again a miracle, because Immortals are just entrenched in the site. Yell, though, trying his best. Takes down Hen. That Yell does fall. It's all up to PKL, trying to find his way, trying to swindle his way through smoke. There's a knife, but Bolts is going to get the AK-47 kill, and that's going to be Immortals 16-11 tight match, but such a comprehensive T-side victory. They took it in the end.
Definitely a very, very interesting matchup there between the two Brazilian lineups. Immortals, as we thought coming into this one, had the advantage, and they do come out of it with the advantage as well, but definitely Luminosity has shown up today with some very, very nice performances, pushing it through to overtime on Dust there, and a pretty reasonable performance, 16-11 on Overpass. I think they can walk away with their heads held high.
Absolutely. I think it would have been closed out a little bit tighter if, you know, I'm going to put a little bit of blame on FNX, but towards, you know, when they were winning about 14-6, you know, we saw FNX, you know, he started solo pushing, you know, even though he did damage, even though he got kills, Overpass is a map where the player numbers are so crucial. As soon as you lose control of a territory, they could have closed it out earlier. Maybe not. Luminosity Gaming still, like, you know, they had some nice executes, but ultimately, at the end of the day, it just wasn't enough. They didn't have that solid CC backing behind them. That's what cost them.
You got to feel really sorry, though, for Luminosity. They felt so close to being able to pull that one away on Dust, but they weren't quite able to do it. Let's have a look at how today's results have gone. Of course, we've had a very, very good matchup there between Luminosity and Immortals. The first one, though, was the Misfits up against Rush, and that went the way of Misfits reasonably comfortably, but, you know, a few rounds going the way of Rush, which we probably didn't expect to, and I think it was a good performance from Rush today. Obviously, we've just seen a very, very long series, or a very long two best-of-ones between Immortals and Luminosity, both going the way of Immortals in the end. Over on the other side of the stream, it did look like Optic had the advantage over Renegades, and then similarly CLG had the advantage over Selfless. So again, a fairly standard day, no real upsets coming out from this one.
Yeah, everything expected, you know. I think the only upset would have been, I guess, how tight the Dust 2 scoreline was. I mean, a lot of people probably would have suspected that Immortals, it would have been a lot less close for Immortals.
Yeah, all right, well, we've had a couple of days already of the Pro League, so let's have a look at the standings. Optic up towards the top with a round differential of +25. Pretty good for them. Cloud9 as well, hot on their heels, as well as SK. Things looking, you know, not too surprising there. Would have, at least, of course, for us, hoped to see Renegades a little bit higher than that, but unfortunately they weren't able to get anything done against Optic today. But, you know, look, not too surprised by anything coming out there just yet. CLG, 1-1. Might have expected to see them a little bit higher than that, but it is what it is.
Oh, who do they lose a map against Selfless?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe maybe one of the two graphics was wrong. I felt like they probably would have pulled off a 2-0, but guess we'll have to find that out later.
Yeah, or forever be, well, not forever be a mystery. I'm fairly sure we'll Google it and find out the solution very solidly.
Quickly.
So there you have it.
But look, overall, pretty good day here today. It has been a very long one, though. Certainly didn't expect to be going for that long. There has been a few, you know, pauses and that kind of thing. And then, of course, not to mention the overtime. But it was definitely a great day of Counter-Strike. We will be back tomorrow at the same time. But until then, I have to bid you a very good night.
Yeah.